Welcome back to the seasonal opener of the 2024 National STOL Series. We are back after our winter break to bring you some very exciting STOL competitions all over the United States. If you are new to STOL, the acronym stands for Short Takeoff and Landing. And our competitors this week have a variety of aircraft set up to do just that. We're using one runway today, and we'll be measuring the distance from the team's takeoff and landing. We take the takeoff and landing distance, combine them together to get a score for that run. If a pilot lands before the line or even touches the line, that run is disqualified and they will have to rely on another attempt. That's a new rule for this year, and we will be paying very close attention to any part of the aircraft tire that touches that white line. Some folks are bound to be disappointed if they touch down too early. Many of our team's planes are highly modified, and teams are constantly improving their airplanes to be more competitive. Each aircraft, depending on the model, will be assigned in a set category. We have 4 standard classes, starting with our biggest and heaviest aircraft, the touring class, followed by our middleweight, lighter aircraft and backcountry. Then we introduce a lot of STOL purpose-built airplanes into the mix with our adventure and sport class. National STOL Series welcomes new pilots to the competitions in their rookie class. Each new pilot having to attend additional safety briefings as they get into the series. The exhibition class is for those planes with multiple engines, and finally, the stars of STOL come out, the unlimited class. These pilots are competing for the big bucks. You'll see 2 different strategies in this class: super light aircraft or aircraft with high power to weight ratios. Throughout the season, each pilot will be gathering points after each tour stop. For the 2024 season, we have a total of 10 stops, of course ending with our Legend Aircraft's Lone Star STOL, where we will crown the 2024 class champions. It all kicks off today.
And welcome, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks, to the kickoff of the 2024 National STOL season here at Swamp STOL. My name's Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined by the beautiful Eric Farewell, and we are ready to get excited with you. Everyone in the crowd, do you bring your mud boots today?
I know for a fact that one didn't. I heard him saying, I just ruined my $200 shoes. And I felt so bad for him because it is a swamp out there. Lake Jennings has receded a bit overnight. It's only about 1.5 inches deep. It was like 4.5, 5 inches yesterday. So things are getting better here. The runway is drying out and the parking areas are still swampy.
It's a little swampy, but that is literally what the name of the game is here in Louisiana every year. Eric, let's talk a little bit about practice yesterday as we lead into the competition today. What was the big takeaway for you? Obviously, conditions for me it was conditions. We had people sliding hundreds of feet down the runway after the brakes were applied.
Well, not only that, but I actually asked them, a couple of the guys that flew in this morning, and I said, how's the runway feeling? They're like, the same as yesterday. They said it's still sliding, which means that this could be anyone's game. We have a very different type of approach here when you know that you're not going to have any traction. The layer of muck underneath the grass here is really a different experience. I'm from Florida, right? You're from Wisconsin. You guys have mud that's slippery. We just have sand.
Right.
So there is zero traction available when that ground is wet, and it is still wet. So we're going to see pilots who normally could brake and stop in, let's say, 85, 100 feet, that might be going 200 feet, but that's not the only story to talk about. Because today the winds are already picking up. It's almost directly down the runway, and it's anticipated to be as high as 28 knots.
Wow, that's a lot of wind, and that means a lot of happy STOL pilots.
Happy STOL pilots taking off in almost 0 feet. I was speaking to Dan earlier with the Valdez special, and he said, I want a world record today. And I think we might actually see that happen because the conditions are prime for him to be able to get off the ground in sub 30 feet and stop. And we've seen it at less than 6. So really incredible opportunities here. I'm excited for the day. I think it's going to be perfect for everybody at Swamp STOL 2024.
Well, you can't have a race without a certain song. So everyone, if you could all please rise for the national anthem, remove your hats for the presentation of the flags. And it's time to kick things off here at Swamp STOL.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time indeed, and today we have a full day of some incredible flying for you. Kicking things off with our heavies, the touring class. Airplanes you will not expect to see out here performing the way they do. I flew in this week with Brandon Korn in his 205, which he spent the entire offseason redesigning, redeveloping, and pushing further than ever before. This airplane is an incredible beast, and I will say the best handling Cessna I've ever flown. It is so balanced, it's so controlled, it's comfortable. I kind of feel like I need one. Don Mickey is back with us. Don, a legend of National STOL, an incredible pilot with a 180 that is just primo. I mean, it's beautiful. Of course, Jason Brown, Adam Plunkett, Jeff Abrams, Jay Holt, John McCardle, all the way from Omaha here. Got in last night. Super excited for these guys. We've got some incredible flying. What kind of scores, really, what are you looking for in this situation? What are you most excited about?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the big boys are coming out to play, and we like to start with the big boys. I'm excited to see, one, how they handle the turf conditions. Brandon Korn, like you mentioned, not afraid to dig that tail in. Literally today, he probably will be leaving some heavy divots. So we're excited to see that. Don Mickey's return to the series so great. I don't know what we're going to see in terms of scores. We were seeing multi-100-foot scores on landing yesterday with the bad conditions, with the tough conditions. So maybe the wind offsets that. Maybe the turf offsets that. Maybe we see kind of an evening out there. I want to point out to folks, you can pay attention to who's flying today and decide who your favorite is. Go to nationalstol.com/vote, nationalstol.com/vote. Put in who your favorite pilot of the day is. There's a prize in it for them. So you'll feel good about doing it on your end. So that's a good thing to do. Also, Eric, nationalstol.com, a place to participate in the community, a place to see live scoring of the events. It's really the place to get the whole lowdown on what's happening today.
And what's really cool about nationalstol.com is we actually have lots of different ways to interact, whether you're looking at the scoring and seeing exactly what's happening live as it happens, or you want to jump into nationalstol.com/discord and become a part of the conversation where you can start speaking to other fans from all over the world that participate not just in the National STOL series live and in person, but also the National eSTOL series, where we see pilots from all over the world competing in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The events are a blast to be a part of. You and I both announced for them. I've started flying a little bit, getting ready, getting practiced. You know, I need a little more equipment, but I'm getting there. And it's a lot of fun to see people who don't normally have access to flying an airplane out there competing and learning how the STOL series works. And we're actually joined today by Austin, or Burstix as he's called online. Austin is out here on a camera. We flew him down from Michigan. He leads those National eSTOL events, and it's his passion for flight, not even physical flight, but virtual flight, that has spawned this entire new generation. Super, super cool to see. And yes, it's eSTOL. It's different. It's live on Twitch. But you know what? It's a lot of fun, just like watching this event, to see pilots come together and try something new. And what I'm really excited about is our pilots from the real-life in-person events starting to join these eSTOL competitions, like Justin Tisdale.
Right.
Absolutely super, super cool. He has an airplane that looks like his actual airplane in the simulator. So make sure you check out nationalstol.com, whether you're on Discord, nationalstol.com/vote, or nationalstol.com/scoring, so you can keep up with everything that's happening in the entire world of National STOL.
That Discord server is so fun. What the best part is the eSTOL crowd kind of came in and just took it over. They're so passionate, and it's been so awesome to meet all of them. It's time to kick off touring. Let's learn a little bit more about that class, and we'll be right back.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience. Something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a stall airplane, but it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here, just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You got to really nurse it off the runway, though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
So that's the touring class. And actually, let's dig in a little deeper. Brandon Korn and Jason Brown yesterday spent some time with Reese Dockhand and the whole crew telling a little bit more about practice and how that went. Let's tee that up right now. Let's hear more from Brandon Korn in that massive Cessna.
Hi, I'm Brandon Korn out of Hearne, Texas, flying the Cessna 205. I did a lot of improvements over the winter. Picked up a few sponsorships, McFarland Aviation, Flight Resource with the MT prop, Grove wheels, and Desser tire. We're going to get out there and hold them off. We did a lot to the engine, got it tuned up, and then we added big 29-inch main wheels and 10-inch Grove wheels with 8-inch brakes. So now we really have some stopping power. A large nose fork, give it a little more prop clearance. Just want to thank everybody back at Korn Collision. They're all working hard while we're out here on the road and keeping us out here.
Jason Brown, it's a 1958 182 straight tail and out of Eagle, Colorado. I was at Pinedale last year.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. So this is my second event. Over the winter, put the new prop on, MT prop. Just out here to have fun. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of tough competition out here, so I'm just out here to enjoy the time and try my best. Thanks to the mechanics, Jeff and Hector and Glenwood Springs, Colorado, and hey Mom and Dad.
And welcome back. Great to hear from some of these competitors, understanding why they're here, what they're doing, and what their expectations are. Guys, we are back and ready for the action. The lineup is incredible. Brandon Korn leading us in with his 1963 Cessna 205. This airplane is powered by an IO 470. It is an incredible aircraft with the Sportsman kit. His new 29-inch main gear tires. He is from Hearne, Texas, has a passion for racing, 20 years of racing cars, building the engines himself. He says, look, I can't afford to pay someone to build this engine. I will port and polish it myself. I'll get things done. He has a real passion for sprint cars and then found aviation later in life, only to discover this was his truest passion. He paints cars for a living, develops and designs them, and does an incredible job loving all the racing and backcountry flying. In 2023, Brandon Korn was our heavy touring winner, and he also received a prize for coming to every single event. Brandon flew that airplane all over the U.S. and joined us for every single race. Super excited to have Brandon, and we will continue on with our next competitor, one of the early legends of National STOL. Take it away.
Don Mickey's up next, number 53 in the 1953 Cessna 180. I wonder if he did that on purpose.
I have a feeling.
He's all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico, in that beautiful silver Cessna 180. Says here that he's an Aquarius, and I guess that's important for you guys, and he enjoys long walks on the beach. Also appreciates listening to some good music. Don't let his comedic things in the sheet fool you. He is a fierce competitor and one that's been with us for a long time. Don Mickey, everybody.
Both of these pilots flying behind MT propellers and both with Dynon glass panels. Kind of interesting to see the trends that happen in these groups. But our next pilot breaks all the trends from Eagle, Colorado. We have Jason Brown in that 1958 Cessna 182 Alpha. He is running, he says 8.5 mains, but this guy is killing it. He earned his private pilot pilot's license in March of 2021. He competed with us in Wyoming last year, and today he flew over 8 hours from Colorado to join us in this beautiful red and white 1958 Cessna 182.
Right after him, look at this cool giant airplane. It's a Cessna L-19 Bird Dog that served your country, flown by Adam Plunkett, who we hope is going to plunk it down real great in his landings. I'll be here all week, folks. It's Adam Plunkett, everybody. Give a big round of applause for that big old bird dog.
We love these bird dogs. Obviously, finding service originally in Korea and then into Vietnam, the bird dog was venerable indeed. It's known for its ability to carry so much weight and jump off the ground. It'll be great to see what he's able to pull off. And we're going to see Adam not once but twice, the second time in his Husky that's currently being flown by his employee in his crop dusting operation. We get to see that airplane twice. But next up, with over 30,000 hours and 58 years of experience, a career spanning 3 different airlines, including UPS for the final 25 years, Jeff Abrams in the 1965 Piper Cherokee 180, nicknamed Piperzilla. Absolutely incredible airplane. Jeff has been flying for longer than I've been alive, has incredible achievements, 3rd place in light touring, 2nd place in light touring over the last 2 seasons in 2021 and 2022. He flies a 58-year-old airplane that, he does an incredible job of getting off the ground. It has a great STOL kit. It has everything lined up, and he is fired up to be here as always. Jeff Abrams.
So Jeff Abrams is going to be joining us in the next heat with Jay Holt and John McCardle. We're getting ready to go with the Alpha Heat. Brandon Korn getting ready to taxi to the line. You said you've flown with Brandon Korn, Eric, for a while this weekend. Any little hints you can give us about his competitive spirit this weekend?
Competitive spirit is probably the kindest way to put it. Brandon's a killer. And I mean that in all kindness. Brandon understands not only how racing works, but how he has to work to make sure that he wins those races. With over 20 years of sprint car experience, Brandon came into this field with an airplane that no one thought would be competitive, and last year laid down numbers that we could not believe. Taking off in less than 100 feet, landing in less than 100 feet, being willing fully to put his prop in the dirt if necessary to make the win happen. Brandon will push himself further than almost any competitor I know. He reminds me of Steve Henry, honestly, but with an airplane that weighs roughly 8 times what Steve's weighs, right? It's an incredible performance, and he spent the entire offseason rebuilding this airplane and preparing it for 2024.
As we get ready, Eric, I want to do a little quick check-in on the weather. So we talked that we have heavier winds forecast today. The heavies, wishing they had that right now. Winds currently 6 knots from 360, so nice, almost directly down the runway. And altimeter for all of you AvGeek nerds, 3005. Turf is wet, and it's a little humid out here.
It is humid indeed, but we have a green flag on top of the production trailer, which means that the Air Bosses will be releasing these pilots in just a moment. And these 3 pilots are ones to watch for in this touring class. Don Mickey breathing down Brandon Korn's neck. Brandon, the entire flight over to DI's last night, was saying, man, Don was looking really good. And obviously the conditions were different between their practices, but Don was looking really good. Incredible performances from him last night. And they have some significant differences between their airplanes. Even though they're the same family, you have Brandon in that tricycle gear aircraft with electric flaps. Huge differential between the traditional tailwheel aircraft with a single handle flap, that Johnson bar flap that Don Mickey has. He can use the flaps at exactly the right moment, not increasing drag, where Brandon has to keep the flaps in all the time. And they're on the roll. First takeoff of Swamp STOL 2024. Brandon Korn rotates a bit late, jumps off the ground around 160 feet. Impressive indeed.
Woo! Okay, that was cool. We're getting started. That's the first takeoff of the 2024 season for National STOL.
Gotta love it, my friends.
Oh, man, there's going to be thousands more. But it's going to be cool. Now, here's Don Mickey. You mentioned that he walked in yesterday after he arrived, he walked past the booth, didn't even look at me, for one, but he had a certain swagger. I don't. It's something just about him. He's like, I'm back. I'm ready to kick butt. Here he goes. Tail up.
Tail up, diving the airplane toward the ground. Watch for the flaps to drop. The flaps come in, pulls the tail, and immediately jumps off the ground. Very similar numbers. Looks like about 15 to 20 feet shorter than we saw from Brandon Korn.
Brandon Korn's takeoff number is in with 149 feet.
149 feet, an airplane designed to take 6 of your favorite people in the world across the country with all the gear you might need, but it's not enough for Don Mickey with a 138-foot takeoff. And now Jason Brown on the roll. Eagle, Colorado, coming off around the 160-foot mark again. That wind's building, though, and we have that L-19, that bird dog from Lake Providence, Adam Plunkett at the helm.
Adam Plunkett, over 30,000 hours of tailwheel time. So we'll see what he uses that experience for right now.
That's a rarity right there, my friends. When you hear someone with 30,000 hours, usually you're talking to someone who's an airline pilot. Adam, he is not an airline pilot, and he pulls it off just over 100 feet. It could be less. I'm looking at 2 different markers. That left main stayed down longer than I think the judges are calling for, but we'll see what happens. And what's fun to watch is look at all these judges way down the field expecting longer scores. They were wrong. They're getting off the ground fast.
Waiting for that score from Adam Plunkett to come in for the takeoff. Right now, Don Mickey with your best takeoff so far, 138 feet. Brandon Korn, 149. Whoa, Adam Plunkett with 116. Brandon's going to be frustrated about that one.
That may have to go back to the booth. Obviously, race control will be watching carefully, making sure we get these scores exactly right. 116 feet in L-19 would be a record by at least 50 feet for National STOL. Absolutely incredible performance. Brandon Korn, full flaps, dropping it in, getting it slow. He knows this airplane. Watch for the power application. Coming in high alpha, pushing himself across that line, chopping the power, letting the tires do the work.
He really makes that nose gear work. He's not afraid to put it in. He's happy with that one. You can tell by the burst of throttle there. And we did see, that was the first landing of competition. We did see a fair amount of sliding. It's not unusual in normal, let's call them dry conditions at National STOL, to have some sliding, some wheel lockup action, but maybe it felt like a little bit more.
It did feel like more. And one interesting note on Brandon's airplane, that front shock is now a titanium frame. So he's reducing weight at the nose, doing his best to keep that aft CG that allows him to have more control in lower speeds. Don Mickey now, low and to your left, full flaps, dragging it in, low on the power. He is not going to make it past the line.
That's a scratch. We're going to talk about the definition of what that is in just a little bit. Actually, Eric, let's hit up with some of the rule changes for 2024. We've got a little bit of time here before Jason Brown comes in. He's on short final right now. One of the big things that you guys did at National STOL first was a rule change for safety, additional safety. Can you tell me about that?
2 of them, actually. We wanted to enhance safety for our entire season for each of our pilots, so now we're requiring helmets inside the cockpit as the performance keeps increasing and we see more and more incredible race planes built. Helmets and shoulder straps are now required, and those are 2 of the biggest changes we made for the rules in the offseason. That said, though, Jason Brown now, really high alpha. Look at his nose up. He's looking down the bare corner of his windscreen, making sure he gets past the line. Watch for the power applications, the straight tail 182 alpha. It's a scratch.
Oh, 2 scratches.
These conditions are challenging. These pilots, generally speaking, are working to get at least 1 in the books. Brandon not caring as much if he has the best score for his first round. He wants to get a score on the books. Number 1 priority for Brandon. He did that, and so far he's the only one. But Adam Plunkett is right behind him in the bird dog. Better visibility than any other airplane out here.
That would make sense. It's a surveillance aircraft.
Observation. Great connection there across the line, heavy on the brakes, rolling out to about the 225.
We're just sticking our heads out the booth here trying to track with it. That was a good one there. So we have 2 people on the board now. Brandon Korn with a combined score. Let me do some math here.
269.
269, and we'll wait for the bird dog to come in with Mr. Plunkett at the controls. Well, they're taxing back, Eric. Let's talk about the shoulder harness thing, because that's also new.
It is. So the shoulder harness, again, just enhancing safety. The goal being, if there were ever any sort of incident, which is another rule we changed, by the way, if an airplane goes on its nose, whether it's a pusher or a puller, it automatically disqualifies them from getting that score. So obviously any airplane with a nose dragger or an airplane that has a tractor propeller does not want to put the airplane on the nose because it's very expensive. But we did see at a couple of events this year, pilots who were getting a little overeager on their braking, or they had a slight tailwind, or for whatever reason they went on their nose, and we said, look, if they're getting a better score because they damaged their airplane, that's not fair. So we changed that, and we added the requirement for shoulder harnesses to enhance the safety to make sure that the pilot remains restrained, no injuries can happen.
And with the helmet change, too, I think we have to talk about one of our sponsors there, flighthelmet.com. We normally have a sample to show off here in the booth about their beautiful helmets, and thank you again to flighthelmet.com for all their support. We can't show you one because they've lent it to a rookie that's going to be competing. So to make sure that we had that safety for that rookie, that helmet's on his head, and that's how that's going. So now Brandon Korn on the line again. Look at the line. I think the other thing you mentioned to me yesterday, Eric, was that the line is like unmistakably huge now.
It's 30 inches wide. It has 5 cans of paint on it. And we had to repaint it yesterday because these pilots were tearing it up through practice.
And you can no longer land on the line, correct?
Correct. We now finish mow that down to a 1/4 inch of grass, paint the heck out of it, and we use that as the barrier of entry. If you were landing on an aircraft carrier, that would be the edge of the deck. They have to land past the line, get to a stop, and that's where the scoring begins. We talked about scratches earlier. A scratch is when you land on or before the line. It means that your landing score, and thus your takeoff score, do not count toward the competition. So Brandon Korn with a 269-foot current leader versus the 338-foot landing and takeoff of the L-19. Brandon's on the roll, rotates nicely, comes off around 128 feet. Incredible improvement from his 149-foot takeoff earlier. He's going to be thrilled with that result.
I love how accurate your estimations are.
Hey,
128 feet. Oh, my God. Okay, Eric,
that's
you were
pretty good, right?
It was 127 feet. So I'm making fun of you for it, and there you did it.
And then I was right. I'm not right very often. I've been married 15 years. I've learned if I have an estimation, it better be good. And that one I could just see where they were standing. Don Nicky now on the roll.
Gets that tail up and yanks it down, maybe just a little early. The airplane didn't leap into the air like we like to see. So
Indeed.
Pulled a little early there.
So what we mean by that is this is all about physics, guys. It's aerodynamics and physics all at play. The heaviest part of the airplane is that engine. And if you time it right, you get a traditional gear aircraft like the 180, and you dive it toward the ground, and you're able to rotate while adding flaps at just the right moment. You're able to bounce the engine off the ground. Sounds a little bit weird, but it does work. We've seen it with the 170s for years now. Incredible performances, and that's exactly what his goal was. Sadly, timing it slightly early makes the main stick even longer and actually hurts performance, but that's okay because we've got this beautiful 182 coming off a bit longer than we saw before with 161 feet last time. This looks like about a 250-foot takeoff. Interesting to look at the conditions.
And now the bird dog, Adam Plunkett. That's a Cessna L-19 bird dog. And he flies a Husky. He's got the bird dog. He's got a Stearman. He's got a Pitts. He's got a lot of planes, Mr. Plunkett.
Mr. Plunkett is an incredible operator of a great crop dusting operation. So most of those 30,000 hours came from a crop dust deep into the nose down attitude there initially. Flaps are out, rolling it off the ground around 180 feet. He's not going to be as happy with that performance when he had 116 last time. Holy cow.
So let's look at the takeoffs in this first heat now, the second takeoff run of this first heat. Brandon Korn improving on his previous takeoff by a little bit over 20 feet. He's now at 127. A decrease in performance for Don Mickey, down to 177. 275 for Jason Brown. That's a pretty big increase as well. And then we've got 180-foot takeoff from Adam Plunkett there in the bird dog. As they loop around, I should say, as they do a traffic pattern around, no looping, no aerobatics here. We've got Brandon Korn coming in. Let's talk a little bit about like the parts of an airplane. Is there anyone here at National STOL in Jennings, Louisiana right now that is new to airplanes? Give us a big cheer. No one wanted to admit it, that they're new to airplanes. So a couple of things. First, let's just talk about like the language of the airplane, right? Right now, we'll start inboard on the wing, the flaps. You see those control surfaces drop down. Those are critical for increasing drag and increasing lift. The ailerons are just outside. That's what does the rolling of the aircraft. And at the back, you'll hear us talk about the elevator. You can see it coming back there.
Landing long.
Woo!
Heavy on the brakes. Mains are locked up. Those are some new brakes he has with 10-inch wheels.
So that's the elevator on the back. You saw him hanging on to that. That's what they call it, the elevator, because it elevates you. It controls your up and down, your pitch. Yeah. So you'll hear us talk about those terms. By the way, if you're watching online and you have a question, and you can do this from the crowd here in Jennings as well, throw a question up. We'll try to answer any questions you have about airplanes. I know a little bit. Eric knows a little bit. Together we know a medium amount.
I'd say that I have a problem with wherein I can't forget anything about an airplane. Don Mickey now gliding across, gives up almost 100 feet before touchdown. He's not going to be happy with that performance. He is a very admirable pilot, stopping around 240 feet there. Brandon Korn with a 127 and a 230, 110 feet difference between his first landing and his second landing. Again, just seeing these conditions getting switchier and switchier. As we push forward to the unlimited class, it's going to make a huge difference for each of these pilots.
Jason Brown coming in on short final now. He had his private pilot license, his certificate, March 2021. So you compare him to the pilot behind him with 30,000 hours. Jason Brown's relatively new to this. He's got around 500 total flight hours. It's not stopping him from competing, though. Here he comes.
That's the beautiful thing of National STOL is it's designed to allow any pilot to join in the fun, to get a feel, and to enhance their safety and their ability. National STOL is really focused on helping pilots learn how to put the airplane where they need to put the airplane, taking off and landing to ensure the highest amount of pilot safety. Adam Plunkett now, looking fast. The conditions have switched a little bit more of a right side crosswind, which means they'll be dealing with a bit of a burble from our production trailer. They don't like that very much. They always get mad at us. But he drops it on the right gear first, just as you should. Heavy under brakes. I don't see the tires spinning almost at all.
Some of the pilots at the dinner last night were talking about how they're basically trying to simulate anti-lock brakes. They're like hitting and releasing because they realize it'll slow them down better than if they just ride them all the way in.
It gives them a lot better directional control as well, which is important. You know, it's something you can be disqualified. If you lose directional control of your aircraft, it's very important for us to maintain that safety for both the pilots and for the line judges in the crowd.
So as they taxi past us again now, Eric, there's two other little rule changes for 2024. I want to make sure that we communicate to people. Some of these are maybe more administrative, but registration closure time, that seems like just an administrative thing, but it's also a safety thing.
It is a safety thing, which sounds bizarre. We allowed registration all the way up until the morning of the competition, up until this year. And what we found was pilots pushing it to try to get to the location last minute, kind of pushing the edge of the weather, being a little less safe than they should be. So we made it a firm rule. 48 hours before registration closes, make sure you register early. And mind you, the pilots, if they have some reason they can't get there, they don't lose their money. It gets moved to another event, no big deal. But it's been a great thing for us because it allowed us to have the highest number of registrations in the history of National STOL. 4 years of doing this, and we had 54 airplanes register early for the event, which is just fantastic.
That's a huge number of planes. That's incredible.
It beat our previous record by 10%. So we've got a great event lined up here at Swamp STOL 2024. Brandon Korn taking the line for his third and final time. Current best score of 269, leading the touring class. But we still have three pilots to see come out in the next heat. On the roll. Oh, it's really short. Woohoo! Previous best takeoff, 149 feet. This one looks to be about 145. Not to get too specific on you there, Ryan.
Well, we'll see if you're right. Don Mickey, best so far, combined score of 428. That was his last run because his first one was a DQ for scratching.
And who just got that exactly right? 145-foot takeoff there for Brandon Korn.
I don't know. This feels rigged.
It feels like I've watched too much Stol in my life. Don Mickey now on the roll.
All right, what's it going to be, Eric?
Watch for the flaps. Pulls early again, getting off the ground about 169 feet. Maybe earlier, I'm seeing two different people on the line. That looks like they may be judging it at about 155. I'm going to get more and more specific.
Oh, man, this is freaking me out.
155!
Oh, what is
Someone
happening?
buy me a lottery ticket, would you?
With the parallax from the booth, too. That's impressive, Eric. That's good.
I don't have many skills. I might as well have useless ones, right?
That's a good. Yeah, there you go. Here's Jason Brown now at the line, putting the full throttle in. Yoke back and kind of just easing it off, but I'm going to say that was 147. Let's see if I can play that game.
I'm going to say
too.
143.
Oh, man. Now we're playing the Price is Right.
I hope the whole crowd is as well as we see Adam Plunkett taking to the line and that beautiful bird dog using an interesting strategy here. He's lined up on the far right side of the runway. Flaps are already in. Things that we watch for and really start to understand. It looks like I won in the championship, 142 feet there for the previous pilot, but Adam Plunkett pulling it off sub 150.
Again, 143. All right. So the last thing, we've got a few minutes here while look at Brandon Korn. It looks like he's hovering in those flaps, those inboard controls all the way down. He's got it very stabilized. He's controlling, and by the way, this is the thing people maybe don't realize. You control your speed with pitch and your altitude with the throttle.
Absolutely.
It's the opposite of what you would think. He's modulating all those things together to come in on this perfect glide path. Looks a little high, but now diving towards the ground. Hear the burst of throttle. He's well over the line. Gave up a little bit there. Sliding. Done.
If the crowd can see us, we're over here in this trailer, and you'll watch every time an airplane goes past us, we're out the window like this, just like you guys. Thank you all for being here. Admirable performance from Brandon there with a 211-foot landing, 145-foot takeoff, still not besting his first run with a combined score of 269. And currently in third place, Don Mickey with a score of 428, now on low approach to your left. A little bit different glide pattern than we saw from the previous pilot. Just across the line, heavy under braking, full aft elevator. Gets it stopped. Sub 225.
Eric, let's talk about the last kind of talking point about the rules for everyone that's new to this, or maybe you're a longtime viewer of National Stol. Talk to me about the annual points and how that works for the whole season. We're going to be in a ton of places this year.
Places this year, consistently growing year after year. Our goal is to bring National Stol to as many communities as possible because we fill the hotels, we fill the restaurants, we get let the world see different parts of America than they ever would otherwise. And part of that journey was to add a National Stol points series. We did this last year, and we've actually augmented it this year to make it even more fair for the pilots. But basically what happens is you come to this event, you take first place in your class, and you get 25 points. You take second, you get 18 points. And each of those points, fantastic performance here from Jason Brown, put it just across the line. Those annual points build up to our annual championship, which this year is in Sulphur Springs, Texas, presented by Legend Cub. And that event has more points than all of them. They can double the points. So we can see some huge upsets from our pilots in each category. The goal being to have the biggest and best event just a few hours from here in Sulphur Springs as we wind the season to a close in November. If you follow any sort of motorsport, Formula One, MotoGP, anything like that, most of those series use a point spread in the exact same way. So we get more pilots to come out, we get more pilots to show up more consistently, and 80% of the events your points count towards. So if perhaps you had to miss one or two events, not the end of the world. Big oscillation there, trying to keep it across the line, was able to pull it off. Impressive work there from Adam Plunkett. Anyway, I'm talking two different things at once. The annual points is a great race. It's a great way to see pilots become more consistent and join us for more events. And we see a lot of contention as we get closer and closer to the end of the series. It's a great time, and that final event now matters more than ever.
Adam Plunkett getting ready to hop off the runway there. And that is going to be the end of the first heat of the touring class. Let's look at the scores right now coming into that. Currently in first place, you've got Brandon Korn from Hearn, Texas, 269. Adam Plunkett there with it's also his. I wonder if the wind was a little bit stronger on that first run, 338.
He had an incredible takeoff there with 116 feet, besting Brandon's by almost 40 feet. I mean, it's an incredible takeoff there for Adam in that first round. Second, after that, after Adam, we go jump right over to Don Mickey, holding on to third place with a score of 372. And then our friend from Colorado, Jason Brown, with a 450.
So we're going to go over to a commercial real quick, and then we'll be back for more STOL action with the second heat of the touring class here at Swamp STOL 2024. He basically slid on locked up tires.
That's right. With a professional commercial pilot. Here goes Brandon Korn.
Oh, dragging the tail.
What is going on?
That was a nice one. It's where all our broadcast communication stuff happens. They're the official trailer sponsor of National STOL. They provided that for us. Here's Brandon.
Brandon, nice one.
Digging the tail in a little bit.
Look, he's picked up mud. He's got mud packed in his tail hook.
Nice.
Nice.
Here's Jeff Pohl again.
Tail up, tail down. Nice.
These are incredible performance today. That low density altitude, covering it in. Got those flaps dropped. Love seeing those bush wheels. A little bit of a bubble up. Easing it off. Right on the line. Thumbs up. Get it short. Get it stopped. Sub 75 feet.
That's what I'm talking about.
I want to talk about something for a second.
That's what I'm talking about.
We're starting to get.
There he goes with the tail up.
Here's Brian
tail
Steck.
down.
Still not breaking that 50-foot barrier that we had from. Here comes Brian Steck. Got it touched down real nice. A little bit of brake fade. When we measure from the furthest away main.
Because there's some other factor that it affected.
Didn't harm him at all there.
That's right. That's right. So
wow.
you notice Rick's gear is sitting right in front of that belly pod, and that belly pod might be changing the way the air goes around that gear.
And see which way the air is actually going.
Here's Rick Boardman now coming in.
Watch him plunk it.
Oh, right on the line.
Very
Thumbs
good. Lexi
up from
says
the line
good.
judge.
Lexi says good. Look at that. Right. He's winding up that turbo. Off he goes.
Now, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the event that's like a drag race.
Total was 77.
Total 77.
Here's Steve Henry now hanging it on the prop.
Got that
Putting that
nose
tail
up.
down right on the
Holy.
line. Oh!
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
That. I laugh. It's my job sometimes is to come here and scream.
It is his job indeed. And Ryan, we have a great lineup for you. We've already introduced Jeff Abrams, but I'll do it again. 30,000 hours over 58 years of flying, 3 different airlines, including 25 years just at UPS. The man flies helicopters. He flies fixed wings. And today he's flying Piperzilla. He is excited to be here from Ocala, Florida. It is Jeff Abrams.
Next up, in a mall. By the way, we've got 2 malls back-to-back in this heat. Jay Holt in a 1978 mall from Bogalusa, Louisiana. I have no idea if I was told yesterday I pronounced that incorrectly. In the crowd, you can probably also say I pronounced it incorrectly. Anyway, Jay Holt from Louisiana. He's got elevator gap seals. He's been doing this since 1984. And he's a LSU grad with a degree in vet medicine. So he's one of your local boys. Give him a round of applause for Jay Holt.
Jay Holt, the father of the chief engineer for Kysek, or however you want to say it, the best dadgum coolers you've ever seen. The only coolers designed and built by engineers for the greater good. Incredible amount of thought goes into these. And now back-to-back, these incredible mall 235Cs, the same year, different paint jobs. That's it. They're the same dadgum airplane, right? These is going to be a beautiful test of pilot skill. John McCardle hails all the way from Omaha, Nebraska. He's a newly licensed pilot, 1 year of flying experience. He is working to enhance his pilot skills. He's doing a great job of it here. He's got those 29-inch Dessers. At least that's what it says on here, but I'm seeing some Bush wheels. I think those are 31s. We've got a great airplane and a pilot who impressed the heck out of us with his improvement. John McCardle from Omaha, Nebraska. Put your hands together for John.
So as we tee this up, let's check the weather now. Wind's a little bit stronger, but that crosswind has changed 10 knots from 0 to 0.
Altimeter 03005. They say the turf is wet, and of course the temperature 15 degrees Celsius, which in American means it's nice outside.
Density altitude, I think I saw, was like 65 feet. Density altitude there is a calculation based on all the conditions of where we're at. Green flag, it's time to go with Jeff Abrams.
Jeff is a consummate professional, great guy. Love watching him fly no matter what he's flying. And with Piper Zilla, this airplane is one of the airplanes most considered as a training aircraft. It's the everyday airplane you could take anywhere. It's a Piper Cherokee, but his is a little bit different. He's built this for STOL. And when you see him come in and land with those beautiful wheel pans, throwing mud all over the place because he can, the brakes are locked up, he uses this airplane to the nth of its abilities. Expect to see scores somewhere in the 400 to 500 foot mark. He has got a lot of experience, and he's putting it all to work right now on the roll in Piper Zilla.
Getting up to speed, yoke back, and he's off.
I will not try to guess that one because it's on the other side of the trailer, but impressive takeoff for any Cherokee. I tell you, watching Jeff fly this airplane all over the country, no matter the density altitude, is always impressive. And then we jump into seeing Jay Holt, his first competition with us, I believe, ever, in the touring division, flying the exact same airplane as John McCardle. It's going to be really unique to see how their performances differ. I see VGs on the wing. I see a lot of ability from over 30 years of experience rotating and off the ground, sub 250. Looked like about 224 feet, just to get specific with it. John McCardle now on the line.
Jeff Abrams' first takeoff, 309, and Jay Holt, Eric, I don't know how you're doing it, 223 feet. Are you getting it? Is someone in your ear from the line giving you the scores before they pop up on the spreadsheet for us? Because I think that's what's happening.
Again, someone buy me a lottery ticket. We got John McCardle on the line, ready to rock deep into the nose. Holy cow. So much performance off the ground earlier than any line judge thought. That looks like about 112 feet.
Okay, here comes Jeff Abrams now on final. The Cherokee, admittedly not an airplane I think most people think of for bush flying, but it is quite capable, especially if you fly it by the book.
And he does that indeed. You saw a steep approach, clean and clear across the line, getting those numbers on, hard on the brake, sliding across the ground, throwing mud. And my number for John was exactly right again. I need to buy a lottery ticket. 112-foot takeoff for John, trouncing the competition. That is the shortest takeoff we have seen yet, by 4 feet, beating out Adam Plunkett's in the first heat. 112 feet versus Jay Holt with 223. Same airplane, very different techniques.
If you're Brandon Korn, watching this right now after putting down the best run so far of 269. What's going through your mind?
You have to start worrying about the rookies, right? John McArdle joined us late last year as a rookie, came in strong. We saw his initial numbers, 400, 500, 600 feet combined scores, and then by the end, by our season end, the man was throwing numbers we couldn't believe. His takeoffs improved radically. His skill on landing improved radically. And again, he's a new pilot. This is a man who is coming into this knowing that National STOL and performing this way, practicing for this, will make him a better pilot in every area of his life. He has a great Instagram called Fly to, the number 2, Field Number 2, fork. Fly to field to fork. If you want to follow along with what John McArdle is doing with this airplane, he bought it because he wanted to take it hunting. He wanted to be able to load out whatever elk, moose, antelope he could, and he is doing a great job. Jay Holt now, that beautiful M235, across the line, big bounce, getting heavy under braking there.
Always a careful balance with braking on a tail dragger. You've got to have that yoke or stick full back to counteract the braking action. You can see pilots modulating that. Did a really nice job of doing that in that landing there.
John McArdle now on final. At our championship last year, he actually won the Acme shocks. So I don't know if they're on the airplane or not yet, but that would play hugely into how this airplane performs on landing, because the difference between shocks and bungees is enormous. Those shocks will just deplete all the energy out, whereas the bungees want to return back to their original form and often force the aircraft up into the air. So seeing if he's running shocks, it will make a difference. And this could be a major competitor for Brandon Korn.
Takeoff, as a reminder for John McArdle, was 112 feet, which bested Brandon Korn's best takeoff by 127. Yeah.
He looks fast, though. Waiting for the rest of the flaps. There they are. Slowing it down across the line. Safe. Again, a nice bounce. Heavy on the brakes.
Keeping it balanced there. And he's stopped.
It looks to be just over 200 feet, which should keep things safe for Brandon Korn. But we've got two fast movers on runway 31. Smoke is on. Your beautiful S&J and T6 Texans. We love this aviation community here in Louisiana. It just feels like you're coming into an air show.
They're like, hey, you guys we'll just say hi. We're just going to pop some smoke, say hi real quick. What's going on down here? You guys doing a thing?
We are doing the thing, and we're glad to have them as a part of it. This airport is bustling, and I want to say a huge thank you to all of our volunteers, but especially our air bosses. Combined over 70 years of Oshkosh and Sun and Fun Tower experience. These guys are the best, and they are out here working hard to help pilots deconflict and do their very best to stay safe. Awesome to have them. To each of our volunteers, though, over 400 volunteers at National STOL last year. This is a volunteer organization. We do this because we love watching people fly. We love watching people improve their skills. And here we are again, another year, another adventure. Here we go with round 2 of our Bravo class in touring.
So if you're keeping, you wanted to know what happened with John McArdle, he's currently in second place with a combined score of 314. So Brandon Korn currently hanging on to first. Adam Plunkett down into third. Don Mickey still, I guess also down into fourth now.
Impressive numbers from John McArdle. Jeff Abrams off the ground. Looking forward to seeing that result. His previous takeoff, 309 feet. Really, I mean, guys, this is an airplane that's not designed for this, that's doing the thing very well.
I mean, I want to put in perspective, right? Like, I fly a 172. I'm not taking off in any of these distances.
Bit of an early pull there from Jay Holt. That airplane's Niner, Foxtrot Tango. I love that call sign. That's pretty cool.
Get a little sing-songy with it on the radio.
Niner.
That's me. Okay, here's John McArdle. Cheating a little bit. It looks like he's cheating a little bit to the left to grab a little bit of that crosswind on his nose, turn it more into a headwind, help him shorten that takeoff roll.
Exactly what you want to do. That's exactly the move that all of the most experienced pilots are making. They look at the runway not as a single strip that goes one direction, but it's something they can really work and play with. Deconflicting the T6s and the Cherokee. Great work from the air bosses and the pilots alike. John McArdle now powering up, about to be on the roll. Deep into it once again. A little extra bite, pulls, and comes off around the 150 mark. Looks like it may be just sub 150.
And as if on cue, Jeff Abrams right there for us over the line, down good. Looking that nose gear strut compressing under the braking action.
He did give up 52 feet longer on that takeoff, a 361-foot takeoff. We'll be interested to see what the landing score is. His current best is 605 feet. Landing score comes in and it almost exactly 59 feet longer. Sorry, 59 feet longer. I was homeschooled. Math is hard. So his current score is 664 for the second round, 605 for the first. Still, a Cherokee 180, ladies and gentlemen. This is an airplane that you would not think of on a sandbar, but Jeff Abrams makes it work.
Speaking of making it work, National STOL is making it work next month with a new event, Heritage STOL.
Oh, I'm excited for this one. Virginia Beach, Virginia, at an incredible military aviation museum, one of the most beautiful facilities I've ever been to around aviation. This event will wow you indeed. If you're within 3 states and you don't come, you're missing out. I'm telling you, this is going to be one for the history books. Jay Holt on approach now. Low and slow. Very nice approach there from Jay. Gets the flaps out, gets on the brakes. Solid performance from Jay. His previous landing of 287. This one looks similar, but a bit shorter. 297-foot takeoff. Very similar to Jeff Abrams, seeing that he has a little bit longer takeoff on the second round.
We are seeing the winds be a little more variable now. I wonder if that's playing into it a little bit. Looking for our friend, Mr. McArdle.
He's still on downwind. We're deconflicting, keeping things safe. Tri-Pacer now on approach for runway 31. That's a pretty Tri-Pacer.
That's saying something. No, they're cool planes, right?
They are.
While we have John McArdle kind of come in, I see he's turning like a extended base right now. First off, want to mention that Heritage STOL at the Military Aviation Museum, registration is open for competitors and volunteers, and you'll be able to purchase tickets for that coming soon. So stay tuned, nationalstol.com. Oklahoma STOL is up after that in May, and pilot registration for that is also open.
I want to talk about Oklahoma STOL because my friends are here from Oklahoma, and I got to say, they are pumped. They're building an entire air park out there at the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma. And they came out to our series finale this year, and they said, we want this at our air park. And they partnered up with the friends at Patriot. So Patriot Aircraft is one of the co-presenters of this. And they are doing everything they can. They came out here, and they're taking notes. How can we make it better? What else can we do? I told them, make it less swampy. That'd be great.
Yeah, put in some drainage.
Some drainage would be fine. But Alex and his team are here. They're paying attention. They're working hard to make the best event ever. It'll be their first year. We're super excited to go to Oklahoma to be a part of this incredible air park adventure and to partner with Patriot Aircraft, who make the Super Patriot, which is just an incredibly useful airplane. I was watching as Dozen was sliding back the top of the fuselage and packing, and I think you could put probably 5 or 6 bodies in the back of the Super Cub, right? There's plenty of room.
Don't give anyone any ideas.
No, but it is impressive, a piece of aircraft, and I'm really excited for Oklahoma. It's going to be a great event. That'll be in May, so make sure you check out nationalstol.com for more information on each of these upcoming events. We've got 10 of them, plus the series finale this year, so make sure you're checking out nationalstol.com, keeping up with all the adventures across socials at National STOL. John McArdle, finally on final.
Yeah, it took him a little time, but we got to make sure everything's safe. He's coming in. Let's look at the windsock. Let's look at the flags. A little bit of a crosswind from his right. Tail
very low.
Very low.
if this is good, this is going to be a short one. You saw how much energy went into the landing gear there. This might take it. His takeoff was much longer, 172 feet, giving up 60 feet, almost exactly like his competitors, Jeff Abrams and Jay Holt. Each of them 60 to 70 feet longer in takeoff for their second round. But that landing was short.
Yeah, only gave up like 5-10 feet, it looks like, over the line.
Exactly what he needed to do to really make Brandon Korn start to fear for his position. 167-foot takeoff compared to his previous of 202. It is not going to be an upset. He still maintains second place with a best score of 314, that round being 339. The reduction in wind on takeoff hurting each of the competitors on average 60 to 70 feet. Really a disappointment for them. I know they were looking for a better result, but again, it's a matter of inches sometimes, and sometimes it's a matter of miles per hour. And when that wind drops, the performance does as well.
Jeff Abrams taxing up for the third and final takeoff for him here at Swamp STOL 2024. I want to point out this is someone who's got some pretty good achievements. Third place in the former light touring class, second place in the light touring at Gainesville, Texas, which is a former stop on the circuit.
You know what's cool about this airplane is actually the first airplane off the production line in 1965. So this airplane has a bit of a pedigree, and I can't imagine how many other thousands of Cherokees have taught people to fly over the years. I don't think that any of them were flown like this. Green flag coming, waiting for release from our race control. Here it is. Releases happen on the roll. Piperzilla.
Flaps down, and he's off. One of the cool things with the Cherokee, when I've flown one a couple times, a lot of pilots have. It's oftentimes part of your training. It's got manual flaps, which is really desirable in STOL because you can modulate them exactly how you need them. You can apply them very briskly, like we just saw Jeff Abrams do.
And it saves you the drag initially. That's where Brandon Korn really struggles because he has the electric flaps, which it really is a major issue in his acceleration. So the fact that Brandon's currently leading with electric flaps and a nose wheel is an impressive thing indeed. But Jay Holt is on the roll, pulls a bit early, sticking. Looks like he's off around 231 feet. I'm going to keep getting specific. This is fun.
That's good, yeah. So Jay Holt currently in sixth place with the best score of 510. And now John McCardle, your second place holder with 314 feet combined.
Working hard, wanting to take that trophy. I know that if he were to take that trophy from Brandon Korn, it would be a party tonight for everyone but Brandon Korn.
But Brandon is like literally the nicest guy on the circuit, so he'd probably celebrate with him.
He's also my ride home, so I hope it's not a sad ride home.
Jeff Abrams now getting ready to turn base to final.
John's waiting for that call from the announcer. Not from the announcer, from the air boss. The air boss often says, you know, I don't use a lot of words. I just say 3. Go. Jeff getting closer. Those landing lights are looking bright. But here goes John. Power is in. Secondary power headed coming right up. This may be a go-around from our other aircraft. Nope, he's clearing the runway.
And Jeff Abrams going around for safety, so we'll see his final landing of the heat in a moment. Offsetting to the right.
Exactly as we brief it, we like to have these pilots know that going around is never a bad call. When we get things a little bit too tight, we just take the opportunity. What's that song, You Can Always Go Around?
I will not sing it. I will not do it. So, hey, while we've got some folks in the pattern right now, we got to talk about some people that are supporting us. First and foremost, if you're here in Jennings, you got to check out the merch tent. I think we actually have a shirt that we can show you. There we go.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's purple, guys. We're in Louisiana. You got to have the purple shirt.
You can pick one of these up at the merch tent right over there. I think they're also going to be for sale. Nationalstol.com.
Nationalstol.com. Check them out.
Couldn't make it, but I love that.
It's go time, y'all.
It is go.
Come on.
It's go.
It's go time.
So that's a cool thing. Go check them out. Other people you can check out here. We got Red Tag Art here. Let's show them something from Red Tag Art right after this landing from our friend in the mall, Jay Holt. Getting that tail nice and low. Just over the line, only giving up maybe, 25, 30 feet. I'm not as specific as Eric. Getting it stopped. He's got the little bit of the boop at the end. That's the technical term on the STOL circuit. You heard it first from me. And in a weird place for Jake, because normally he's the second one down, but he's the first one down this time. So best score for him today, 504 combined. Let's chat about red tag art. They're here as well. You got to go check them out, folks. This is really cool.
This is a taxiway light or a runway light. This is what you'd expect to see at any airport. They repurpose aviation pieces, right? This lamp actually connects to Wi-Fi, and you input what airport you want it to read from. And so you can put this in your living room, and it will turn green if it's nice in VFR. It'll turn blue if it's not VFR. It'll turn purple or red if it's low IFR. All these different opportunities. And it's really a cool light. And it's a taxiway light, but it connects to Wi-Fi, which is the coolest thing.
That's so cool. There's one other thing I think we got time to show from them that this was really cool. This also taxiway light, but there's something in the top.
It's a candle, guys, and it smells like a new Piper.
I thought it smelled a little bit like a certain aviation fuel.
Well, there's two. So you've got new Piper smell or new jet smell, and you've got Jet A. So pretty cool to see that they are bringing different types of unique home modifications,
really
home
cool.
furnishings. John McArdle now on your left, looking fast. Wait for him to pitch up. He seems to have a tendency in those last 10 feet to start pitching up more and more. There it is right there. Elevator's coming up. Gets across the line. Heavy under braking. Watch those bush wheels lock up. Get your hands together for an impressive display there from John McArdle.
John's in an interesting spot right now. His first takeoff was his best. His last takeoff, 149 feet, and we're literally watching the score come in right now.
180-foot landing. Comes to a total of 329. He does lock up second place currently, unless we see really magic happen. It would have to be magic because the takeoff for Jeff Abrams was 344 feet. That does mean that we have locked up second place for John McArdle, a newcomer last year, now holding second place at the first event of 2024 for National STOL. Incredible display there from John McArdle.
Jeff Abrams now coming in. The other thing that occurs to me is the king stays at the top.
He does indeed. Brandon Cord locking in first place. My ride will be happy. On our way back to Hearne, Texas. Jeff, though, just looking clean across the line. Great control. Little tail tap, I think. Heavy on the brakes.
I think if you were to do an adult beverage game during National STOL, heavy on the brakes is something that could be pretty
crippling.
Yeah, it could be concerning. It's a thing we say a lot.
Brandon Korn locking down first place. John McArdle in second place, just about 40 feet behind him. Adam Plunkett taking third. According to the current numbers, we'll have a full graphic up here on the screen momentarily. There it is. I'll let you read her off.
So, in first place, these are the unofficial results of the touring class. Swamp STOL 2024, Brandon Korn, 269, John McArdle. Getting close, striking distance, 314, Adam Plunkett, 338, Don Mickey, 372. Great to have him back. Jason Brown, 450, and Jay Holt in 6 with 504. And then Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla. Just saw the score update to 593 for Jeff Abrams in 7th for the touring class. So that wraps up the touring class here at Swamp STOL 2024. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the rookie class.
And a special guest.
We won't spoil it. We'll see you soon.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that help build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
And if you look in front of us, folks, that's a pretty big airplane. I was just corrected from race control. We actually are going to do a quick exhibition class event here. Look at this. This is Todd Spink in a 1954 Beechcraft B-50. Wow, it's huge. We actually did an interview with Todd just yesterday to learn a little bit more about it.
My name is Todd Spink, retired Air Force. I'm based out of Dallas area, where the airplane's at Lancaster. The aircraft is a 1954 Beechcraft Twin Bonanza. My empty weight is more than most of these airplanes' landing weight. So we're looking at flying relief missions, and I'm looking for sponsors if they want to help with that. But I can carry 22 cases of water with me, which is something nobody else can do. So this is also practice to see what the airplane can do, be comfortable with the airplane, and being able to operate out of a short field situation with, in a situation where we might be doing relief missions. The airplane is Bertha Blue is what we call her, and you can find her on Facebook as Bertha Blue. These are geared engines. They're GO480s. They produce 275 each horsepower. So at takeoff, I'm at 550 horse. And on a good day, we can get off the ground about 300 feet.
An airplane that can get off the ground at 300 feet looks like that. What an incredible machine. Todd has a deep passion for aircraft and for STOL. He's a retired Air Force pilot or Air Force member. I'm not sure what he did in there, but this airplane is named Bertha. It was inherited from his previous owner. It sat unattended for 5 to 8 years, and he lovingly restored it. This 550 horsepower GO480 powered airplane is the oldest twin Beech of its kind, and you'll see it take off here in less than 500 feet. Todd Spink in the 1954 Beechcraft B-50. Watch for the flaps in, and there's the elevator. Off the ground he goes, sub 600 for sure. Todd Spink wanting to show off this airplane and what it can do. Absolutely incredible display. Wednesday during practice, I was blown away. I could not believe the numbers. Takeoff and landing, 400, 430, 450, 275. The numbers were insane. He'll be recovering over on the other runway because of how wet this ground is. We don't want to tear it up more than we need to with his 5,200-pound airplane that just took off in front of you in less than 600 feet. We really appreciate Todd showing up. A cool piece of trivia on this airplane, you'll notice his gear is still down. Often with a retractable gear airplane, you see them suck them up right away, suck the flaps up. This airplane was designed at a time where they used the same motor for the gear and the flaps. So if he wants to manipulate his flaps, he can't pull the gear up. He actually has to wait. So he's maintaining the safe option right now and moving over to runway 31 where he'll set things up because he's got to go back to work tomorrow. So really glad to have Todd here for the weekend, letting us see this cool airplane do cool things. And thank you so much, Todd, for sharing your love of aviation with all of us.
Does that airplane get the award for largest exhibition class aircraft so far at National STOL?
So far, I think it's darn close, if not. I still have this dream. Mike and Mark Patey, when you hear this, bring some friends. I want to see a PC-12 or a Kodiak, but not just one. I want 4 or 5. So we can have a full class of turbines someday at National STOL. It's going to happen. I'm very excited. But, guys, we're diving into the rookie class. We've got some great pilots in place. We're going to have a blast with these guys. This is a great low-stress way that we introduced last year for pilots to come and join us, get their first taste of what it's like to fly in the National STOL Series. Great to have all these guys here. Ryan, I'm going to let you introduce them. I'm going to hop off the mic, go do some other work, but it's been great to be here with you. Super excited for the rest of the day for Swamp STOL 2024.
Eric, thanks so much for joining me. I don't know what we're going to do without you to guess the takeoff numbers exactly this whole time, but really appreciate that. And check that out. I don't know if you could see from the crowd line, but certainly from our drone images, Todd Spink landing in like 500 feet on the hard surface there. Totally incredible. As we get ready to kick off the rookie class, I am joined by none other than the well-bearded Russ Keith. Russ, thanks so much for hopping up.
Oh, man, I'm excited about this. Swamp STOL 2024. I was out getting a little video before while we did the touring class. A lot of fun to watch. Brandon, what a show he put on. That was amazing.
It was really incredible. We've got a lot to talk about what your involvement in with a really cool thing. You're wearing a shirt that tells us a little bit about it. We're going to talk about that in a minute. First, I want to kick it over to a little video that explains and intros the rookie class.
This is the first National STOL event. I vowed I would never compete. I'm like, it's not for me. And I still say I'm not competing. I'm in the rookie class, just the most laid-back class. There's no regulation on what kind of plane you have or anything else. It's just kind of the newer people that are just kind of getting into it as an introductory lesson.
I'm Rod Hewitt. This is my dad, Steve Hewitt, world's greatest pilot, CFI II. Take note of this thing. This is the winning plane here.
If I finish the day, I'll be happy. So, you know, if I finish last, it's a win.
My aircraft is a 1955 Cessna 170B. Some of the modifications that I've done to it, I put the Continental IO 370, 195 horsepower engine with an 83-inch Hartzell constant speed propeller. Put titanium landing gear on.
As a rookie, you get out there and it's like you see all these people and then everything changes, you know. It's kind of wild.
And you talked a little bit earlier about the performance modifications. You're not looking to make this thing a hot rod, right?
Oh, no, it's a PA-11. There's nothing hot rod about it.
Pat McIntyre, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm in the rookie class. This is my first time competing at one of these events. I've attended many of them, but first time being a participant. It's wonderful.
It was a good run. The landings were so-so.
Oh, with a scratch.
So just go out there and, you know, energy power management, that kind of stuff, figure out where the line is, find out what the wind's doing. Yep, just go out and have a good, safe day.
So if you're on the fence about this and think, I can't do this, this is for pros, you're wrong. If you've got an airplane
and you've got a little bit of skill, this place is for you. It's a home.
The best part of seeing that package is seeing all of these heavy competitors now this year that started in the rookie class last year. It was really great. Let's look at the lineup here, Russ. We've got Eric Bentley in a 1953 Cessna 170, Shane Burns, another 170 1954 model, and Christian Fisher in a 2019 Cub Crafters EX2. They'll be taking off for all of you shortly. Let's start with Eric Bentley. Eric Bentley from Smithville, rocking that Cessna 170 Bravo. So everyone, here we go. These are the rookies. Lexi's going to taxi him out in front of you. Check it out. Here's Eric Bentley in that 1953 Cessna 170 Bravo model. Purchased this aircraft in July of 2021 and has completed all the 170 super conversions as of 2023. Got 525 hours of total flight time. Everyone give it up for Eric Bentley. Next up in another 1954 Cessna 170 Bravo, it's Shane Burns. Shane Burns, retired Army infantry, currently running a small family farm in Palmer, Texas. Shane Burns, everybody, give him a round of applause. And last but certainly not least, in the rookie class, Christian Fisher's up next. Saw him put in some good practice yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
2019 Cub Crafters, that red and white 32-inch bush wheels from Dodge City, Kansas, everybody. Christian Fisher. Give him a round of applause. So as they taxi you to the line, Russ, first we gotta introduce you properly to everyone. I was like, we gotta get these airplanes moving. Everyone, this is Russ Keith on the mic with me now. Russ, well, you're Russ Keith, but what do you do?
So I'm the president of the board for Airplanes and Coffee, which is a 501c3. Our whole goal is to put the next generation of pilots in the cockpit and the next generation of A&P mechanics in the hangar. We do fly-ins on every month. For the last 3 years, we've done a little over 40 events. We sprinkle in a few extras every now and then, so we'll double up on some months. But we have a real good time. We're looking real close to expanding out across the country. I know we've got a lot of people calling in and say, hey, come do an Airplanes and Coffee in my town. We'd love to do that, and we'll get there eventually.
That's awesome, and we're gonna keep talking about this because I think there's a connection between the rookie class a little bit and what you're trying to do here with Airplanes and Coffee. Let's go to the weather now. Rookie class 10 knots, winds 10 knots from 010, so a little bit more wind. We started the touring class with 6 knots. Again, remember, we're supposed to be forecast up to as high as 29 knots later today. Things are kicking off now. Here's Eric Bentley taxiing to the line. And what advice, you do a fair amount of flight instruction. Let's see this takeoff here, Russ.
It looks like he did that one pretty well. It's really a secret. The secret is to manage that energy. If you pull too soon, it'll hurt you. And if you pull too late, of course, that's going to hurt you as well. So there's an optimum time in which you want to pull. And as far as the deployment of flaps, different competitors do it different ways. Some of them wait until they're ready to pull before they deploy their flaps. Like he's got his at 10 degrees right from the takeoff roll, and he did a really nice job. Looked like maybe sub 125. That was a real nice takeoff for that one.
Now, you've got a little bit of a differing aircraft type in rookie class is something that does happen, right? Christian Fisher in the Cub Crafter, maybe more of a classic bush plane than let's be honest, the Cessna 170 Bravo model is like a favorite in the bush world as well. I think people probably think of a Cub type more when they first think about this. So not always an apples to apples comparison in rookie class. Here's Christian now. Maybe could have pulled a little sooner.
He could have pulled a little sooner, and you'll notice that he deployed his flaps after he left the line, so he kept them up. Because when you have those flaps down, you get a little drag, so you're going to accelerate just a touch faster with the flaps up. So different guys, different strokes, different techniques, and that's the great thing about watching these competition is just really looking at and analyzing how each of the competitors approach this competition and the way they fly. It's a lot of fun to watch.
So before we dive in too far, we have to catch up on something. I don't know if you've visited this booth at all. Here, Kysek coolers. They're here. You can go check them out. I think the trailer is just right over there. If you're here in Jennings, check them out. Have you seen one of these, Russ? They're they're very light,
that's cool. A
super
little
durable. This
Yeah.
one, backpack cooler thing, and then separately, this one's in the Swamp STOL colors. Got the little blinding Swamp STOL thing on the top there. Really cool. Check it out. Here comes from Smithville, Texas, Eric Bentley, giving up some footage over the line. Takeoff, first takeoff was 186. See what that landing comes in at.
Yeah, he gave up a good 50, 60 feet on the landing. Of course, with the rule change this year, not being able to land on the line, so it's a little bit different approach for some of these guys. Here we got coming in low and slow, trying to manage that airspeed so he doesn't touch down too soon, and it looks like he did touch down too soon. Nice stop.
So that blue flag that Lexi will wave there means a scratch from her perspective. If it's too close to call, she'll send it up to race control, and they can review it frame by frame to see exactly what happened. So we're watching the replay there. Definitely down before the line. No questions for her or us. And that's a bummer. You want to get on. The first one, we typically see people a little more conservative in their performance. They want to get on the board first before they start getting closer and closer to the line. Here's Christian now, really hanging it out.
Another low and slow approach. Looking to drop in just beyond the line, and looks like he just nailed that one almost perfect. Probably didn't give up more than 10 or 15 feet.
And Russ, you and I were watching practice yesterday, and I feel like Christian practiced almost the whole time.
He did make a few rounds, that's for sure.
He was putting in work. He's putting in work, trying to be the all the rookie he could be. Now, if you win the rookie class, you can no longer enter it. As soon as you top the rookie class, you're not able to participate in that anymore. What's interesting is you saw in that package or heard in that package as we got started, Pat McIntyre, Nick Ardillo, all these people that are really heavy hitters now in their classes, they all started here in the rookie class last year.
Yeah, Christian had a really nice landing that time. Looks like 100 feet came in, so 123-foot takeoff. Puts him in the first place in the rookie class. Got Eric back to the line now.
Want to go to social, just to shout out to people. If you're watching online, we definitely want to hear from you. Micah Lindstrom's watching, one of the competitors in the who's flying the 170 Bravo's probably watching these rookies, seeing if he's got anything to look for. He says, wish I could be there. Micah, we wish you were here as well.
Eric had a really nice takeoff that time.
Previous takeoff was 186 for Eric Bentley.
This one came in at 142. So a vast improvement.
Absolutely. Really shoring it up there. Angela Douglas on social asking, can someone post the link for People's Choice voting? I can't post it, but I can tell you it's nationalstol.com/vote. There goes Shane Burns now. first takeoff was the shortest we've seen in the rookie class so far at 113. This one a bit longer at 164.
Very possible he may have had a little lull in the wind, which can make a big difference on these takeoffs and landings.
Christian Fisher off and into the Wild Blue yonder, current leader in the rookie class with 223. First takeoff was 123 feet. Brian Lombardi in social says, shout out to all the pilots. I want to be like you guys when I grow up. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Brian, for that. Appreciate it.
And Christian improved. He went from 123 on his first takeoff to 77 on his second.
Now
nice job.
That in that aircraft is a truly competitive takeoff number. We're going to see numbers right around there, I think. Maybe a little bit shorter when we get to the class that those aircraft are in. Here's Eric Bentley now. Short final. Flaps down. Holding it up.
Hold it up.
Oh, she doesn't know.
Too close to call, Lexi says. Too close to call. Oh, no.
Oh, save that.
Whoa.
Whew. Okay. Well, now we really got to know if it was a scratch or not. Let's watch that on the replay.
He just almost put that on the nose.
Heavy on the brakes. You can see there that he's got the flaps coming out and did not have the elevator pulled
up,
all
the way up.
That was the error there. And so you could see as the tail started to come up, he pulled that back and it saved it with a little burst of throttle. But close call there. Shane Burns now.
And you can see the difference in the elevator there. Shane had that elevator all the way up, and when he locked his brakes, he just slid.
I think that something that happens every once in a while. We have a prop strike at National STOL, and I think it's always amazing to see how far up the tail can go before the prop is actually in danger of hitting the ground. We had a pretty huge vertical there. Christian now coming in, just hovering it in on approach.
Really working that rudder back and forth to keep that airplane nice and level. Keeping those ailerons right where they need to be, doing a great job, and just gets it over the line. Notice that tail hit before the line, but the mains held off. Nice landing.
And I just heard from race control in my ear that Eric Bentley's going to be pulled just for a safety check. Not sure if that prop made contact there, so they're going to pull him out to make sure that the aircraft is still safe to compete. If the spreadsheet I'm looking at now is correct, though, it was not a scratch. They called it good. So a big improvement on that run to 291 down from 420 for Eric Bentley. Not enough to unseat Christian, but so he's going to sit it out for a second. Current standings then. Actually, I can see that we're now reviewing it. And race control has updated that was a scratch for Eric Bentley as well.
That was a tough run for Eric.
And watching that replay, I do wonder about the prop condition. That's a good call to check it. Shane Burns currently in second place with 323. Big improvement on his takeoff last time. Actually, no, I'm reading the wrong thing.
Wrong line, yeah.
Wrong line. A decrease on his takeoff, but he didn't scratch. So we had one in the books.
His first takeoff was his best at 113. Unfortunately, he scratched on the landing. And of course, you've got to put the takeoff and the landing together on the same run in order for it to count.
And Christian off and running now in that Cub Crafter.
That was a sub 100.
Best takeoff so far for him, 77 feet.
I believe this one might be a little bit longer, but not much.
See if you could I don't know if you heard Eric was nailing them every time with estimates during touring class. Every single one he was guessing exactly.
I think this was going to be 179-ish.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see what it does. Okay, 84.
84. So, okay, we got a little bit of time. I want to go back to airplanes and coffee. You and I were talking yesterday about this. Really working to increase aviation participation, to give access to people to fly or, do mechanic work. Why? Tell me why that's important. Why is that important?
So it's really important. John Naugle's the actual founder of Airplanes and Coffee, and he was in his 30s when he met Mike Roberts, who's also a founding member of Airplanes and Coffee and a board member. And Mike says, "John, you want to go flying?" And he's looked at Mike and says, "What do you mean go flying?" He said, "Well, I've got an airplane over here at the Addison Airport. We can go fly." He goes, "You got an airplane?" I said, "Who has airplanes?" John had no idea that GA aviation was even a thing. So Mike took him up. John got hooked, started working on his PPL, eventually finished his PPL, and somewhere in there he started Airplanes and Coffee because he was just really, really excited about aviation. And we got Shane coming in for a landing here. Just floating right over the line, did a great job in getting that Cessna stopped just sub 175.
You and I are a little gun shy now. Every time the tail goes up even an inch, we're like, oh, we're a little gun shy now.
I was watching.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's not to go harp on Eric's close call there, but I think what's so interesting, right, is like all it took was as he's managing. I mean, workload is so high in the cockpit. People don't think about that, I think, with how much is going on for a STOL pilot. And as you're doing things like getting the flaps retracted to kill some of that lift, maybe you're losing focus on the fact that you've got to have that yoke full back, which it seems to be what happened there for him. So as I just replay that in my head, that was something I was thinking about. It's like, watching these pilots fly, every appendage is doing something. Good over the line for Christian.
Hit a little late burst of energy. Really over the line, which really cost him on his landing rollout.
The other thing I want to point out with Christian is kind of the first time we've seen it today is sometimes, I don't think this was brake fade necessarily, but sometimes you'll see as we get further into the higher performance aircraft, maybe one wheel will end up further down the runway than the other. And just from a scoring standpoint, we always measure from the one that's furthest away. So here are our results for the rookie class. Christian Fisher, rookie no more, with 185 feet combined. Shane Burns, 323. And Eric Bentley, rounding out the rookie class with 420 feet. Also saw in the chat, by the way, Jeff Pohl, another of the 170 Bravo competitors, definitely one you gotta watch. I'm sure he's here just scoping out what the new 170 rookies are doing. So anyway, that wraps up the rookie class. We are going to take a short break, and we're going to head to commercial. But before we do, I need to take a moment to thank all of the sponsors that have helped make National STOL, this brand new 2024 season, make that happen. So first, we've got Ladd Gardner Insurance, Legend Aircraft, USA Trailers Direct. We're sitting in one right now. FlightHelmet.com. We talked about them earlier. Sarasota Avionics, Aero LEDs, Lift Aviation USA, Red Tag Art, and iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot. We're going to talk about all of them a little bit more later. And again, I just got handed, as you saw, a hand came in and handed this to me. Kysek Coolers, they're here on site. We were just showing off the cool thing, but they also have like the standard like hard-sided coolers as well. Really appreciate them being here. So they've got kind of both sides of the cooler needs that you could have covered. Love the fact that they're here supporting us. So thank you very much. We are going to take a break. We're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be right back.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Aero, the ability to fly. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges. We assemble, torque every component to their desired spec. The correct amount of fluid is measured each and every time and poured into the shop. We complete the assembly and recheck all specifications once again. And after a minimum of 50 inspections, the shock is now ready to be lasered. We dyno each completed assembly. We clean and inspect once again. When it is then determined that it is complete, each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back getting ready to kick off the sport class here at Swamp STOL 2024. Got a couple urgent messages I need to get out. One, if you are here in Jennings and you are parked at the ShopRite, if you are here at Jennings right now and you're parked at the ShopRite, you need to move your vehicle to Airport Road immediately. I'm trying to do my best dad voice. Cannot be parked at the ShopRite right now. You got to move that vehicle right now. If you're parked there in Jennings. Also, I've got a new special guest sitting next to me. You can see him here. This is the Colonel, Matt Peters. We're going to talk a lot with him about Swamp STOL and how it came to be. But first, Russ, as he was leaving from Airplanes and Coffee, wanted me to mention two things. One, the tickets to the Sun and Fun Barbecue, which you'll probably be able to attend, Matt.
Yes, I will.
Those are on sale today. Check that out. That benefits all the great stuff that Russ is doing at Airplanes and Coffee. We barely scratched the surface. It's a really important organization that's trying to benefit the aviation community. So check that out. Go do that right now. Remember, if you're parked at the ShopRite, move your car. Was that too dad?
That's it.
That was
no, that wasn't.
I didn't
too
do
dad.
knife hands. I didn't do Colonel knife hands.
No, you could give them a knife hand, but they can't see the knife hand.
They can't
so
see
it
the
wouldn't
knife
work.
hand. All right, let's go back. Matt, I got to introduce you formally in a second. First, let's hop over to the sport class. Let's learn a little bit more about that.
Can I grab one pin?
class. Rick holding it.
Taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld.
My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Spark class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Zenith 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it and you learn from it and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
And that is the sport class. It's one of the most competitive classes that we have, and we're excited to see three heats of sport class. One of the folks you're going to see competing today is Sheldon Hetherington. We've got a little bit interview with him, teasing up what the action's going to be like today for him. Let's go to that right now.
I think if he drops 12 inches or something, he just got a big radio or something mounted on top of the camera too.
I'm Sheldon Hetherington. I'm from Pensacola, Florida, and I'm in the Redbird Zenith 750 STOL. Put a new nose fork on it and a new axle on it since Nashville last year, and coming up with new ideas that'll be put on the airplane over the next few months.
Top secret stuff or?
Oh, just aerodynamic stuff. I don't know if it'll work or not. It's just stuff that if it doesn't work, I rip it off. If it works, I keep it on. I'm just looking to have fun. Since there's almost 15 of us, it's going to be a real big toss-up. But we all know who the heavy hitters are, so we just got to work hard to mainly put on a good show. Yeah, last year there were just 2 Zeniths here, and it's nice to have 4 on the field, 3 competing. It'd be nice if we could get 5 or more and put our own class together, but we just got to get a few more people excited to do it. Thanks to everybody coming out here and making it possible. Thanks for the city of Jennings, the airport, everybody doing all of this just to allow us to be here, and just hope everybody watching just enjoys it, and maybe they'll come out next time.
So that's Sheldon Hetherington. You're going to see him flying in just a second. We got some stories to talk about with him, but first let's talk about the whole lineup for sport class, and then we'll introduce you to the first heat. David Curley in a 2017 Just Highlander. Matt Vastine, someone who was putting in work yesterday in a 2023 Just Highlander. Sheldon Hetherington, you just heard him from Gulf Breeze, Florida. Number 18, Justin Tisdale in the Zenith 750 STOL. Chris Jameson, 2005 Zenith. A lot of Zeniths this round.
Absolutely.
Jeremiah Stapleton in the 2018 Rands S20 from Lake Dallas, Texas. And then we've got Joel Milloway in the Rands S7, followed behind him, Pat McIntyre, and another S7, Nick Ardillo. 2014 Cub Crafters SS from Dallas, Texas will be flying for you. Edward Boyd in another Cub Crafters Carbon Cub. Kelly Qualls in a Cub Crafters Sport Cub all the way from Hot Springs, Arkansas. And Chuck Olmstead bringing up the rear in the 2001 American Legend AL-18 from Sulphur Springs, Texas. So that's the full lineup. We're going to introduce you now to the first heat, the Delta Heat. Right in front of you, Dave Curley in the 2017 Just Highlander. He's all the way from Spicewood, Texas, discovered flying later in life, and that aircraft has a Rotax 912, but with bigger cylinders, and it's supercharged, and modified. You're going to love seeing it fly. Everyone, big round of applause for David Curley.
Now, I want you to notice, folks, as you see these aircraft come out, there's only one that's not a 2000 or newer. So we're getting out of the vintage class now.
That's
and
right.
We're looking at some of these brand new, very light aircraft. They're coming in about 800-900 pounds. They got a lot of horsepower. Rotax, very heavily represented in this class. We see we're lifting the tail there, a little bit of showing off going on.
Yeah, so that's Matt Vastine in the 2023 Just Highlander. Powered by a Yamaha engine. If you follow National STOL, you might have heard that name before on some very famous aircraft.
Exactly.
From Fort Worth, Texas. He's working out as a bus driver during the day, enthusiastic about general aviation during all the other times of his life, and he engages in general aviation on all aspects, flying, maintenance, coming to events like this. Check him out on Instagram, Rhodes_en route. Everyone from Fort Worth, Texas, give a big round of applause for Matt Vastine.
And he has a horn. Because why not?
Next up, in a yellow airplane named Redbird, it's Sheldon Hetherington. Such a great guy, putting in all the work, practicing all the time. You can see him on all of the socials, doing the social things. It's the red over yellow Redbird, powered by a Rotax 912 from Gulf Breeze, Florida. Check him out on Instagram, Sheldon Photo Guy. Got flaps, VGs on his flaps. Got a new modified windscreen. Sheldon's a great one to watch, and we're going to talk a little bit more about his flying a little bit later today. Check everyone out. Big round of applause for Sheldon in Redbird.
Now, folks, you're going to notice that Sheldon is running with just one door.
Yes.
So we were flying out to DIs yesterday, and he was in a hard slip and pulled in a whole lot of suction on the right side of that aircraft, and the right side, that right door said, you know what, I'm done. So does that bother him at all? No. He's made his minor repairs. Now he's flying open on the left side. That's not going to affect him aerodynamically at all. He's going to be able to compete. And on the way home, he says, I might just take the other door off and just ride with the doors. It's like
you don't need the doors.
It's like riding with the windows down. You know? Why
just
not?
Roll them down, Sheldon. All right, next up, number 18, Justin Tisdale in another Zenith 750 from Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Unpainted, powered by a unique Viking 130 Honda engine. And notice the giant Alaskan bush wheels. You can check him out on Instagram. Everybody's got an Instagram these days. Moose-stache Flyer, like Moose the animal, Stash the mustache, Flyer the airplane. His friends call him Bruno. Everybody give a big round of applause to Justin Tisdale. And last but certainly not least, number 24, Chris Jameson.
You'll notice that the Zeniths are fairly highly represented in this class. We got a really good crew of Zeniths this year and a very crowded class.
So Chris Jameson's coming from Marks, Missouri. Got 22-inch Aero class wheels on that. Took the slats off, threw VGs on top. I bet people are talking about that around the campfire. Everyone give a big round of applause for Chris Jameson. And that's your first heat of the sport class. And I finally get to introduce The Colonel, Matt Peterson. Matt, could you please give me a weather check right now?
What are we looking? I'm going to have to put my glasses on. What are we looking at? 10 knots straight down the runway. It looks like it.
Yeah, just about. 10 knots at 020.
020. Only a little bit of a, maybe of a little bit of a crosswind, but it's a good steady 10 knots, and that's what we're looking for. You don't necessarily want gusts for these guys because those gusts will come out from under you, and you're sitting here on final and you think you got your plane all set up, and then the wind dies out, and now you got to put power in. So we're very, very thankful for a nice steady north wind. Couldn't do any better. And it's not sleeting. That's right. I got to give a big shout out to the Hagar Mannies who are here today from Lafayette, Louisiana, who came out last year in their ski gear. They were out here in their snow ski gear to watch the competition. And even you from Milwaukee were bundled up announcing last year.
I was wearing 2 coats.
And to make a man from Milwaukee wear 2 coats, you know it's got to be cold.
It was a rough year.
Oh, man. We're not used to that down here.
I believe we've got a green flag, and it's time for a green airplane to come up to the line. Here's Dave Curley. So just waiting for some cross and internment traffic coming through, and then we'll be ready to launch the sport class.
Now, you know, these Highlanders look really familiar, Ryan. I mean, we see a lot of Highlanders on the series, don't we?
Yeah, a lot of Highlanders. You got kind of one. There's one that
I could think of.
You could think of, yeah, like one. That yellow one, I think. I
don't know what it's called, you know. Yeah. But we're glad to have all these Highlanders here today. Now, folks, with this nice 10-knot headwind and these light, powerful aircraft, we're probably going to see some really good scores here coming up. And those scores are just going to get shorter and shorter and shorter until we get to the unlimited class. Did you see Dan Reynolds practice?
Woo, doggy.
Yeah, that was great. No, down here we go. Aye.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Wait, did I do it right?
C'est bon.
All right, here we go. Dave Curley's been released. Full throttle, that supercharged engine. He's off sub 100, sub 75 maybe.
Yeah, really good takeoff, folks. He's not flying it that hard quite yet. A lot of times these guys on their first or second runs, you'll see them. They'll take it a little bit easy, but by that third run, they're going to be slamming that tail down and catching those flaps back and getting off probably even better than that. I don't think that's his best he can do, Ryan.
Matt Vastine now going to come off short.
Nice.
Matt Vastine yesterday during practice, someone told me they thought he might have been sandbagging it a little bit. His first 3 runs, like 600 feet combined scores. Second 3 runs, like 100 feet combined in those conditions.
He got picked on in the safety briefing this morning about that.
Yeah, what's up with that?
We didn't think that he was doing quite as good as he could do. Here comes Sheldon Hetherington. Hey, Sheldon off in about 120. Now, Sheldon has been putting the work in, folks. If you watch him on his Instagram, you can see he has been practicing like 3-4 hours a day getting ready for this competition. And here comes Mustache Flyer.
That's right. Justin Tisdale hanging out with him a little bit last night. He was actually helping Sheldon through that door problem.
Look, 110. I'm calling it. It's less than 110. That was really good. He is going to be proud of that. And I know Jan Eggenfeller is watching with his wife at home. They're watching all of this and watching that Viking engine do its work. But, you know, when I rode him back from the airport where he took shelter from the storms that came through, here goes Chris. Holy cow.
Ooh, that was a short one, too.
I think Chris got off in less than 100 feet.
Well, let's check it as we go into the landings in just a second. David Curley's takeoff, 90 feet. Matt Vastine, 80 feet. Sheldon with a respectable 108. Justin Tisdale right behind him, or just a little bit shorter than him, 101. And Chris Jamieson, 93 feet. That's a tight grouping for takeoffs.
That is a very tight grouping. They're looking really good. And this is their first run. The first run, everybody's kind of feeling it out and feeling the air and feeling what their airplane's going to do. Those scores are just going to get better. And here comes David. That is a beautiful plane. Of course, I like it because it's Army green.
Yeah, we should probably talk about. We should talk about what I keep calling you Colonel, but maybe people just think that's a nickname. That's a real thing you do.
That is, yeah. Oh, I don't know about that one.
And that's a scratch for Dave Curley.
Yeah, he's not going to like that. And I want you to notice, folks, even the judges are rooting for you because when you see celebrity line judge Lexi waved that flag, and then she throws it down kind of dejectedly like, oh, I can't believe he scratched. You know, the judges are rooting for you on these events. Everybody's rooting for everybody else. This is the only sport where the competitors coach each other.
Yeah, the camaraderie is really strong in the STOL community, and Lexi gets so excited. You can hear her shouting when it's good. When it's a good one, it's a good landing, she'll shout and be excited. Here we go. Matt Vastine now, that Yamaha engine, just distinct sound.
Absolutely, you can tell. He's got a good high angle of attack, slammed that thing down. It's good, and about 100 foot or less on the stop. Man, that's amazing.
That was a good one. Now, one thing we noticed with Matt, now as we get to these higher performance aircraft, you're going to see this more and more. We saw it a little bit with Brandon Korn too. The idea of putting energy down into the ground instead of forward. And so you look at all the shocks that all these aircraft have. It's not about passenger comfort. It's about making sure that you're dissipating as much energy down instead of forward. And Matt kind of did that textbook that time. Here's Sheldon now. Huge Alpha, nose way up in the sky. And
I don't know.
Oh,
no,
just a little short for Sheldon.
Well, that's okay. And so the higher angle of attack they can come in, the sharper angle they are coming down, the less forward speed they have. And the more energy, like you said, they can put into the ground, the less energy is going forward, and the shorter they can land. So that's the name of the game here in the National STOL Series. And these guys are very, very good at it. Look at this high. He's already got some juice in it. Floating that thing down. Now there's drag in and drop in, and he's trying to drop in, but I think he's going to end up dragging in.
Heavy on the throttle over the line. Not much left there for him.
He's good, but he's going to be about 125.
Yeah, I wonder if that right main skidded just a little bit further than 125.
Yep. Yeah, the skid is just something we're going to have to deal with. And here comes Chris right behind him. Chris coming in. Look at that.
Good.
All three tires at once. He's getting them locked up in a stop before 175, about 170. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay, we got a break in the. Have I actually introduced you properly
Not yet?
Matt?
No.
Everyone joining me now on the mic, the Colonel himself, Matt Peterson, the founder of Swamp STOL. The reason you're all here today.
Oh, I'm not the reason they're all here today. They're here to see these airplanes. I know what these folks are here for today.
Matt, you and I have become good friends over the years, ever since the first year that I showed up to this thing, and you welcomed me with open arms as you welcomed all of us. What's new with Swamp STOL this year? What's going on?
Well, we got a lot new going on. For one thing, Swamp STOL has a brand new host. And, folks, let me tell you, that is a hard job. The host takes care of all of the tiny details, puts out all the fires, makes all the arrangements, works with the city and the local tourism board and everybody, and makes all the arrangements. And that's Adam Gordon, who's going to be following me on the night. And I feel so blessed that I was able to hand this thing off to Adam, and he has just done a phenomenal job this year. And next year, you have got to come early because Adam cooked us all a steak dinner. And let me tell you something, brother. You have not had a steak until you've had an Adam Gordon steak. Holy cow, it was so good. I mean, melt in your mouth. It was just delicious. So, also this year, what's brand new is it just keeps growing. And somebody asked me this morning, they said, did you have any idea 4 years ago that this was going to grow into what it is today? No, absolutely not. No way. Had no clue. No clue. We were just trying to have a fun STOL event in Jennings. And here goes David. There he is. That's what I'm talking about. 75 feet or less. Yes. Just like I said was going to happen. Yep. I'm feeling a little vindicated.
No, that's all right. His best run so far, 249 feet.
Let's see what his 79-foot takeoff.
Look at that. You pulled an Eric Farewell and just nailed the guess right there.
Yes, indeed.
So, big improvement there for him. Here's Matt Vastine now. Off really short.
Wow. I got to give it up for Matt now. He is really, that was very good. We're waiting for the score to come here in the booth, folks. 81 feet, 2 feet of difference between Matt and David.
It is going to be a little bit of a grudge match between those two in this heat. Here's Sheldon now at the line. What do you think's happening with him with the door right now, the door situation? We can see, I think it's...
Well, he just took off in less than 100 feet. Yeah, it's not there.
It's not affecting him at all. So to elaborate on that, he was flying getting ready to land, and the plexiglass departed the aircraft.
That's right. He had a hard crosswind, and it was no doubt making a whole lot of vacuum on that side of the door. And when I mean a hard crosswind, I mean the cone was just sticking straight out at a 90-degree angle. And he was coming in on full pedal. Come on, Mustache Flyer. Let's see what he's got. Ooh, uh-oh. You know what? I think Sheldon took Justin on that one. Sheldon took off in 93, and Justin's coming in. We're waiting for the score to come in here, folks, but I think he got him. So he was at he had.
No, but look at how consistent Justin is.
Yes,
101
indeed.
Both times. He's got it dialed in.
Yeah, well, Justin has done a lot of flying. And here comes Chris. Chris picking that front wheel up with that 912. Man, yeah. That's a good one for Chris. And he had all the left pedal in it that he could. He was doing everything he could do coming down that runway at DIs. And you got to think about vacuum and surface area. That is a huge bubbled plexiglass window, which is wonderful. And he took me for a ride in it the day before, by the way. And
Wait, is it your fault?
Yeah, it might be. Maybe I leaned up against it or something. I don't know. But it was pulling, that vacuum had to be multiplied square inches. It was very low vacuum, but it was multiplied across the entire square inches of that huge plexiglass. And that's what eventually pulled it out. Okay, now here he comes. Here comes David. Getting that nose up.
Gave up a little bit on the landing,
Yeah,
a little
he
bit
did.
long over the line. Keeping that stick full back, that aerodynamic braking. Also, we saw the importance of that earlier during the rookie class. You got to keep the aerodynamic forces on the tail to keep it down.
That's right. You and I have seen our share of nose overs.
Yeah, you and I, we have done that
have.
together. That's weird.
We have seen our share of nose overs, and it's reached a point. I'm not saying it's not even unusual anymore. It is always unusual to have that sort of incident, but these guys are getting on the brakes because they want to win. They want to win. They're competitive. These are competitors.
Matt Vastine currently in first place.
This is a good approach. This is a great approach. He's coming in at a high angle. Look at those shocks play out. That is a good landing.
And just trying to keep it straight as the wheels are locked up, sliding all over the place.
You know, at this point, if you don't bring a pair of rubber boots to Swamp STOL, that's on you.
I bought a pair at Walmart last night because I did forget. And I'm wondering if I should just leave them in the broadcast trailer for next year.
That's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. We're going to catch some good weather at Swamp STOL one of these days, although the weather today is beautiful. And look, here comes Sheldon. And now this is a little better than his last one. He's got a higher angle of attack, and he's getting that nose up, getting that energy out. Pulling those flaps up, and he's coming in at about 175. That's good for Sheldon. Now, he's not going to like that, folks, because he made a really good 93-foot takeoff. And, as you know, in the scoring here, you've got to match a good takeoff with a good landing. And that really puts a lot of pressure on you as a pilot when you take off, because if you have a really good takeoff, you think, oh, man, I better not screw up this landing because then I'm going to screw my score up. That's got to be paired. Good takeoff, good landing. And that's just part of the mental game that National STOL puts on you, and that pressure it puts on you and trains you, I think, makes you a better pilot. So you'll notice Mustache Flyer doesn't even have a cowling on his airplane. Chris is going to make a 180, get himself a little bit of separation because Justin is coming in so slow.
First. Oh, good one. Break it.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at him pump the air with his fist.
Yeah, he is happy with that one.
He is pumping the air with his fist. He knows he did well.
Let's watch it on the replay. I thought he was going to tail strike first.
He's happy with that.
You could see it break. You could see it break right before the line there.
Yeah.
What's the score?
78 feet. Is that right? Am I seeing that? 78-foot landing. He's going to be happy with that one.
That is aggressive because look at everyone else in this heat, their landings. I guess we had a 99-foot landing. Matt Vastine did, but even Matt this round went 107.
But look, see, he had a 101-foot takeoff, which is very consistent, but he smoked that landing. I mean, that is something to be proud of. And, you see him pumping his fist in the air. Folks, I got to tell you, as a competitor, this is one of the most exciting and fun things you'll do in an airplane. It is so much fun. You're just taking off and landing, but your competitive spirit takes over, and you'll really develop your technique and learn to be a better pilot if you come to the National STOL Series and compete. Here comes Chris.
want to put that last landing in perspective, Justin Tisdale and Matt Vastine now tied for first with 179 feet. Dave Curley in third with 243. Here comes Chris now. Best run so far, 266 combined.
All right, Chris dragging it in, and he's going to scratch that one.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, he'll be bummed about that later at dinner tonight.
As we get ready for the third run of this first heat of Sport Class, I wondered if you could show off some of the trophies and stuff that we have for the competitors.
You know, a lot of people don't even know who Janet Flannery is. She is in the background making everything go. But this is made by an artist out of New Orleans. This is a piece of slate that has been recovered from a house in New Orleans. And on top of it, this is called a finial. This is a cast iron fleur-de-lis finial recovered from some of the cast iron fences in the French Quarter as they were restoring and rebuilding these homes. So if you win today, if you podium here at the National Stole Series, not only will you take away a Swamp Stole medallion and a good time and a full belly, but you'll go away with an actual piece of Louisiana. How cool is that?
That's super cool. Yeah, and it's substantial. It's
heavy.
It's heavy.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And then
home defense.
That's right, because you could stab somebody with it. Look at this. Isn't this great? And so, yeah, this is just one of the great trophies. And there's they've got some awesome coolers they're giving away. They've got, just all kinds of awesome stuff. The award ceremony is really going to be nice tonight. I'm really looking forward to it.
Just seeing another one of the greats of Stole right now in the chat. Eddie Sanchez saying, "Come on, Curly. Let's go, Curly." So right. Eddie couldn't make it this week, but he's going to be back on the circuit soon, I'm sure. Also, while we're scanning through, Wings Over Wyoming says we're still under 3 feet of snow. So that's very different from what's happening here. Sorry about that, Wings Over Wyoming.
And you know what? We wish which Sanchez brother fell off the ladder?
I think it's Eddie.
It's Eddie.
I think Eddie, yeah.
It's Eddie. Eddie, we hope you a quick recovery, and we can't wait to see you in the air again, man. I really hope Eddie recovers. He was going to come this weekend. All right, here comes David.
Okay.
Looking good. That's a good one. Hey, maybe sub 75 on that one. This I am loving this beautiful headwind right down the runway. I hope I get that when I fly.
I hope you do too. I want that for you.
I really do. I want that headwind. It's so good. And now you said so. Matt Vastine, they're tied. He is tied with Tisdale.
Stick full forward. You can see it through the camera angle. They're pulling back. He's off short.
There he goes, but I think David took him on that one. Now, just so you know, folks, although all these guys are racing in the heat, in the sport class type aircraft, there is kind of a rivalry there. Like if you got a Highlander and I got a Highlander, we got to go out and see who's who. And here comes Sheldon Hetherington from Pitt. Oh, nice one, Sheldon. Very good. So
you called it, Dave, a little bit shorter than Matt. Where Matt's really making up is the landing distances compared to Dave.
That's right. Well, think about this. Think about Justin Tisdale and that 78-foot landing he's got. I mean, it's okay if you take off a little longer, if you can smoke everybody on the landing. So here comes Justin.
Speaking of smoking everyone on the landing, he did it last round. Here he is.
There he goes.
Off short. Just holding those mains off.
Did you see him drag his tail? The tail was the last thing to leave the ground. We may need a new rule. We may need a new rule that the judges mark it where the tail leaves the ground, the last part of the aircraft to leave the ground. I think Chris is having a little engine trouble.
Yeah, Chris
usually that is the only thing that will get a pilot to pull his plane out of a competition is a little bit of motor trouble. But you know what? You got to make the safe decision. You got to make the smart decision. And if something doesn't feel right or something's not running right, the right thing to do is to not compete.
That is one of the strongest things you'll learn in aviation.
That's
is
right.
When to call it, when to realize that you're not making the best decision by staying in the game.
That's
right.
right.
And that's even just in our normal goofing around flights.
Absolutely. And I got to give a big shout out to Austin Clemens, who was going to come down this weekend, and he started his flight down here, and he looked on his engine monitor, and he saw something he didn't like, and that 21-year-old man did not get there itis, and made the mature pilot decision and took his plane back and to work on it. And so I got to give shout-outs to to Austin Clemens for setting a great example for all these pilots, much older than him. Here he goes. Come on, David. Look, he locked him up. He had him locked up when he hit, and he's still at 150 feet. Now, we're dealing with the mud here, folks. It's just something we're going to have to deal with.
Just heard from race control that Chris is actually out due to a broken brake control.
Well,
can't be safe without that, so he pulled it back.
You got to be able to brake.
Got to go figure that out.
And you know this as well as I do. We're putting these airplanes right to the forward edge of their performance capability, and when you're doing that, things are going to break. Things are going to break, and that's just part of it. That's racing. And here comes Matt Vestine. But I really got to tell you, for a 21-year-old pilot, I'm very impressed with Austin Clemens, and he is set. Look at his angle of attack.
Woo! He's got that nose high. He's got to hold it off.
That's
Little
what you
got to
do, man.
Touching the tail. That's fine. I heard a couple whoas in the crowd.
It's
okay to touch the tail before the line, just not the main. So that's totally within the rule set.
And Justin Tisdale can drag his tail when he takes off. And he did.
And
that
just
was
watching this replay, Matt, just like watching how aggressive Matt is. He's
doing a great job. Look at that. And there's a video out there right now. Brian Steck making what I think is the very perfect STOL landing, and he stalls right before he lands. Look at this good high angle of attack for Sheldon. Good job, buddy. Now, he should be happy with that. I don't know if he's happy with the score, but the landing was great.
It was beautiful.
The landing was awesome. But Brian Steck has a video out there. It's not long, folks, of him landing, and I call it the perfect STOL landing because he stalls right before he hits. And then the shocks take the energy and put it down into the ground. Look at how slow Justin. We got somewhere to be, Justin. Can you hurry up a little bit here, buddy? Come on.
Well, he's got to do better than that last one. So because look at his best takeoff so far, 94 feet this run. If he can best 78, it's going to help him hold on to the.
Look at how slow he's flying.
Nose down a little bit as he gets a little slow. There we go. We're over the line, giving up some footage there. It's not going to best it. It was
not going to beat his best takeoff.
Maybe would have if he would have landed closer to the line. I think he gave up too much over the line there.
So that's always part of it, folks. You're just trying to balance that plane right on that edge. And, of course, if you're balancing it on the edge, you may also come close to stall. And these pilots aren't going to stall their aircraft because they don't want to tear them up. They know better than that. And so you'll see them nose over just a little bit. And you're balancing on that beach ball, trying to bring that thing down right on the edge of stall, right at the edge of your airplane's capability. And that's kind of, you could see where Justin, right before he landed, he kind of nosed over just a little bit. And that's what cost him that 78-foot landing that he wanted to recreate.
All right, so as the next section of the sport class taxis into position, I want to just run through again a big thank you to all of our National STOL national sponsors. First and foremost, we've got Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, Legend Aircraft, USA Trailers Direct, FlightHelmet.com, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, Aero LEDs, Lift Aviation, Red Tag Art, iFly EFB. And that's, of course, in addition to all of the great local partners that are bringing what we're doing here in Jennings. You're going to learn about them a little bit more when your successor comes to hang out in a little bit. Matt, as we gear up for this, I wanted to say, you got this thing started kind of grassroots, no pun intended. What are your hopes for it as you move on to just competing in STOL and Adam takes over?
Well, I got to tell you, National STOL has really gone to the next level. Let's talk about this USA trailer. I want to introduce you to a word we use down here, bougie. This thing is bougie, brother. I mean, this is a full-on production facility. And I would love to see National STOL and Swamp STOL just keep going and keep growing and keep getting bigger. I would love to see this become the premier fly-in in the state of Louisiana. I already think it's the premier fly-in in the state of Louisiana. But just seeing the way these things are grown, and, like I told you earlier when we were off mic, man, y'all have really got this down. This is so amazing watching you guys work. It is so professional, and you guys are so organized. It is just marvelous, you know.
Wow.
And just seeing this thing grow. And we got exactly the right guy, Adam Gordon, who's going to be coming up here on the mic here in a minute, the new host of Swamp STOL. As I retire to the new job of founder, I was up at the gate today, kind of greeting people as they came in, and man, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was just so much fun. I felt like it's like being a Walmart greeter, but more fun. You know, just greeting people as they came in the gate. Welcome to Swamp STOL. How you doing? And can't wait to see this thing grow.
Well, I can't wait to watch it grow, and it's been amazing 4 years getting to know you and to be part of the team here at Swamp STOL. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back with the second heat of the sport class after this.
My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the sport class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
And we are back getting ready for the second heat of Sport Class. Sport Class is thick this year at Swamp STOL, maybe as thick as the mud is. Let's take a look at who is ready to roll in the second heat. First up, we've got Jeremiah Stapleton, Joel Milloway, Patrick McIntyre in the Rands S7, and Nick Ardillo in a 2014 Cub Crafters SS. If you're waiting for Edward Boyd, Kelly Qualls, and Chuck Olmstead, they will be in the next heat. And first up in race 111, it's Jeremiah Stapleton. Everybody give a big round of applause for him in a Rands S20. His team name, Scud Runners from Lake Dallas, Texas, running a UL Power 130 on that thing. He's been with us since the start of National STOL. Everyone, round of applause for Jeremiah Stapleton. Also an excellent chef. You can't mistake who's flying this aircraft. It's Joel Milloway in a 1996 Rands S7. It's called the Tiger Shark, powered by a Rotax 912, 22-inch Desert tires from Idaho. Everyone give a big round of applause to Joel Milloway. Next up, from Lincoln, Nebraska, Patrick McIntyre in a 2006 Rands S7, powered by a Rotax 914, 29-inch Airstreaks, TK1 Monster Shocks, Badlands Stole Cuff. He's got all the stuff on it. Part-time veterinarian, part-time professional pilot, and a first for National STOL onboard camera if you're watching live on the stream. Everyone, give a big round of applause for Patrick McIntyre. As we get ready to kick off the second heat, remember that's a little bit of variability that can happen when we have big classes like this. Let's take a look at the weather now here in Jennings, Louisiana. Wind 8 knots from 360, so basically right down the runway. Turf still wet, still nice out, still a little humid, and still a low density altitude here in Jennings. So still waiting for those heavy forecast winds to come and sweep us off our feet and into the air as we get ready to go. And we're going to line them up right now, and let's give a little listen in to the airboss frequency so you can hear what that sounds like during competition. As we gear up for sport class here, I want to give a shout out to Lift Aviation. You saw them actually just in Tisdale on the last heat. Is sponsored by them. Lift Aviation offers prizes to the competitors this year. Really appreciate their support. Also want to go back and thank Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance for all of their underwriting. We really appreciate all the help that they do and everything they do to support the series since the beginning. That's Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Let's rock over to the socials. By the way, if you want to get in on it, you can, even in the crowd. Oh, there we go. Jeremiah Stapleton's been released. And he's off short in that Rands from Marks, Missouri. Remember, the score to beat we have for sport class right now is currently a tie between Justin Tisdale and Matt Bastine with 179. Joel Millway now in the Tiger Shark, hovering off into the air. That takeoff for Jeremiah Stapleton, 90 feet. Waiting to see what Joel Milloway does. Patrick McIntyre now off really short, maybe around 55, 60 feet. Okay, Joel Milloway was 62 feet. Patrick McIntyre, 65 feet. We've got another sub-heat grudge match on our hands. And we've got Jeremiah now coming in on short final. In the side-by-side Rands S20. Alex McHale on social says, you know the mud is bad when they get the skis out for the tail wheels. Lol. Ha ha ha. Yes, Alex, it is pretty muddy. Here's Jeremiah now, right on the line. It's good. Gave up a little bit of footage. Stick full back. He's getting it stopped. Those tires just leaving big divots in the mud. The Tiger Shark now. Joel Milloway. Practice yesterday was putting in super impressive numbers. Good over the line, kicking up some mud, getting it stopped. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, man. Sub 75 feet. Pat now on short final. Interesting, between these two aircraft, Pat's upgraded his a bit aggressively. He's got a larger engine on the front, done some other work to it, moved the flap handle. I guess the traditional Rands S7 flap handle placement isn't as ideal as maybe what we'd call the Cub Crafters model. It's up in front of him now. Here he is, over the line, good, heavy on the brakes, stick full back, sliding a little bit in the mud. There's Pat McIntyre also coming in super short. Let's see what we've got cooking here. Joel Milloway, takeoff 62, landing 69. Pat McIntyre, takeoff 65, landing 72. They are within striking distance of each other. We have 2 rounds to go here in what we're calling Echo Heat of the sport class. As they taxi by, folks, make sure you give them a shout. They can hear you in the cockpit. Jeremiah coming up to the line. And he's been released by the air boss. Off he goes, tail up, digging in for it. Pulled maybe just a little bit early for Jeremiah, but he's off into the sky. Let's see, this previous takeoff was 93 feet. No, 90 feet, I stand corrected. And Joel Milloway dropping those flaps, leaping into the air. I couldn't tell you why they call that plane the Tiger Shark. It's totally unknown to me. Pat McIntyre, the veterinarian, with that onboard camera. Let's watch now here in Jennings. Watch what he does with the flaps there. They're in, pulling it back more into the air, and then releasing just a little bit. And I am joined now as Jeremiah comes around base to final. I've got a very special guest next to me. It's Mr. Burstix.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
We met online. That sounds suspicious. We met online just a little bit ago. You are very involved in the STOL movement.
Yes.
And excited to have you here at an in-person, full-scale, what do you call it, real-life event. Here's Jeremiah coming in, and then I want to ask you a bunch of questions about STOL.
All right.
Giving up a few feet there, keeping that stick full back, and just sliding. Yesterday we were calling them slide-outs instead of roll-outs. So, Burstix, my friend, talk to me about what it's like after, being involved in getting STOL started, getting all this virtual version of National STOL up and running. What's it been like getting a taste of it firsthand?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. This is my first event, and it's been a really, really good time.
Whoa, let's look at that for Joel Milloway. Right on the line, stop short, little bit of tail rise. That's right, you can cheer for that one. Holy
Very
cow.
nice. But yeah, it's the one thing that you don't get in the sim is the aviation, the smell of the aviation fuel. That's
no Microsoft smell-o-vision.
No.
Pat McIntyre now on short final, getting that nose nice and high, dropping it in kind of perfectly. Look at that!
Wow.
Woo! We have a race on our hands. Joel Milloway's last landing was 57 feet.
Yeah, I asked Joel or Pat before the race or before the flight here why he doesn't have a cowling on, and he said just for weight reasons. Take a little weight off of there.
So, despite appearances, I thought that Pat's landing was actually shorter, but it's the other way around. Joel Milloway with a 57-foot landing there. Pat McIntyre, 66 feet, so nothing to sneeze at. That is going to change our standings, and if I'm not mistaken, that's going to put Joel Milloway into first place with a combined score of 114, just 6 feet behind him, Pat McIntyre with 120 feet. And let's skim through here. We still have third place held by a tie between Matt Vastine and Justin Tisdale. Here's Jeremiah Stapleton now. Tail nice and high. He's going to time that pullback, dropping the flaps at the same time for a little burst of lift. off and 111 feet. Joel Milloway now from Idaho in the Tiger Shark. Pulled back very early and just floated right off.
I love those takeoffs.
$78-foot takeoff for Joel Milloway there. Actually his longest one of the heat. Pat McAteer looking for blood. Let's go. Short. That was a good one. Waiting to see his best takeoff so far, 54 feet.
I love the sound of that aircraft.
Sounds really good. $52 feet. So that might be the best takeoff.
It looks like it.
Yeah, Pat McAteer, the best takeoff of sport class thus far. So talk to me about eSTOL, and we've got a few seconds before Jeremiah comes in. Talk to me about what eSTOL is, if folks have not participated in that before.
Well, it's a 1-to-1. I mean, if you fly in the Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's basically 1-to-1. We create the sceneries and make them exactly like you see here, except only it's virtual.
Here's Jeremiah holding it off. Oh, with a scratch. And how can people get involved in eSTOL if you're interested in trying it? It's a great way, by the way, if you're thinking about competing. I would say if you're thinking about competing in National STOL and on the physical world, competing it in the sim world would be really cool too, because it gives you a little bit of a sense of what it could be like.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the best way to get into it is nationalstol.com/chat, and that'll take you to the Discord. But yeah, I mean, we make it exactly like each place that National STOL flies. We have all of those in the simulator.
Oh, Joel coming in short, keeping it balanced. Oh, what?
Little showing off at the end there. I love it.
Let's watch the replay here. Just over the line, left main touching down, just a little bit ahead of the right, getting it stopped. That was a 59-foot landing. So here we are on board with Pat coming in on the landing. Let's watch what he does with that flap lever. Dumps him.
Oh.
Getting it brake, getting it stopped.
Very nice.
You could see the impact. He is not worried about comfort. He's worried about putting that energy in the ground. Let's watch it again. Fully pulls those flaps out, dropping right in. He is looking for a win. Best takeoff, 52 feet. And it looks like they're calling it a scratch, which is heartbreak for me. I thought that was for sure going to be it.
That was so close.
Yeah, looking at it. And then you could see Lexi, the line judge, was even like bummed about it. She just tossed that scratch flag, that blue flag, down on the ground. So that's going to wrap up the second heat of sport class. Let's go to the lineup for the third and final heat of sport class. So we've got Nick Ardillo in the 2014 Cub Crafter, Edward Boyd also in a Cub Crafter's 2019 Carbon Cub, Kelly Qualls in a 2007 Cub Crafter's Sport Cub, slightly different, and Chuck Olmstead in an American Legend AL-18. So we've got a little bit of a Cub battle. Carbon Cub versus Carbon Cub versus Carbon Cub versus Legend Cub. It's going to be cool to see what happens next. We're going to be on board with Kelly Qualls, number 86 as well, in his Sport Cub. The big difference between those, if I'm not mistaken, the Sport Cub is an LSA, a light sport aircraft. There's just some different performance things happening to it compared to the, well, I guess they're all sport. Sorry, the Carbon Cub, well, look it up. I'm going to Google it. I'm talking sideways right now, but here they come taxing to the line. Kelly's aircraft, 100 horsepower, if I'm not mistaken.
I love those onboard cameras. That is very, very cool to see what's inside of what they're doing inside of the plane. Got the controls and everything there.
Kelly also with a mirror up top. Probably just because he wants to check himself out between each run. Okay, here we go, folks. Make sure you cheer for him. Nick Ardillo in race 68. It's that red and white 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, powered by a Titan 180 horsepower engine, 31-inch Alaska bush wheels from Dallas, Texas. Give a big round of applause for Nick Ardillo. Next up, in one of the fanciest paint jobs you're going to see this season, it's Edward Boyd in a 2019 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub. Powered by the Carbon Cub 340 engine, 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels, Acme Aero shocks from Appleton, Tennessee. Everyone, big round of applause for Edward Boyd.
Looks like he's got a warbird painted on the side of that. I wonder, it looks like maybe like a P40 or something?
I thought it was a P51. At least someone mentioned that to me yesterday, but I also think it could be different from side to side. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Here we go now with our friend Kelly Qualls. He heard me talking smack about the mirror on the onboard image. Kelly Qualls, number 86, 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Check him out on social, everyone. Big round of applause for Kelly Qualls.
I love that simple yellow paint scheme on there with the bolt. That's just beautiful.
You're going to see a big difference, I think, between what Kelly can do, what he's doing with 100 horsepower compared to like Nick, 180 horsepower. Here we go. Last but certainly not least for Sport Class, Chuck Olmstead in the 2001 American Legend AL-18. Hailing from Sulphur Springs, Texas. It says here, what mods do you have? None. Straight stock. Everyone, big round of applause for Chuck Olmstead.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Kelly's doing a little drifting out there with the tail.
Let's take a look now at the weather for this third and final heat. Winds basically staying the same, 8 knots from 340, so mostly right down the runway here, runway 35 in Jennings, Louisiana. I just want to update everyone, turf is still wet. Turf is still wet here at Swamp STOL. And it sounds like we've got a green flag. We're ready to go. First up will be Nick Ardillo. So while we get ready for this final section of the Sport Class First Sticks, talk to me a little bit about, you said it's like 1-to-1. What's next for E-STOL? You guys are going to be, have you already done the next one in the schedule?
Not yet, actually. The next event is coming up here in about 2 weeks. Should be, I might have to check actually before I say the date, but it's coming up pretty soon here. But I'll tell you what is super cool is we started the National E-STOL stuff.
Whoa, okay, Nick Ardillo's not messing around.
We started it probably, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or so, and we got invited to FS Expo, which is, if you guys know, it's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest events for flight sim that there is. So we're actually going to have a booth there where you guys can try out National E-STOL. We're going to have sim setups and everything, and be right next to Got Friends, which is a creator of aircraft in the simulator.
Well, that's pretty cool. Little bit of pause on the motor there. Seemed. That was Edward Boyd off the ground. So where is that? Where can people go to see that?
It's in Vegas.
Whoa, get crazy. Here's Kelly Qualls now
off the ground around 125 feet-ish, I'm guessing.
So if we do have any simmers out there that are going to Flight Sim Expo, be sure to stop into the booth and see us and come try out some eSTOL. You guys will be really amazed at how much it actually looks exactly like what you're seeing here today.
Chuck Olmstead on the roll now. Tail coming up. Off around the 125, 120 place.
But I think one of the coolest things about it, though, is that, we can you're seeing a lot of NASCAR drivers nowadays, and they start out completely in the simulator. It used to be they would start out racing go-karts and things like that and move up as you go. But a lot of people are doing, and even NASCAR itself is using simulators. So I think that's kind of the vision we have with it, is to kind of blend the two worlds together and get people that are in the sim, get them out, into real planes and stuff like you're seeing me here today.
Nick Ardillo, good over the line. Stick full back, heavy on the brakes. Stopping right between that maybe like 120 place. His takeoff was 85 feet, very respectable. Landing just came in, scores at 110.
So this is my first event, though, and I got to say, it's amazing.
Digging it?
Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
Probably one of the best things I've ever done, probably.
That is awesome. Yeah, I mean, National STOL is one of the, it's such a great community of people. And actually, I wanted to give you a shout out for your involvement in eSTOL. That community of people, so great. When I popped in and announced, I think you and I announced together for Swamp STOL. Here's Ed Boyd now, kind of floating it in. A little bit of extra energy compared to Nick. Getting it stopped a little bit longer. Just so much kindness within the team, and it's also great to see all the eSTOL folks be so passionate about everything that's happening, be it the virtual eSTOL stuff or the real life stuff here at National STOL.
Well, I think
cool.
What the pilots appreciate about it, and we have about 25 active eSTOL pilots, I think they really appreciate the love that you guys have shown. And
there's Kelly now stopping around the same place as the last two competitors. We had a 110-foot landing for Nick Ardillo and a 159-foot landing for Edward Boyd. Let's see what the score comes in for Kelly. 161, so it's kind of tightening up in this heat. Chuck Olmstead now on short final, flaps down, ready to go. From Sulphur Springs, Texas. I'm sure we'll see him more this season. Oh, it's close. Oh, scratch.
Yep.
Called scratch. I wanted to respond to that last comment that you made. It's just that, like of course, it's all the same scene, and we all have the same love for aviation. And what I love about eSTOL and what I love about National STOL is that all of these things are a great entry point for people to get involved in aviation. We saw the rookie class earlier here at National STOL. It's a lower stress way to get involved and learn how to compete. And I think eSTOL is that same thing. Maybe you don't. I mean, I don't have a bush plane, right? But I can go out and I can participate in eSTOL and learn about it and start to learn how the competitions go and continue to feed that passion I have. So it's all the same scene, and I think, of course, we should all welcome each other.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And, a lot of people haven't flown in the flight sim in a long time, but with Bing Maps now, it's the real world. So, you can fly in and actually get a good lay of the land before you come into the real competition. We have quite a few real pilots, and one of our competitors is actually out in the crowd today. Keith Chartlet is one of our competitors. He flies the PCL 104 Wilga in the competition. So, Keith, shout out to you.
Here's Nick now off short. Looking around that 75-foot area.
And then also, one of our guys, Vinny, he came here last night, or he came to one other event, and he came to this event as well, and he's running the camera up there. And, I mean, he comes from that world, the STOL world, or the eSTOL world.
Here's Edward Boyd now. in that beautifully painted Carbon Cub from Appleton, Tennessee. Takeoff of 86 feet. By the way, Nick Ardillo improving his numbers to 78 feet.
See a couple of people in the chat here. Katrina says the E-STOL is amazing. She's one of our pilots. Watching from home.
Kelly getting it up and then having to ease it down a little bit. See him just retracting the flaps there on the onboard camera.
And while I'm thinking of it, I did want to say this is my first ever time in Louisiana, and it is amazing. So shout out to Louisiana.
Playing to the crowd, Verstix, playing to the crowd. And there goes Chuck now. I can't thank you enough for taking a few minutes to come chat with me, sir. It's been great. It's been great getting to know you on the E-STOL side. If you are excited about STOL, you owe it to yourself to check out E-STOL. Get Microsoft Flight Simulator loaded up. Come compete in the simulated world. It's really fun. Sometimes, Eric Farewell, who's up here earlier, has announced with you. I've announced with you. We try to bring as much of the real life experience into the E-STOL thing. Real quick before Nick lands, where should people go again if they want to learn more about E-STOL?
nationalstol.com/chat.
And it's good over the line for Nick, sliding to a stop. Just over 100 feet. And I'm gonna swap you out now for another friend of ours.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us. Everyone,
see you guys later.
Check out E-STOL. Go check out what Burstix is doing. You're on Twitch too, yeah?
Yes, Twitch. Just Burstix TV on Twitch.
Burstix
so
TV on
come
Twitch.
on out and hang out. We do a lot of bush flights, and we'll get you guys into some E-STOL. Get you started in this world.
Awesome. Thanks so
guys.
much. All right, here's Edward Boyd coming over the line. Got a lot of ground to give up there. And as Kelly Qualls comes in, I'm joined by we had the Colonel was here before singing this gentleman's praises, and now he's in the hot seat. Adam Gordon is here, the new host of Swamp STOL. Thanks for coming out.
How's it going this afternoon?
Dude, I'm having a great day. How are you having it?
We have some beautiful weather. Things are drying up. We're just happy to have a great event going on today.
Kelly Qualls is coming in on short final. You got to fly with all these folks yesterday.
Yeah, we had a good day of practice yesterday. It was a little wet, but we made the most of it. Love to see Kelly fly. He does a great job with this Carbon Cub right here.
Good over the line, getting it stopped.
Wonderful. You know, it's really impressive what these guys do with these 100-horse airplanes. They're right there on the tails of some of these 200-plus horsepower airplanes. It's so interesting to watch them fly and see the talent that they have created here.
And Chuck Olmstead now coming up for his second landing of the heat in the Legend aircraft.
Just see if he can make it across the line there. It looks like he's got a good, clean run.
Chuck Olmstead started flying in 1972, and I'm looking through his little data sheet here. Had 327 hours in 5 different aircraft before he flew in his check ride back in the day. Founded and owns East Tex Airframes and provides services for American Legend aircraft. Really interesting experience building over 36 Vans RV, which is the other side of the airplane world, the performance side of it. Fast versus slow, but that's really cool to see. So.
Yeah. And it's really cool, and if you go talk to all these folks, a lot of these guys that are into this are a builder and a mechanic before you're a pilot. When you're dealing with these airplanes, we're trying to get the most out of them we possibly can. So,
Nick.
Yeah, and Nick just makes the most out of that airplane right there. I love to watch him fly. He is excellent. But all of these guys were all working on props, gear, lightening the airframe. So I'm not shocked to see that he's built 36 RVs. That's impressive.
And you have been hanging out with everyone in the race paddock. Ed Boyd in this beautiful Carbon Cub. What do you know about it?
He flew in under the radar for me. I'm a Carbon Cub guy as well, and every time I walk back by that airplane, it just catches my eye. Kudos to whoever put the paint job on that. It's beautiful. And he's flying excellent today. I'm very impressed. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, previous, actually very consistent. First takeoff was a little long, but after that, second and third takeoff now, 86 and 85 feet respectively.
Here goes Kelly. We'll see what he can pull out for us today. And he's there, right there in that 80 to 85 foot mark himself. So looks like he's 76 or so. That's phenomenal out of a 100 horse Cub.
Yeah, last takeoff for him was 79 feet, and boom, you nailed it right on the money. 76 feet. What? Everyone is maybe it's something about being in that.
No,
left
you
seat.
got to have the eagle eye when you're a pilot out there. You want to get every inch you can.
Here's Chuck Olmstead now, easing it off.
This class is great. I love the crowd to see this because it's a more entry-level airplane that you can get into that's really more affordable and palatable for the masses out there. You don't have to go all the way to the end.
Here comes our friend Nick Ardillo now. I've had the honor of riding with him and flying in that Carbon Cub with him. He's an airline pilot by trade, and his bush flying is definitely influenced by that attention to detail.
He has a beautiful, stable approach right there. If he can get it across the line, you can see a real short landing.
Ooh, good
and
one.
It was a scratch.
Nick.
That's the risk you take. Well, it may be under review there.
Let's go to the replay and check it out. It was a beautiful approach. Oh, it's close. And it does look like it touched the line, so they're going to call that a scratch.
And look, guys, when you're on that stable approach, nose high, it's really hard to see the line. You think you're going to be where you are, but we're talking about inches right there that we're trying to hit as you're coming in. So kudos to him. That's an excellent job right there. That's just part of it.
Here's Edward Boyd now coming off of a 85-foot takeoff. Dropping that left wing just a little bit, but he's got it under control, no problem.
And when we see the wing drop, most of the time that's when you have a gust come in and out. We have some decent winds that are kind of pretty steady today, but just the slightest bit of wind change right there can make the airplane quit flying. We want to come in and flare as slow as we possibly can.
And on board with Kelly Qualls, I don't know if you noticed he was slipping it pretty nice. We haven't seen too many slips yet today. That's really cool to see. If you're going to do some STOL flying and some Cub flying, for sure you got to slip it every once in a while.
Yeah, I would say definitely down here we do a lot of slips to get into short strips, definitely with tall trees on each end.
Good over the line.
Beautiful.
And I could hear through my ears, I could hear his angle of attack indicator going off.
Yeah, his stall horn was beeping on him. That's what you want. All of these approaches, when you're coming in right there 5 feet off the ground, you're going to hear the horn blowing on pretty much everyone out here today.
Really close to the line there for Kelly, actually. This is a really great landing. That landing 104 feet. His best so far, actually, 180 feet. So that's pretty competitive.
That's very impressive out of a 100 horsepower Cub. I love it.
If we look at the standings now, well, Chuck Olmstead's on the roll. Or what's going on? Let's take a look at how things ended up here in the sport class. Joel Milloway with an impressive equal takeoff and landing, 57 each for a combined score of 114. Patrick McIntyre, second place, only by 6 feet with a combined score of 120. We're going to probably be hearing about that the rest of the season as they battle back and forth. Justin Tisdale and Matt Vastine tying for third and fourth place. Kelly Qualls, like you just mentioned, bringing up fifth place with a combined score of 180. 7 feet behind him, Nick Ardillo for sixth place. In seventh place, Edward Boyd with a combined score of 214. David Curley, eighth place, combined score of 221. 4 feet behind him, Sheldon Hetherington, combined score of 225. Jeremiah Stapleton, combined score of 239. Chuck Olmstead in 11th with 265. And woof, just a foot behind him, Chris Jameson, combined score of 266. So those are your unofficial results for the sport class here at Swamp STOL 2024. And we got to take a minute, especially, we're going to talk more about this a little bit, Adam, but let's talk about our local sponsors that have helped make this possible. Kysek, the ultimate ice chest. Jet Boats of Texas. Best Tugs. Ultra Industrial. Quality Kiln and Dryer. Trigon Industries. Kuyu Ultralight Hunting. Clay. Oh, I said it wrong before.
I love to hear you say it. Give it a run.
Well, I was going to say Clay and Domingue, but that's not it. Oil field and pipeline contractor. You pronounce it differently down here. What is it?
Oh, it's good. Let him roll with it.
All right.
We enjoy
Keep
it.
going. You'll correct me later. Getting in my head. Freedom Truck Rental. Clemens Insurance. Bayou Rum. And that brings up all of the local support. Let's go back. You let me hang out to dry on that, sir.
It wouldn't be any fun if I didn't bait you up a little bit there every once in a while.
Talk to me, though. You pulled together this, wonderful group, this squadron of supporters for Swamp STOL 2024. Anything you want to shout out in particular?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my MVP of the day is Mr. Tim Gwynn. He has just stepped up and has made everything happen that seemed to fall through the cracks through this. I took over kind of late in the game in this one and just had a little bit of time to gather it together and had a steep learning curve for myself. So Tim has been my get-out-of-jail-free card 4 or 5 times. Other than that, I have several of my guys from my local airport that have really stepped up and probably want to slap me a few times today, but they've been making everything happen, and I couldn't do it without them. I'm so glad they're out here today. It's a beautiful day for it, and it really shows all their love of aviation because they're out here just having a good time.
That is awesome, and can't obviously thank them enough. Thank all the volunteers that come up from all over to put this on, and we are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the backcountry class after this.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges, and all specifications. We dyno each completed assembly. Each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
Patrick McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska, and flying our Rans S7. Had a big winter, did a lot of mods to my plane this year. Got a new flux capacitor put in, got a new turbo put on my pitot tube, new exhaust on the tail wheel. She's ripping, man. I'm tearing it up. No, in all seriousness, put a new engine on it, Rotax 914 Edge Performance, so more horsepower. Badlands STOL cuff on, VGs, different flap handle to get it overhead, because Rans puts them by your toes. Same shocks of gear, still around the TK1 shocks. Yeah, once again, Swamp STOL living up to its name. Tons of rain yesterday, last night. It's wet. Brakes aren't doing much for us right now. I think yesterday in practice, I was sliding 100, 150 feet with brakes locked. Hopefully it dried out a little bit since yesterday. The winds were crosswind yesterday, but today they're right down the runway, so it should be a better day, get a little shorter. But that's for everybody, so just go out there and try and keep it safe and have a good time.
Yeehaw! Name's Kelly Qualls. I'm out of Hot Springs, Arkansas, flying 121 Papa Sierra, which is a Carbon Cub CC11-100, which means it's powered by an O200. I've got high compression pistons, so it's about 115, 120 horsepower. The only change I made, well, I think last year I still had the TKs on there, so upgraded to the Acme shocks. I like them a little better, and then went from the 850s that I had up to the 29s, just to get a little bit better rebound. And I do a lot of bush flying and such, so outside of just STOL events, having the bigger tires is a safety factor for me. Coming down to Swamp STOL, they had a pretty big storm come through, so everything's super wet. Some of the planes taxiing through were like 3 or 4 inches of water, it looked like. So they're splashing around. The crown on the runway is about the tallest part, so it should be good for an event perspective. But yeah, taxiing through is going to be a little bit wet and muddy. Last year when I was here, I was in the rookie class. There were 3 of us, Chris, Nick, and I ended up in first place in there, so they kicked me out. I'm no longer allowed to be called a rookie, so they bumped me over to the sport class, which is going to have the 12 or 13 pilots, and with that, it's going to be pretty stiff competition. I think out of all the classes, it's the one that has the most people in it.
And we are back here at Swamp STOL 2024, getting ready to kick off the backcountry class. Let's learn a little bit more about that right now.
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has it, Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all 3 of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, 2 of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
And that is the backcountry class. We're getting ready to kick that off. Again, I just scarfed lunch. That's what's happening. I just scarfed down lunch. It was so delicious. I hope you're hitting up the local food trucks here. If you're here at Jennings, it's good food. Can't wait to do that. Let's get into the backcountry class first. And you had him here earlier. Matt Peterson is going to be flying for you today, followed by Joel Dobson in a 172. Jeff Harrell in an Aviat Husky A1C. Brad Crawford and another Aviat Husky, John Luton, and guess what? Another Aviat Husky, and then Jerry Clemens, guess what? In another Husky, and oh no, Corey Sloan in another Husky. So it's basically the Husky class today. We got some 172s and some Huskies. It's going to be really fun to see. This first heat, the golf heat, is going to start out with Matt Peterson. He was just here before, the founder of Swamp STOL. Matt Peterson in a 1957 Cessna 172, all the way from Ethel, Louisiana. He's nearing retirement and handing over hosting duties to this fellow competitor sitting right next to me. We'll talk more about that in a second. Everyone, big round of applause for Matt Peterson, the Colonel in the Intruders. Next up after him in another Cessna 172. It's a tail dragger version. That color you see there, Mustang red. It's Joel Dobson, race number 7, all the way from Tennessee, sponsored by Lift Aviation. Flew F-16s and participated in combat missions in the Air Force. Everyone, big round of applause for Joel Dobson. Now it's time to start the Husky Parade. It's Jeff Harrell, race 19 in a 2013 Aviat Husky A-1C-180. They love their airplane codes over there. 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Crop duster, 49-year-old. Everyone give a big round of applause for Jeff Harrell. And rounding out the golf heat, the first heat of the backcountry class. Next up, it's Brad Crawford, race 16, 2011 Aviat Husky. He's got VGs, he's got an empty prop, he's got the bush wheels from Hot Springs, Arkansas. He's flown over 100 types of aircraft, 19 years of experience. Everyone, big round of applause for Brad Crawford. And if that's not enough Aviat Huskies for you, we got 3 more of those after that in the next heat. Let's go over to the weather right now. Winds 8 knots from 350 right down the runway. I'm guessing the turf is still wet. still
I'm just glad we have some coming down the runway today. Yesterday it was a straight crosswind and it made for some tough conditions.
Yeah, with the condition, I think you and I said yesterday, a little sporty.
It was a little sporty. We saw some wings drop yesterday that we didn't want to see happen. So definitely glad to see it right down the runway today, and it's going to make for some short takeoffs.
So they are getting ready for the green flag here. But first, I just wanted to say, so great to have you. Thank you for taking up the torch. Swamp STOL torch.
Whenever we first heard that it may not happen this year, it was just something we wanted to keep alive, and we have a great aviation community here in Jennings and here in South Louisiana for that as a whole. And we see that today, all our volunteers that came out and all of our GA pilots that flew in for the event today. So I just want to thank all of them, and we just want to keep it alive.
Talk to me about any plans that you can reveal for Swamp STOL 2025 and beyond.
The biggest one, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, was infrastructure, and I'm sure our crowd wants to hear that. We had some wet conditions come in, and it put some challenges for our parking situation, but we're going to work through that through next year and hopefully have a much better setup where we don't have to deal with those growing pains of the event. But with that, we're going to have some different activities involved and bring some different groups in where we can have more people involved and get to learn more about what we do at National STOL and here at Swamp STOL.
So awesome, and I just want to, again, thank you for your hospitality, helping us all find a home here in Jennings, and it's just been, the people of Louisiana are great, and it's near and dear to my heart because Swamp STOL was the first event I announced in the circuit.
Right.
I had done some stuff at, Sun and Fun and stuff, but in terms of actual competition, it was the first one, and I'll never forget, that one was in June. It was 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Better to have it in the spring.
Yeah, it's just this. We try to play the game of is it better to be early when it's cool, but it's going to be wet. You got to take the good with the bad.
Talk to me. You're a pilot. Talk to me about the kind of flying you like to do.
So the majority of our flying that I do personally is our work flying and in some of our traveling airplanes. But, you know, what's near and dear to me is pulling the Cub out of the hangar in the evening and going and making a round with one of my boys or my wife. We go make a loop. We have a few farms. We'll go check in cows here, check cows there. And I tell you, we fly the river, duck in and, you know, get on the neighbors every once in a while, and this pasture to that pasture. It's just a blast. We have a great time.
Looks like we're done holding for traffic.
Yeah, it looks like the Colonel's going to make his way up here. We'll see what he's got for us today. I met Matt, I think, at one of the first National STOL events, and it was in Gainesville, and I was like, man, this guy can fly this 172. It is impressive.
I've had the pleasure of getting to ride in with him during some of his practice sessions and giving me a little bit of a show in terms of how the 172 flies, and you're going to see a clinic on that today. Now, for the folks at home, just to put this in perspective, these aircraft are much heavier than the ones you saw in the last class. The sport class aircraft are all very light. These are the 172s, 4-seat aircraft. You could take your whole family in them. The Huskies, larger aircraft as well. So that's also why they're kind of put together in this class, is based on their comparable performance.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, these 172s, I mean, this is what the vast majority of pilots are learning to fly in, that are normally going to be working off at least a 3,000-foot strip, and here we're seeing them take off in 250 to 300 feet like it's no big deal. So it's just incredible to watch these guys fly these airplanes.
Matt Peterson's first takeoff, 264 feet. Joel Dobson dropping the hammer, 165 feet. Here's Jeff Harrell now. Getting that tail up.
Oh, great takeoff right there. He was 125 or so right there. That was a good one.
Here's Brad Crawford from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Getting that tail up.
Oh, and he's right there close to him. That's there's going to be some good competition in this heat.
So Jeff Harrell had a takeoff of 125 feet. See what comes up for Brad. And then, of course, it's always, when you've got double heats like this, can all be upset in the second heat. Jerry Clemens, in particular, looking to compete real hard. I was talking to him last night.
Yeah, and Jerry has the beta on his prop. He can go in reverse once he gets land. So being in the wet conditions, it's going to be a big help for him on his slide. So I'm excited to see what it does in these conditions.
I mentioned that to Jerry last night, and he's like, yeah, but only when it works. He's like, sometimes
Look,
I just go further down
there's
the runway.
airplane gremlins always at work, no matter what we do.
Here's the Colonel for his
good
first
approach.
landing.
He's got a good, clean one in the books.
Getting it stopped. Man, he left a huge divot for you. That was a long, long scar he just left in that runway. Joel Dobson now on short final.
And Joel's got a good approach right here. He has the right pitch attitude. Looks like he's got good speed. If he can get it across the line, he should have a good solid run here. And right now, these guys, they're right there on the back of the yoke. They're playing the game right there on the stall horn. He's keeping just enough power in to milk himself across the line right here. And we'll see if he can put it together. And it looks good. Great.
Really good. And modulating those brakes just right to
Yeah,
get that balance just right.
Somewhere around that 115 mark right there. That's a great job right there. And that's just evidence of a good, stable, steep approach, what that'll get you when you hit the ground.
Again, Joel flew F-16s in the U.S. Air Force, currently an Airbus captain. Jeff Harrell now.
Little short. Yeah, a little short.
Yeah, it's a little short for Jeff Harrell. That's hard on the first run.
It is, and it happens. It's happened to me more times than I can count. I love seeing that airplane, though. It was based at our home airport for a number of years, and I've always thought that was a beautiful Husky.
Okay, let's check it out now. Matt Peterson currently with a combined score of 515. Joel Dobson currently in first place for backcountry, 273. Jeff Harrell with the DQ on that scratch. And ending the first run, Brad Crawford now. Little boost of power, little goose of power, bouncing just a tiny bit.
He still got it shut down quick, though. He was long across the line, but he had his power down.
That was actually, that was him dropping the gauntlet. Look at that.
Yeah.
That combined score of 217 for Brad Crawford, which is going to put him in first place. That says something, because Joel Dobson in particular, you saw in the package, heard in the package leading up to this, that he is an aggressive competitor. And I'm sure he's going to be continuing to improve those scores as we go.
Yeah, he's definitely looking good. I wouldn't count Jeff Harrell out, though. That's a great airplane. He's a guy that has a lot of time with tail draggers, so I'm excited to see him as he maybe works the nerves down a little bit.
That's true, because his takeoff.
That's right.
125 feet.
He's right there with him.
Yeah,
he's right there with him.
Neck.
Get that first run out. Get the nerves out. We'll see what he does on this next one.
So I've been joking about this being the Husky class, but you fly a Carbon Cub?
A Carbon Cub, that's right. Yep.
Talk for folks who see all these aircraft. They're all, the Cessna's notwithstanding. Let's watch the Colonel take off here.
There he is, rotating out. That was a good one right there.
Oh, that was real smooth for the Colonel there. Question I have is, how do you compare, people see a lot of Cub types, right? You've got the Legend Cubs, you got the Carbon Cubs, you got the Huskies.
Yep.
What would you say, the big differences when we look at the Huskies? How would you define them?
The Husky's just a little bit heavier built airplane, carries some more fuel, it's a little faster. The angle of incident on the wing's a little different. It just has a different job in the backcountry. If you're going further or carrying more load, maybe an airplane that's better suited for what you have going on. They also all fly a little different. We all have something that we like, so you get in these different airplanes and one just feels right to you. I have guys that I know that are diehard Husky fans and guys that are diehard Cub fans, and John Luton that's coming up the next loves both of them. They all just have a different job in the backcountry.
Missions within missions.
What's that?
I said missions within missions. You guys
missions within missions. That is very correct.
Okay, here's Brad Crawford on the line. Got those VGs on the leading edge to help the air stay connected to the wing. Off nice and short.
Very nice. Yeah, he was sub 100 feet right there, so Jeff better step it up if he wants to play with that.
See the Colonel now turning base to final. Wanted to take a second to talk about one of our sponsors, our national sponsors, Sarasota Avionics. And actually, if you could hand me that Garmin right there.
Oh, yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that they bring to the party for all of our competitors. These sorts of prizes are donated by Sarasota Avionics to allow us to keep people coming back. They come for the fun, but maybe it doesn't hurt to win something like this.
The Garmin InReach, this is something that stays clipped in my airplane every time I'm in there. It stays in the airplane. Where we fly is pretty harsh conditions, and if you go down, you're going to be in a remote spot. This is your get out of jail free. That's calling everybody in to help you. And it also has satellite text that can help you out, communicate with your family and friends when you're out of service.
So super critical, because obviously being prepared is the best
thing
you can do.
It's my minimum equipment checklist in my Cub. Got to have it.
Show that on the camera now that we're up there. So this is the sort of stuff that Sarasota brings. We appreciate their support to donate all of this to help us support our pilots as they continue to compete. So thank you to them. Colonel just landed 238 feet on his landing.
Yeah, he's chipping himself down there. When you get some clean runs, you can start being a little more risky on getting closer to the line. it's something I've not learned well. I'd want to be right on the line every time, but it bites me pretty regularly.
Really solid landing for Joel Dobson there. His previous landing was 108 feet. I'm not sure we're that short this time. Gave up about 25, 50 feet over the line there for Joel. Yeah, 165-foot landing.
Here
that
comes
time.
Jeff. We'll see if he can get it across the line. Oh, it may have just been a little short there.
Yeah, it's
like we
stretched.
were talking, just a little bit of wind that comes out of you and you fall short. It's we're all trying to get it as close as we can. So when you're racing, you just want to let it all hang out. You know, you're not going to leave anything on the table.
And Jeff had a 117-foot takeoff. That feasibly could have put him into second place.
Absolutely.
So we really need, I mean, the pressure's on now for Jeff to get one on the board third time around.
You know, and as a pilot that flies this, you may have one that was close, and you may be flying around not knowing you had a scratch. So, you know, it's good to get a good safe one in first, and you know you can start pushing it after that.
Best run for Brad Crawford so far was 217. Just improved that. Gave himself a little bit more of a lead into 195. So Joel's got his work cut out for him. Jeff, we haven't really been able to see what he's capable of yet because of the scratches. He's got his work cut out for him. Matt Peterson now third place with 458, and then still 3 competitors in the second heat to come. Colonel's on the line right now, getting ready to go. Love that he's got all the stickers on the side of the aircraft. I think I've got one of mine on there. It's nice to feel. I feel honored to be flying with him every time he goes up. Folks, the other thing I want to remind you of as the Colonel takes off here is make sure to go to nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your fan favorite.
So, Ryan, let me ask you, since you get to ride in all these different airplanes across the country, which one's your favorite out of the National STOL series?
Oh, I like all my children equally.
Oh, no. Last night on our way back from DI's, Ryan was pulling some excellent formation flying. And, you know, the Carbon Cup may be a soft spot for you. I think you did some excellent flying there.
No, that was very kind of you to say. I'm going to punch while Joel takes off here. He's getting his tail up. Beautiful, beautiful 172. That straight tail dragger 172. Not a lot of those are on. Most 172s, as you know, nose gear.
Right.
So, obviously, I have some... I have to fly. Like, I've not flown a Husky yet. There's a lot of aircraft, legend aircraft I haven't flown yet. But had the luxury to experience a lot of them. Let's see what happens here. We've got to... Jeff Harrell's got to get a good one on the board.
Yeah, we got to get him down across the line.
I guess what I'll say is I get the Carbon Cup.
You get it.
I used to see it and go, I don't get it. Like, it's a very expensive airplane. Could you just get a Super Cub? Could you use whatever, right? And now I get it. So.
I'm glad to hear that. One of the backstories from one of y'all's flight was during the takeoff, you were ready to push the stick forward to raise the tail, but you were already flying.
Yes.
That's a good indication of what the airplane will do.
So the story was flying last night. I was thinking more like J3 Super Cub stuff that I've flown.
Right.
Keep the stick in your lap, get some speed up, then push it forward.
That's right.
And James behind me is like, "Hey, you got to push the nose down." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "We're fine, man. We're already flying." So I get it.
Yeah, and it's really incredible. We watch these airplanes during this environment. We have not a lot of fuel in there. It's one person, but they perform excellent with 2 people full of fuel, and that's what we saw last night. We're loaded up with folks still taking off sub 200 or 300 feet.
That was the Colonel scratching there, but he can do that. He can afford to do that on the third run.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you don't want to leave anything out there. you check your approach and see how it is. He says, look, I can hang it just a couple miles an hour slower. It turns into feet on the grass runway. You know, I just want to say, Joel, this is beautiful approaches, and this is what I would personally just say is a textbook short approach right here. I'd love to watch him fly. Excellent job right there. That's about all you can ask out of that right there. That's wonderful.
Yeah,
He's just over 100 feet right there. That's excellent.
Did a really good job of letting it descend into the ground, letting it stop flying.
I probably need to go take some notes from him where I could fly a little better like he is.
That's the other kind of amazing thing about National STOL is we have a number of fighter pilots, former fighter pilots that are competing. It really brings, I mean, one of the previous competitors, he was a bus driver, right?
And he got a clean one. Good job.
Yeah, nice.
Good job. And he got it shut down pretty quick right there.
So we're seeing people from all walks of aviation life coming together and enjoying this thing. And I don't know anywhere else where you can be sitting around the campfire after a competition, hanging with like real honest-to-goodness American heroes, hanging out with people who are coming at this sport from so many different angles. It's just a real cool thing.
There really is. And a lot of those guys have a lot of extensive training and operating procedures that they help us with to be better pilots. And I love to be a part of that group and be able to share some of that knowledge back and forth.
Okay.
That one looked like it may have been a little bit short. We'll have to go to the review and see.
Waiting for a review on that last landing from Brad Crawford. Jeff Harrell did get one in the books. Takeoff of 123 and a landing of 132 for a combined score of 255, putting him currently in third place. Going into the review now. Oh, that's close. It's hard to tell.
It's very close, hard to tell. I would
I see.
Oh, called it a scratch. It was very close. Very close.
I think it was the left main had touched
down.
Well,
I think he definitely, the airplane was done flying at that point. He dropped a little bit of a wing there.
So that wraps up the first heat of the backcountry class. We are going to take a quick break and be back with more backcountry action right after this. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks, everyone? My name's Ryan Dabrowski. Below me on your screen, the legend himself, Burstix TV, in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL, E-STOL today. And now we are ready for our second ever, if I'm not mistaken, E-STOL event. And Tom Smith. Here's Mark now, getting that tail down, he's up. Smith now, whoa, with a little bit of a problem. Big bounce for Byron there. Check out this great shot of the race course here from this Robinson flying over as we get ready for our unlimited class.
On Microsoft Flight Sim over on flightsim.to. The Rans S6S.
Coming in hot.
nice landing, soft and dainty.
It's crazy. Like, I'm doing the math of that. I'm going, oh man, how much did that cost? But maybe we'll save that. We'll save that for another time.
That's goals right there. That is goals. If we all had that flight simulator set up, I think we'd spend even less time, in the real world. And I don't know. Maybe I'll stay away from the VR. That's why I'm scared of it. I don't want to get VR and then not come out of my room for a couple days.
And we are back. That was a nice little package about STOL. We had Burstix here on the mic just a second ago talking about STOL and all the great things we're doing over there. Eric and I both have had... Oh, by the way, Eric's back.
Yeah,
hey, Eric.
Eric's back.
Eric's back. We've had a lot of fun announcing the STOL events. That community is so passionate, so fun. And like Burstix mentioned, we're going to be live streaming it from Flight Sim Expo in July. And this production trailer, the USATrailersDirect.com production trailer that we're sitting in right now, is actually going to be making the trip to Flight Sim Expo. So if you're there, come check it out. Say hello to the National STOL and the STOL teams. Would love to have you.
It's going to be a great time. Obviously, Las Vegas doing something different. Very excited for that and to showcase what we can do in this production trailer in a eSIM world. It's going to be totally different, a lot of fun. Very excited to see what happens there at the eSIM Festival or whatever we're calling it.
Flight Sim Expo. Let's go to the lineup for this second heat of backcountry class. We've got John Luton. I was joking before, Eric, that it's the Husky Parade. We've got John Luton in a Husky, Jerry Clemens, guess what, in a Husky, and Corey Sloan, guess what, also in a Husky. Let's start it up with John Luton.
Private pilot, big game outfitter, and a bronze sculptor. John lives both in Montana and right here in Louisiana. He has some incredible adventures. If you get the opportunity to chat with him, it'll blow your mind, the things he's done. He was talking about buying a Super Cub in South Africa and flying it to Namibia or something like this. He's had to fly over 6 or 7 countries, and he says you sit on a flak jacket because people shoot at you.
What?
So, I mean, what a character. Very exceptionally skilled with his airplanes and with his guiding. He does big game hunts in Montana. Definitely someone worth checking out. John Luton in that beautiful 1991 red and white Husky.
Next up, Jerry Clemens.
Oh,
race
my.
17. You might recognize the last name from Clemens Insurance. 200 horsepower Husky is coming in. MT prop from Parsons, Kansas. Check him out, everybody. Give a big round of applause to Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens is everyone's favorite uncle. We love Jerry. We love watching him fly, and he has been bringing the heat with that incredible MT reversible propeller. You guys might see him actually land and back up. Super cool to watch, and obviously that paint job is just singing to me.
Super sick.
But next up, we have Corey Sloan. Corey also in a Husky. Gotta love seeing that. That is a 2020 Husky, and he is a United Airlines 737 captain based in Houston, Texas. He has a history racing with a Highlander, and he started flying in 1991. He is an Aggie, and he is here to bring it to see what happens here in the class. Corey Sloan, everybody.
So let's look at where we're at in the standings thus far in backcountry class. Again, these are larger aircraft that you saw in the sport class. So obviously, sport aircraft, much lighter. What?
Adam Plunkett. Is Adam flying or Jeff flying?
Oh, who's in that? Who's in
Let's
9
see.
months?
That's Adam Plunkett, right? He got to fly 2 different airplanes. So yeah, that's Adam. All right,
there we go.
guys.
Okay, surprise entry. Adam Plunkett, race 119 in 99 Mike Alpha from Lake Providence, Louisiana. This is the gentleman you saw earlier today, flying with over 30,000 hours of tailwheel time. We did a calculation on it yesterday. What, like 4 days, 3.5 days, something like that, in the air?
Years
That's
of
what
flying.
it was. It was years, literally years. 4 to 3.5 years of flying. That's incredible.
Glad to have Adam back with us. Interested to see what he does here in his personal airplane. Flying the Bird Dog before, we saw some really strong numbers, some of the strongest numbers we've seen from a Bird Dog ever in the history of National STOL. And here in that very capable Husky, it'll be neat to see just what he's able to do. His employee, Jeff, did not qualify, scratching each time. It looks like there may be one here.
One at the end, yeah.
One at
Jeff.
the end. All right, I got a DQ, and then let's see, a 255, which put him solidly in third place, it looks like. So, yeah, looking at the standings right now, we have a 195, 215, and 255. So Adam is with us. We've got the lineup ready to rock and roll for the finale of our backcountry class, our Bravo flight.
So we were just talking, I was talking with Adam when he was here about the different aircraft, and I was saying, you know, I haven't had the pleasure of flying a Husky yet. I haven't had the pleasure of flying a MOAC. I got to get some MOAC stick time to kind of compare all the, like, modern Cub types, but I'm wondering if you know, since this is the Husky class today, regardless of the, I guess, not the 172s notwithstanding, what would you say about Huskies, Eric, like in terms of their performance? Because you've flown basically everything.
I try. The Husky is really a venerable performer because in a different way. It's the airplane that most people will buy if they want to use it for everything. It's an airplane that may not be the best at STOL. It may not be the best at cross country. It may not be the best at these things, but it's so adequate at all of it that it really stands out from the rest. An airplane with a proper cruise speed and a good long-range legs, and an airplane that you can load up heavy and get off in short distances. We just saw a 150-foot takeoff there from John Luton in an airplane that can comfortably cruise for 6 hours at 130 knots. It's just good at everything, which is super, super cool. And when you outfit it like Jerry Clemens has as he's just pulling to the line, the airplane's even more capable. Mounted on floats, wheels, doesn't matter. It does it all, and away he goes.
Taking a big bite.
Sub 125-ish. They're calling it about 110.
Now wait,
115.
what did you say John Luton was? Because it came in at 131. Were you right or wrong?
I think I said around 125, so close enough.
111 for Jerry Clemens.
Guys, these are incredible numbers in an airplane that you can still comfortably fly cross-country. Corey Sloan now on the roll. Let's see what kind of numbers he pulls down. Big bite, pulls early, sticks to the ground a bit, looks like about 135. Again, just admirable airplanes. If you look at the fit and finish, you look at the polish on these airplanes, I mean, there are very few airplanes out here that can hold a candle to a legend. And those Huskies are right there with them. Just beautiful fit and finish. Obviously, I have to give the nod to the Husky because that MOAC is just an incredible performer. But these are doing their job. Adam Plunkett on the roll. Flaps are in, and away he goes. 128 feet, 130 feet. Exceptional performance from each of these. And what's going to be really fun when you have this many airplanes of the same type in one class is to watch the differences in their style of flying. Are they coming in high? Are they coming in low? Are they really getting set up and stabilized slow, early, or late? Looks like John has maintained a really nice elevation here. He's getting it stabilized. You can start to see him pulling his nose up, getting that balance in that he needs to get behind the power curve, to get as much energy into the gear as possible. He's pretty high. Look at this drop. Big bounce, but that's okay. He got the energy into the gear. A little late pulling the flaps out. That did keep him carrying a little more lift, a little longer. John had a 131-foot takeoff, which put him in third place. Here's how consistent we are. 131, 132, 129. Jerry Clemens just smoking them all with a 111-foot takeoff. Absolutely incredible.
And that's almost the best takeoff of the class.
No,
We've
it
got
is.
The 93-foot takeoff from Brad, his second takeoff, but it's pretty close. Here's Jerry now. Man, that's a pretty plane.
Across the line, will he use the reverse? Not this time.
The answer is no. So we joked about this yesterday. I was talking to him after practice. He had to come in a little late due to some weather and stuff. And I said, like, oh, like this could be a real advantage for you with this reverse thrust. And he said, only when it works right. Sometimes it just means I'm going faster forward instead of backwards.
Exactly. And in the situation where the brakes aren't working very well with it so wet, it definitely could be a massive advantage. Corey Sloan getting stopped just about the 180-foot mark. Jerry's total now at 290. Puts him solidly in third. From what I can see right now, let's see. Oh, I lied. Not in third. In fourth place. Slow and low to the left. Adam Plunkett, second airplane of the day. Getting those brakes locked up. Trying to hold the tail. And stabilized around 215.
Just want to say thanks. You and I got a little love from Justin Tisdale saying Eric Farewell, Ryan Dabrowski straight killing that announcing game.
Thanks, man.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Justin.
it. He must not have heard us stutter the whole time. I want to shout out to Katrina as well. She does the e-stole competitions from England. She's disabled, but she gets to have a phenomenal way to experience the stole world from her home, which I absolutely love that.
And I got to just shout out, we were talking about e-stole a bunch. The chat for this broadcast is on fire with e-stole folks right now, and you're all the best. Keep doing what you're doing, and we love having you watching this right now. We just really appreciate it.
And come out to an event. We got Austin to come. We got to get the rest of them to come now.
So John Luton at the line, best score so far, 334. Best takeoff, or first takeoff, was 131 feet.
He'll be looking to improve that, watching the winds. A lot of these pilots have string tied to their struts so they can watch the wind gusts. Looks like a little bit of an early pull, and it is an improvement. Looks like about 118 feet or so.
Jerry Clemens at the line, best takeoff of 111 feet previous round.
I missed it by 1 foot. It was 119 feet. Jerry's got the release, diving the airplane toward the ground, releases the brakes. Watch for the flaps. Flaps are in, and boy, he goes.
Oh, that's a good one. It was clean.
102, 103 feet. Really exceptional performance from Jerry today. We talk a lot about Jerry's nephew, Austin, who's just an incredible pilot. And I think that if Austin were here, Jerry would be giving a run for his money right now.
Absolutely. And Austin, we mentioned it earlier in the stream when Matt was here. Austin had something mechanical, didn't feel quite right, decided not to make the trip. And a lot of respect for that.
Indeed.
For not pushing.
Corey sticks again, just a little too early on the pull.
What did you guess for Jerry?
103.
Okay.
It was 103.
Yeah.
I have to have some weird skills, right? Adam Plunkett back to the line. John Luton turning final. Little different style here, not flying the tail quite as aggressively. Now he is releasing the brakes. Watch for the dive and the pull. That's a fantastic takeoff, sub 100 feet for Adam Plunkett. Guys, this is fun, but more fun is coming. We have the adventure class and, of course, the unlimited class. We should see some wild numbers from Unlimited today, and I am really excited to see what could potentially be a world record in the making.
Just really need that wind to pick up.
These conditions are prime, though. John Luton, very stabilized, very smooth. A bit slower than last time, for sure. Dropping the right wing a bit, adding some power. Maintaining directional control, getting it across the line.
Keeping that stick full back, balancing it out.
Pretty fantastic spot there, about 130 feet. Couple that with his 119-foot takeoff, and that is a very good score.
That's a huge improvement from last round with a 203-foot landing. Now with a combined score of 249.
Jerry Clemens maintaining an easy, smooth approach. Ready to transfer all that energy into the gear. Oh, it's a scratch.
Oh, no. But he got the reverse thrust going.
If that had not been a scratch, that would have been the best landing of the day for this class without a question.
The workload, my understanding is, because I've not flown anything with the reversible pitch propeller like that, the workload is very high in terms of what you're doing with, obviously, the stick, the throttle, your feet, and then flipping switches. It's a lot.
Flipping switches, making sure that the throttle's at the right amount of pressure. You have to be able to maintain a lot of manifold pressure to get that to work correctly. So as you say, the workload is exceptional. Corey bringing it in.
Coming in a little hot that time. I felt like they carried a little extra energy over the line.
And that translated to a score that was sub 200, but not where he wants to be. I'm heartbroken for Jerry there. 103-foot takeoff and the potential for a sub 100-foot landing in an airplane that is clearly being flown masterfully.
Here's Adam Plunkett now. I joked before about him plunking it down. Let's see if he can do that again. Got a RV-type aircraft coming in to land behind him.
He's good and clear, plunked about 50 feet past the start-finish line. Not where he wants to be again, but a very nice landing.
Would you qualify that as a plunk? It felt like pretty smooth to be a plunk.
It could be a kerplunk, you know.
Kerplunk feels like it might be more. Like, what's less than a plunk?
Oh, whatever that was less than a plunk.
Yeah, that was less than a plunk.
It was plunkless. All right, I'll give you that.
All right, John Luton now taxiing past us. Folks, they can hear you cheer. If you give them some cheers, say, hey, we appreciate you guys. Love the flying you're doing. Jerry Clemens now coming by. Corey Sloan. And Adam, not quite a Plunkett.
Eddie Sanchez in the chat saying, Sloan Dog in the house. We're missing you here, Eddie. Get these guys. Whenever a pilot that you're used to seeing doesn't show up, it's just sad. You know, and there's no Jeff Pohl, there's no Micah, Steve. I mean, we need these folks back here.
I'm looking at I Love Aviation here in the chat. It's got some great ones. It says, no tail strike, no glory. That's funny to me.
And reverse is called cheating.
Reverse is called cheating. Only when it works. And when you don't scratch.
It is purposely not in the rule books because if you can afford it, it's a great tool for sure. John Luton, ready to rock and roll in that 1991 Husky from Belgrade, Montana. Waiting for the release. We just heard from our race director that we're currently holding for traffic that's either arriving or departing, making sure that we keep it's arriving and it's coming in fast on runway 31. Just making sure that we keep this safe as we can. Airbus is doing their job. John, very strong on that dive down, pulls extremely early and sticking to the ground. That's a very good explanation of why you need to have that energy management dialed in.
Here's Jerry Clemens now, number 17, looking for redemption on this next landing. Getting that tail up.
Big rotation.
Felt like he rotated just a little too soon this time.
But the numbers don't lie. He's getting these great takeoff distances. That one I think is a little longer than we've seen so far, about 145 feet, 140 feet.
I'm mad. I'm mad about it because it's 146 feet. I mean, the monitor in my way prevents me from seeing a lot of this, but it's frustrating.
Corey Sloan. Good rotation. It's off before the 125. Looks like they're counting at about 116 feet.
Drum roll, please.
Adam Plunkett now on the line.
114 feet.
I almost said 115 too. I never knew I had this skill. It must be the Swamp STOL magic. I've never been this good at that.
It's the magic of the mud.
Magic of the mud. That could be the movie title.
Here we go. Adam Plunkett throttling up. Tail a little low. Here we go. And just
it's
it off.
good. That's exactly what he needs to start getting really competitive with Jerry.
John Luton now base to final. No, final. Final approach. I got my Huskies mixed up. Jerry Clemens turning base to final. John Luton down low and to your left. Now when I'm tired.
Dragging it in nice and slow.
Little bit of a float.
Pushed himself over that line, made the safe call, but he's going to pay for it in distance. About 160-foot landing. 164.
So, I'm not even going to look. We got to talk about something that people might not know also happens, right? So there's also all the scores happening that we're seeing, very straightforward. Best, lowest number wins, like golf. Well, there's another thing we can compare to golf, and that's the PPI score, the Pilot Performance Index, which is basically a handicap that takes all of the pilot scores and compares them to the average of the unlimited class. Here's
Jerry Clemens.
Oh,
tried to get the reverse and didn't work. Pays for it in distance.
That's what he was talking about last night, where if he gives up the goose and it's actually just more thrust forward instead of backwards.
It's a delicate game, a very challenging balance to make that decision. We see Brian Steck with the same propeller really struggling to decide, do I use it, do I not? What's the right call? So Pilot Performance Index, the whole goal there is that you basically challenge yourself. It's you versus you and your past performance. And what's really neat about that is it allows you to see how you are growing or getting worse as a pilot.
Growing or not growing.
I do some regressing in my piloting every once in a while. There is definitely some regression that happens.
Coming up for the final landing with Adam Plunkett here. Right now, the current standings, Mr. Crawford, first place with 195. Joel Dobson, 215. Luton, 249. Harrell, 255. And Plunkett, 270. So he's got to bring it up short, and he could move into fourth or third.
Ooh, it's going to be a bit longer than he wants to see. And I just want to give a shout out to my friend Joel Dobson. The fact that he has improved that much to be in second place in backcountry, incredible standings, really exceptional work, Joel. That 172 is a handful. I've flown them, I know them, and a tailwheel 172 just doesn't feel like it has enough rudder or elevator, and the fact that he's dialed in that well is a testament to his skill.
And also, you know, maybe more stereotypically, like competing against Huskies, right? Up in second place, unseating all the Huskies. Let's look at the results right now. Brad Crawford, first place in your backcountry class with 195 feet. Joel Dobson, 215. John Luton, 249. Jeff Harrell, combined score of 255 feet. Corey Sloan and Adam Plunkett tied for fifth with 270 feet. Jerry Clemens, 290 feet. And Matt Peterson, the Colonel, in eighth place with a combined score of 458 feet.
Guys, it's been a great day, but it's not over. Two of the most exciting classes are coming up in just a few minutes.
So my name is Lexi Duncan. I am the official line boss of the National STOL Series. I have no idea how I worked my way into that title, but been here the whole season, so here we are. Yeah, so I'm an airport supervisor back in Virginia, and I'm a pilot myself. I fly pretty much anything I can get my hands on. Whatever's available, I'll take it. It's been so fun. I feel like our weather the wind has just been so tough every single time. It's always something. It's always something. It's either too much or not enough. And it's kind of hard to do a good STOL event with that. But those guys make it work, and they make it work well. I mean, it is so fun to watch. I love the rivalries. Those always give me a good time out on the line. And being on the line, I mean, I got the best seat in the house. So it's good. It's awesome. For me, if I'm pulling them up to the line, I'm looking at their mains and making sure nobody's getting too far back or too far forward, not giving up a foot or not cheating a foot. Sometimes they try. No, I'm just kidding. But, making sure they get up on the line spot on so that all the scoring's fair for everybody. And same thing when they land, making sure they're not landing before the line. If they're on it, great for them. But I'm calling it good, or I'm calling it a scratch, or I'm saying I don't know. Because sometimes those guys, I mean, they have so much skill in them, they'll land right on it. And sometimes I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Oh, they hate it so much. And I mean, I take it personally. I hate to see my favorite people scratch, and they do it, and it happens, and it's so painful. It's so painful to see. I hate doing it. But, they get just as excited when they have a good landing. So I think it all balances out. It's okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is 3 weeks ago, Jeff Pohl in Minnesota just kept hitting stuff. Because, he puts all this stuff on his airplane and he doesn't know the size of it. He hits cones, he hits flags, he just, he does it all. And that probably made me laugh the most out of anything that's gone on. Swamp STOL overall was just chaotic because it was so muddy. That sticks out in my mind. It's always something. We either got mud, dust, sun, too much sun, anything. But yeah, Jeff Pohl, he'll give you a good laugh. Fan favorites, easily the Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom rivalry. That always gets everybody. Colin Kaniva, definitely a crowd favorite. Steve, we can't miss Steve. Hal, I mean, shoot, there's so many good ones. Brian's one of my favorites. Rick Boardman has been killing it. I mean, the way he put out an aisle, that was awesome. That was so awesome to see. So consistent, so awesome. I mean, he just makes it look so easy. Yeah. Oh, he makes it look so easy. I mean, he flies that carbon cub like it's nothing. But yeah, I mean, I'd say everybody's favorite's probably Steve just because of what he can do. But he's so humble and so awesome. It's great. Man, I just want to see this organization continue to grow and continue bringing awareness to what we're doing because, I mean, shoot, when I first started flying, I didn't know this was a thing. I had I'd never flown a fat tower airplane, and, the first time I did and started coming to these events, I mean, it was just, that was it. I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing with my life, and, the fact that this organization has done so much and brings a different side of aviation to so many people, whether they're in aviation or not. That's the beauty of it. It's intriguing, it's interesting, and it's so fun regardless. And I just want to see the organization continue to grow. And I mean, even just looking at what was going on a year ago compared to what we are now is so phenomenal. So I'm ecstatic to see what happens in the next 12 months, 24 months, continue going on. I can't wait.
And we are back, getting ready to kick off the adventure class. But before we do, two quick things. One, the vote page at nationalstol.com/vote has been fixed. So get in there and get those votes in. Don't make me go knife hands Colonel Matt Peterson on you. Go vote. Get the votes in. Vote for your favorite pilot. Or if you want to be disruptive, vote for your least favorite pilot. You got to get in there. You got to vote.
Make your voice heard.
Make your voice heard. It's America. That's what we do here. Next up, let's learn a little bit more about the adventure class.
My name is Brian Stack. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go.
You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh man, them are some beautiful birds, and pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that beautiful wolf on the front.
For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the stall stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now, Brian Shirley. With a scratch for Brian Shirley.
Now I kind of had time to regroup myself, because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
And we're back with the adventure class, and I'm pumped about it. Eric, are you pumped about it?
Brother, I am, for a lot of reasons. The airplane we see in front of us right now, flown by Luke the Man, and the man behind him, Brian Steck, their own personal competition back and forth. And now with the addition, there's just so many excellent people flying excellent airplanes that are pushing themselves in different ways. If we want to, we could actually go up here and look to give some good interview information. But let's walk through the lineup.
So first, let's just give you the list. Colin Kaniva in the Legend MOAC. Brian Steck in a Legend AL-18. Luke Spohr in a Legend aircraft as well. Brian Shirley in a Legend MOAC. Levi Nogas, instead of the Storch, competing in a PA-18 Super Cub. Keith Lang in a Super Cub.
And there's more.
And there's more.
They'll come up soon. But that said, let me just introduce Luke a little bit, because Luke's been flying in Legend Cubs since he was 8 years old. He soloed the company's first aircraft, Tweety, and he has so much experience, all kinds of flying. Definitely put your hands together for Luke Spohr.
Here we go. David Warren next. Jeff McMahon, Adam Gordon, James Barkheimer, and Jared Gerritsen. And I think that was race 43. I think that was Colin Kaniva in Beast.
The way we get turned around by these airplanes. Colin Kaniva is another man that you need to know, because his legend is long, all right? He goes by Evil Kaniva. He owns a 2011 Carbon Cub, but he flies this Beast MOAC like you wouldn't believe. And when you watch this airplane, it's just something different. Right behind him, of course, we have our good friend Brian Steck. Brian's flying that 2020 blue and gray American Legend MOAC. He's flown a number of different aircraft, and he chooses them, whether it's a Baron 58, a Malibu Mirage, or a MOAC, for the mission. Glad to have him here all the way from Mineola, Texas. Put your hands together for Brian Steck.
And next up, the man so nice we introduced him twice, Luke Spohr, in another Legend aircraft all the way from Emory, Texas. You can look him on Instagram. He's got they call him Captain Lukey.
Captain Lukey's flying jets now. He's all grown up, but he's got the gun racks on the wings. He's ready to rock and roll. Luke Spohr, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear the cheers from the crowd. I love it.
So that's going to be your first heat of the adventure class. And as people... Oh, nope. Brian Shirley's popping in.
It's all MOAX, baby. It's all MOAX.
MOAX on MOAX on MOAX. Brian Shirley in race 81 in a 2023. It's brand spanking new Legend MOAX. That gray and orange paint scheme. Those 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels. It says here, what mods do you have? Garmin G3X with everything. From Dodge City, Kansas, everybody. Brian Shirley. So we talked before. We previously had a parade of Huskies, a pack of Huskies, if you will. Now we have a list of legends. The Legend Cubs.
I can't take you anywhere.
The MOAX, the mother of all Cubs. They're all here. The one in front they call the Beast, and it's piloted by a Beast.
Say again? All right. Really quick, for everyone out there right now, if you happen to see Justin Tisdale or Matt Vastine, please have them contact Karen or come by the production trailer because we are going to have a situation. They are tied for third place in sport class, so we have to have a fly-off to see who takes third in sport class. Justin Tisdale and Matt Vastine either reach out to Miss Karen or come by the production trailer so we can arrange it. We'll be getting you to your airplanes after adventure class.
Colin Kaniva giving it the beans. He's off so short. Oh, that was bonkers.
That airplane is a purpose-built airplane designed to jump off the ground like we just saw it do, and Kaniva knows how to get everything out of the airplane he can. Absolute masterclass in how to fly a Legend Cub.
Brian Steck on the line now. Full throttle, tail nice and high. Oh, man. You understand why we call it adventure class.
It's an adventure just to watch. 60-foot takeoff there from Brian Steck. 58 from Colin Kaniva. 61. I was off by a foot again. Still, incredible performance. 3 feet separating our first two competitors in adventure. Luke Spohr now diving even more aggressively. Look for the yank. He pulls. It's long for Luke Spohr. And by long, I mean about 71 feet.
I mean, I try to work it into every broadcast. It feels like it's time to bring it in now. An F-14 Tomcat. Nose to tail is 50 feet long. So we've got takeoffs that could almost be happening on the back of a Tomcat. Here's Brian Shirley off short.
Right about 58 again.
So Lexi, the line judge, walked up to me just before this class, and I said, how you feeling about this next one? And she said, dudes, Beast, which Colin Kaniva's flying here on final approach. They've been working it. They've been changing it. It's a totally new airplane. It's constantly getting reworked. She's like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to tell you because she sees it firsthand. She's up front. She sees it better than any of us.
In that position, she gets to hear the roar, too. I mean, we know that Beast is running nitrous, if I recall correctly. You know, this is an airplane that's really putting out some power. Those special wings with the extra long flaps. Getting behind the power curve here. Save it. Okay. No, Colin!
Well, he's probably going to watch the broadcast and say after I said that's probably my fault that happened. But scratch for Colin Kaniva. Not a great first showing.
With a 58-foot takeoff, a scratch hurts even more.
He's going to be bummed about that.
But Brian Shirley came back and actually took the first place slot with a 57-foot takeoff. These guys are grouped so tightly, this is anyone's race. Brian Steck now.
61-foot takeoff for Brian Steck on that run.
Bit of a different approach here, higher, looking to move more of the energy to the gear. Listen for the motor. All the way that he can. Reverse prop and stopped.
You know, I think where he got that engaged, it probably stopped him 2 or 3 feet, but that 2 or 3 feet in this class is going to make a huge difference.
A massive difference. It absolutely will. 89-foot landing for Brian Steck. Luke Spohr now, very different approach than we saw from Brian. Keeping it lower, dropping the flaps out before he even touches down, and trying to get it stopped. Brian Shirley, the one to beat now. 57-foot takeoff. Brian Steck's total score, 150 feet combined. Brian and Luke have a pair of gold shoes. They trade back and forth to whoever wins each one of these events. Brian really getting it slow. If he can get it across the line, it's good. Tail high in the air. Woo. That was a tremendous performance from Brian Shirley.
People in the chat are saying that something came off of Colin's plane.
Great performance numbers from each of these pilots. Kniev is going to be looking for redemption. If you notice, he's pulling off the field there. There was a piece of FOD on the field. We're just checking to make sure everything is okay with the airplane.
At least if we're looking for something green, it'll be easy to find in that shade of green. So we've just called a red flag to do a foreign object debris check, or a FOD check, to make sure that the race course is safe. And while we do that, Eric, I'm wondering if we could talk a little bit about, there's a bag over here from our friends at iFly EFB. This is, look at this. This is there's a whole bunch of stuff in here, prize pack, bag thing from them for supporting all of our pilots. We really appreciate that. One of the sponsors of National STOL. It's the EFB designed for maximum freedom. It's across all the different mobile OSs, fully IFR capable, customized data blocks, and they provide these. There's even a little confetti in there for the winners.
You got to love that. Extra confetti for extra fun. That's what I always say.
I've heard you say that before, definitely. And let's wave. Everyone give a cheer. We got the camera checking out the crowd. Who's that right there? Wave, buddy. We can see you.
Hey, bud.
Nice green shirt there.
Great crowds here. Love to see more and more folks coming out to join us right here in Jennings, Louisiana. Swamp STOL 2024 is going incredibly well with some great pilots creating some great action. And right now we're just continuing this red flag for FOD. Again, our number one priority about everything we do is safety first. So we appreciate you taking the time. I know it's not the most fun moment, but you can see out there many of our volunteers walking the line, checking for FOD, making sure that we keep our pilots and the crowd safe.
Little update on the standings after just the first round of the first Heat of Adventure class. Brian Shirley dropping the gauntlet with a combined score of 135 feet. Brian Steck, 150 feet. And Luke Spohr with 214. The wild card in this heat will be Colin Kniev because he his first takeoff, 58 feet, which was almost the shortest. So anyone's game.
Great question from I Love Aviation on YouTube. He's asking, why do all these airplanes wear the Alaskan bush wheels? Why do so many aircraft choose to use bigger tires? There's a lot of answers for that, actually. One is it increases their angle of incidence, allows them to have a stronger angle of attack, so their wings can face the air a little more firmly. And probably the biggest reason is because they can depressurize them down to 3, 4, 5 psi and allow them to take a lot of that initial shock so that that energy is then put into the ground and not into the airframe.
And just heard in our ears that Colin Kniev will be out, so that scratch hurts even more because it was his only run. He'll be out due to a mechanical issue, probably related to that piece of FOD that was discussed in the chat there. So we are going to say goodbye to Colin for the rest of the competition, which is a big bummer.
That's a huge bummer. I'm bummed.
I don't know if you noticed he was wearing his disco ball helmet in the cockpit.
So we had a Greatest Showman Award at the National Finals, and this year, for 2023, Colin Kniev was our Greatest Showman. What he does for the community, how he shows up, how he really not just the flying community of STOL, but the communities that we come into. He shows up with such a powerful presence, and every kid that walks up, he has a high five and a hug for him. He has so much energy around promoting aviation, and I'm really grateful that he's here and he's rocking that crazy helmet. I'm just sad that that he doesn't get to fly more, because I know what Beast can do, and I'm so anxious to see it outperform. I just want to see him win the golden shoes, let's be honest.
Well, not going to happen this time for Colin, but the gold with the disco helmet would be nice.
That would be the look.
Let's get back to some MOAC action, some Legend Cub action. Here's Brian Steck just off. Was that 50 feet? What did you see with your eagle eyes?
With my eagle eyes, they're marking it about 61 feet. I think it was earlier, but again, parallax is a bear, so I mean, these numbers, he's staying consistent, if nothing else. They're saying 64 feet.
Luke Spohr now on the roll, taking a bite. That a boy.
Still a bit longer than he'd like to see. That's a 74-foot takeoff the first time. We'll see what his second score is.
And Brian Shirley on the line. That's someone who's been competing, I think, since the beginning in National STOL, but once he picked up this MOAC, it feels like he turned the volume knob on himself up to 11.
Our current leader with 135 total, Brian Shirley, taking a bite.
We had a very long discussion yesterday during practice about slats. This would be the heat to talk about slats. As you get further and deeper into STOL flying, there's all these modifications that can happen to airplanes to make them hold on to the air longer, like to generate lift longer. And slats, which you'll see on the front, the leading edge of the wing, the front of the wing, at certain angles of attack, they're actually going to divert that wind over the wing, keeping it attached to the wing better, so it's still generating lift. That's what's happening here with these MOACs. It's kind of a trademark of the design.
It's one of the reasons they're able to maintain these incredible angles of attack. Look, as Brian starts to lift the nose. Ooh, he doesn't make it across the line. And that would have been the landing that he could have taken on Brian Shirley. What a performance. He had a 64-foot takeoff and an obscenely short landing. But again, you have to make it across the line.
I Love Aviation with a great question in the chat. Where is the father of all Cubs? And I think I heard from the Legend Cub people that that's in development. That's
it is coming. Luke Spohr now.
I have no idea. Here's Luke Spohr.
Beautiful work getting it across the line.
Sliding to a stop.
Luke had a 78-foot takeoff, a sub-100 landing, considerably sub. It looks like about 81 feet.
So in this class, normally you would have Brian or Luke fighting it out for first. And then last season we saw Keith and Colin. Colin has been in different classes throughout the years, really giving them a run for their money. Brian Shirley, is he the dark horse coming in?
I truly believe he is. And we've seen Brian Shirley perform well. We've never seen Brian perform like this. Look at him carry it across the line. Get all the energy you can into the gear. And he stops right about 65 feet. Holy cow, that's fantastic performance there from Brian Shirley.
Big cheer from the crowd here in Jennings for that one, and it was totally worth it.
Completely warranted. Seeing Brian Shirley develop those skills so aptly, we started to see a different Brian Shirley just at the championship. You know, we witnessed his style of flying and his ability to just wring every ounce of power and lift out of his MOAC is truly exceptional. That was a 63-foot landing, the shortest landing by 15 feet so far, beating himself. So a 77-foot takeoff, 63-foot landing, 140 feet total. 140 feet total. Looks like his former run was actually 5 feet shorter with a 57-foot takeoff. Let's see what Brian Steck can do. Ooh, it's an early pull.
I just want to mention that Brian Steck is also just like a very nice person.
This is very, very accurate. All the Legend Aircraft crew are extremely gracious. And
except Luke. He's not. No, he's great. Luke's great. I'm sorry. Here he goes. Luke. Tail up nice and high, nice and proud, and he's off short.
Looks like about a 66-foot, 68-foot takeoff for Luke Spohr. By far his best. 74 and 78 were the former two takeoffs. They're calling that a 70-foot takeoff, so 4 feet better is better still.
Brian Shirley, can he improve? Make a little more room?
Oh, he's away so early.
So if I'm Brian Shirley right now, I'm thinking, all right, I'm in the. He might not even know, right? When you're competing, you might not know. But if he knows he had 2 good runs, he may be thinking, I'm solidly in the lead. I got to make a little more room because guess who's coming up next? I've got Levi Nogas. I've got Keith Lang. Even later, I've got Jared Garrettson and James Barkheimer. Like people who are like putting in amazing numbers. He's got to make a little more room to be comfortable, even though he's putting down these really short distances.
It's true. You're not just racing against your small group. You're racing against the entire class. And guys like Keith Lang and Levi Nogas have so much experience, and they know their airplanes so well that it's going to be a real challenge to hold on to first place for Brian Shirley. That's not to say you can't do it. 68-foot takeoff last time. Brian Steck now. Beautiful approach.
There we go, Brian. And the reverse.
And we have a I don't know call from Lexi. We'll go back to the booth and find out exactly what race control thinks happened there, if he was across the line or not. Looking at the replay now on the live stream. Ooh, it is very hard to call.
And the judges in race control are calling that a scratch. That's 2 scratches back to back.
Ooh, that's a brutal
Brian
scratch.
Steck.
Luke Spohr now on his final landing. Getting the nose up, letting those slats do their work. Across the line. And stopped. Looks like about 85 feet. Brian Shirley defending heavily here. 87-foot landing for Luke.
So Luke making up some ground here. Down to 157 combined.
Brian really holding it off, getting the wing, keeping the wings level, getting the nose high. Ooh, it looks like a scratch for Brian Shirley. Excellent, excellent work from all of our pilots.
Let's look at the standings as we head into the next heat of Adventure Class. You've got Brian Shirley with 135 feet, Brian Steck with 150, and Luke Spohr with 157 feet. We'll be right back for more Adventure Class action here in Jennings, Louisiana. What's up, Av Geeks and Stol Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star Stol here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spohr, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the beast mode Moax, Colin Kaniva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready for more adventure class racing. We've got some great pilots lined up to share their style and showcase what they can do with their airplanes. First up, really requiring very little introduction because he has been such a legend around STOL for so long, flying all sorts of airplanes, including a reproduction of a Slepsev Storch. So today,
say that 5 times fast.
No, that's not going to happen for me. But Levi Nogues, from all the way over near Killeen, Texas, thrilled to have him here with us. He has an incredible biography. If you look at everything he has done, from attending the Navy Academy and then transitioning to the Marines, being a helicopter pilot in the Army, he's flown King Airs and Citations. He's been a contractor. He has done it all. He currently works part-time for an air medical evacuation company, and he is a CFI. Levi Nogues is probably the nicest person here, and we've said that a few times, but really thrilled to have him. Everyone put your hands together for Levi Nogues.
Next up, in another Super Cub, a 1956 Super Cub, race number 50, Keith Lang, everybody, from all the way from Wasilla, Alaska. 27 aircraft owned, flown over 60. His favorite is this Piper Cub line, J3s, PA-11s, PA-18s. Used this Super Cub for business travel to super remote locations. Third place in the Bush class category up at Valdez, despite competing against some more super modified Super Cubs. Everyone, big round of applause for Keith Lang.
Yeah. Keith is one of my favorite people here as well. The man joined us for his first event in Wayne and just fell in love with it. Got so addicted he flew, I think it was 57 hours from Alaska to Nashville in that black Super Cub to bring his best airplane down, and he spent all winter working on it to make it what you see in front of you today. Next up, David Warren, flying a 1967 Piper PA-18. It is blue, it's white, and it's gray, and that's all the information I have on it. So if you know David Warren and you like him, put those hands together and welcome David Warren to National STOL.
Love seeing Super Cub after Super Cub after Super Cub.
Absolutely. A lot of fun to start seeing some airplanes we can just compare based upon pilot style, right? Everything's different. Now, we have Jeff McMahon. What can we know about him, Ryan?
I love this airplane. It's that olive drab and orange Super Cub, 35-inch Alaska bush wheels. He's one of the sponsors, by the way, Jet Boats, Mr. Jet Boats of Texas, all the way from Iran, Texas. Received a pilot certificate in 1984, flown over 1,500 hours in that time, and he's flown everything from 182s, 170s, Mauls, and now this Beautiful, beautiful Super Cub. Bought it for his adult sons to learn to fly in, which is super cool. Everybody give a round of applause for Jeff McMahon. So now we've moved on from the Moax
to the regular Cubs now.
To just the regular Cubs, the Super Cubs.
The baby Cubs.
And it's interesting because Jeff says that it is a Murphy Super something. a Ryan Murphy Super Cub replica, which is a 2011 Carbon Cub with EX2 wings.
I'm very confused as to what that airplane actually is. I'm just going to say it's a Cub.
It looks like a Cub. It smells like a Cub. It's probably a Cub.
It's probably a Cub, but it's a beautiful Cub, and I love that color combination. It's not one I would have ever considered looking as good as it does. And I want to highlight a few other things, too. I mean, obviously, we have Levi out here with a fairly unmodified Super Cub. He was a little annoyed at me for lumping him in this class. And I said, well, this is the closest thing we got, so this is where you're going to be. Behind him, you have Keith, and Keith Lang has spent the winter highly modifying this Cub. It now has slats. You know, it had a cuff at the last event. It just keeps changing and growing. He's been out of Acme Aero trying to develop this airplane and shift it into something completely different from what it originally was. So I'm very excited to see Keith fly in practice. He was definitely fighting with the wind, dealing with the crosswind, trying to understand where his new break point is, because everything about the way the airplane flew changed as soon as he changed the wings.
Just heard from Race Control an update on the fan favorite pilot situation. Now you need to vote in the merch tent, please. If you're here, we'd love you to go vote in the merch tent. The internet is failing us, and we apologize. Go vote in the merch tent. Here's Levi now off the ground in that Super Cub.
Really good numbers for Levi there. Excited to see him fly something other than the Storage, because I've gotten so comfortable with him in that airplane.
Keith Lang is a force to be reckoned with. We've seen him put down amazing scores.
Even in his 0235 powered, fully stock, aside from some shocks, Cub, he was a force to be reckoned with. With this airplane, it's even more so. I'm really excited to see Keith's performance. Taking a big bite, rotating beautifully on time there. Looked to be sub 75, probably about 73 feet.
Keith was second overall in season results last year for the adventure class, bracketed by the Moax, by Brian Steck in first and Luke Spohr in third in 2023. Here goes David Warren now.
Taking a big bite and pulling a little early. Allowed him to stick to the ground a little more than he wanted to, I'm certain.
And Jeff McMahon.
McMahon, I'm not sure on that one. But
well, it works, though, because he's from Iran, Texas. Jeff McMahon came from Iran flying his Super Cub. Yeah, that's pretty good. It works. Here he goes.
Great acceleration off the line. Again, a little bit of an early pull, but that's a good sounding airplane.
So we've got a minute before Levi comes in, and I just wanted to talk about another one of our sponsors, Aero LEDs. They're an industry pioneer and leader of LED-based aerospace lighting. They've got these lights, like the lights that they make, they're great. They're on the Moax that you just saw, actually. But they're on everything. They're on experimental, certified, commercial aircraft, rotorcraft. They're used in airport rescue and firefighting, UAVs. They're even in space. They got lights in space, Aero LEDs. So we can't thank them enough for their support here at National STOL.
And now Levi Nogas, first landing of his heat, getting it nice and slow, starting to lift the nose. Make it nice and clean across the line. Gave up about 40 feet, but has a score on the board. Got some great questions coming in from the chat. When does Hal run? Hal will be running in Unlimited, which will be following very soon after this. We do have a runoff or a fly-off where we have two competitors tied for third place in sport class. So we're going to have them run after adventure. One more heat of adventure, and off we go to a runoff. Always exciting. And then the unlimited class, the one you've all been waiting for, getting to see a new unlimited pilot for the very first time here at National STOL. Very excited with his race pedigree and the incredible aircraft that he built. Justin is just gonna rock it. So very excited to see all of these guys fly. Dan Reynolds talking about getting a world record today, showing the world something completely new as Keith gets it slow, starts working his way into that high alpha. All the energy he can into the gear. It's good. And he stops so short. Looks like about 60 feet. That coupled with his 73-foot takeoff is putting him right in striking distance of Brian Shirley. 65-foot landing, 73-foot takeoff for a total score of 138, just 3 feet behind Brian Shirley. He now takes second place. David Warren.
A little bit of power there for David Warren, but it wasn't enough. That's a scratch.
Good control inputs, keeping it straight. Jeff McMahon, I gotta get that right. 97-foot takeoff. Excuse me, 88-foot takeoff. My apologies.
Here's the thing. Either of us could be pronouncing it right. Let's just watch the flying. There we go. Nice and smooth onto the ground.
Smooth as can be on those giant floaty 35s.
And let's look at where we're at right now. Brian Shirley holding on, but just barely. Keith Lang already coming for him with a combined score of 138.
And Jeff actually rolling that landing. Have we talked at all about the most consistent award as yet?
No, but now is a great time to talk about
it. It is
that.
indeed. So the most consistent award is awarded to the pilot who has the least deviation between their takeoffs and landings in all 3 runs. We've seen deviations as small as 6 feet total deviation. And if you allow your wheels to keep rolling, as we just saw Mr. Jeff redo, that is a bad thing because it takes you out of contention for the most consistent award, which is one of the most coveted awards. So if you're here with us, make sure that you hang out for the award ceremony this evening and see who takes home the most consistent award.
Just seeing in the internet chat here, we've got someone named Beef Boff. It's been a long day on the mic. First time watching, welcome. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the show. We can't thank you enough. If you have any questions, let us know what we can do. Maybe let us know how to pronounce your name. But we like you. We appreciate you being here, and we hope that you enjoy the show. Here's Levi now in that Super Cub. He told me yesterday, as he gets off the ground there, that he used that Super Cub mostly for instruction, for flight instruction. And then very generously offered to teach me how to fly some Super Cub style in it. So
It sounds like you're coming to Killeen.
I got to go down there to Killeen and make it happen. It would be an honor to learn from him. Keith Lang on the line now.
Keith holding that second place right now. Building lots of energy, diving toward the ground and pulling away. Sub 75. 73-foot takeoff last time. Speaking of consistency, we'll see exactly what number they're putting down. That looked almost exactly 73, but they're calling it 79. I guess, eyeballs are in different places.
Wait, what? Oh, now you're a little frustrated now.
David Warren pushing the airplane forward, allowing it to rotate, and pulls very early, sticking to the ground up to about 178 feet. Jeff McMahon taking the line. Current score of 588 feet as a maximum length is a 500-foot landing. And if you keep rolling, that's what you get. Comes off the ground beautifully.
I think we're going to see something strong from Jeff.
I hope so. That airplane has a lot of performance. He's flying it very well. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting here for our next arrival, If you look over your shoulder, you'll see a small National STOL tent. It's a 10-foot by 10-foot, nice little tent, and underneath it are some very, very friendly volunteers who would love to see you in one of our hats, shirts, or other merchandise. You get free stickers if you spend $50, and this is the best place to get last year's shirts at a massive discount as well. So if you're interested in going home with some swag that will remind you of how much fun you had in the mud and the sun, check out our merch tent. And now, Levi Nogas.
Little burst of power. He's good over the line, but now he's got to dissipate that energy. Masterful on the brakes.
Super clean, just over 150-foot landing. Exactly as I'd expect from Levi.
Just going to catch up on a few social comments. Tara Pennock earlier mentioning Texas is representing in Swamp STOL for real. We've got a lot of competitors from Texas here at Swamp STOL. We love everyone coming in from there. And I Love Aviation. Can't wait to see Keith land. Yeah, it's about to happen.
We are excited indeed watching him come in with his completely new profile, allowing the slats to do their job. Keith definitely has earned the Iron Butt Award for most hours flown. I know we've had some guys who have flown a long way to get here from Idaho and from Nevada, but Keith just seems to not mind putting in the time as necessary. Let's watch him as he starts to raise the nose, drop the tail, add in the power, maintain flight as long as he can to get it across that line.
Oh, little burst of power to hold him off.
Touchdown about the 40-foot mark and sliding to a stop.
Eric, this just in. Are you excited? Can I excite you?
Color me excited, in fact.
Colin Kaniva has repaired his aeroplane and will be entering back into the adventure class in the next heat.
Oh, it's on, guys. Colin Kaniva has won fan favorite multiple times, and he's back. Fantastic. Nice performance there from David Warren. 126-foot landing, 180-foot takeoff. He almost double his former one. Really showing what happens when you accidentally pull a little early. Jeff McMahon now getting it nice and slow and dropping her in. It's clean. Come to a stop. Come to a stop. Come to a stop.
Really got to get it stopped. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Little bit of a turn to the right again. Remember that we measure from the wheel that's furthest from the line in that case.
Nice control.
Pretty minor in this particular instance.
Nice to see a score on the board. 224 there for Jeff McMahon.
And it's time for the final lap of this heat.
Keith Lang dropping a 165 this round, 138 last round, still holding that second place position.
And Jeff in fifth place with 224. So that's kind of integrating into the first heat. Brian Shirley still holding on, but only just 3 feet separating him and Keith.
It's incredible to see. Many of our pilots making their way back across the start-finish line there as they've put in their time as judges. We have each of our pilots judge for other classes to keep things as fair as possible, in addition to our volunteer judges that are out there holding down the line all day in that sun.
Just holding here as everyone taxis back into position for the final lap.
I just got a text message from Justin Tisdale. He says, I'm gonna smoke a stogie during my tiebreaker, and I also just hit 1,000.1 hours as a pilot.
Nice.
That's fantastic. Congratulations to Justin Tisdale for his 1,000th hour in the air. On the roll, Levi Nogas. looking to improve his score. But I have to say, he is in the running for the most consistent. His first run, 332. His second run, 335. Just 3 feet separating them.
It would not surprise me if Levi is in the running for most consistent today.
Not in the least. The guy is just a machine when it comes to flying that airplane the same way every time. Keith Lang on the roll. Oh, it's good.
Best performance on takeoff for Keith Lang so far. His first takeoff at 73 feet.
And I'm seeing this one. I saw the judges step pretty far to the right of that 75-foot marker. 65 feet for Keith Lang. David Warren now. A 97-foot takeoff and a 180-foot takeoff. We'll see how he times it this time. Early pull once again. Just sticking to the ground there. Out to about 165, 168 feet. Not sure if he had the perfect gust of wind last time, or the first time, or what, but he's not going to love that result.
Here's Jeff getting ready to go. He's got a fair amount of ground to cover if he's going to try to catch up to Luke's score in 4th place.
That's the way to do it, though. Nice, clean takeoff. That may not be enough, though. Luke, best takeoff 70 feet. That one, 90 feet.
While we are watching Levi come in on short final, wanted to also remind you that we've got 2 great sponsors locally that you can go check out. Check out Kysek Coolers and Red Tag Art. They've got a trailer and a booth set up here to show you their wares, and the Red Tag Art stuff's super cool. The coolers are super cool. You can even get them in Swamp STOL and National STOL flavors.
You can indeed, and Kysek Coolers are one of the only coolers that are actually engineered from the ground up. He said to me that he had ice in his that lasted 14 days on the water. That says that quite a lot there, right? 14 days of ice in one cooler is impressive as can be, and I'm looking forward to shifting my life over to a Kysek cooler itself.
Bummer for Levi Nogas on that last run with a scratch.
Big disappointment for him for sure. I know that if nothing else, getting that trophy for most consistent feels fantastic.
Also, the person I was talking to in the chat earlier that I butchered their name says you just call me Oliver.
That's much simpler.
Thanks, Oliver. You're so kind. And thank you so much for watching. And looks like that Oliver is really enjoying the show. Okay, Keith Lang now. Great takeoff. This could be the one that unseats Brian Shirley.
It's good.
It's good. Heavy on the brakes. Let's go, Keith.
Ooh,
Woo!
It's very good. Right around the 70-foot mark.
I think he's happy with it a little bit.
Oh, 100%. The grin you can see from here. Making way now for David Warren. 70-foot landing. Total of 135, meaning he is in a tie. Another tie. This time
Another
a tie for first place. David Warren getting a nice landing in. 170-foot takeoff, 125-foot landing, which will make his best score of the day. Jeff McMahon now. You can hear the stall horn going from here. It's good. Heavy under braking.
Woo! Little sporty there, but we got it sorted out.
Oftentimes, those brakes fade just a little differently. One side versus the other. 90-foot takeoff there for Jeff. With a 108-foot landing, giving us a 198-foot total score.
So definitely increasing, but not enough for him to unseat Luke, currently in the standings in 4th place. The tie for first place between Brian and Keith is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing. You can see how that shakes out. We still have a whole extra heat of adventure class. So next up, you're going to see Adam Gordon, who was on the mic earlier, the new host of Swamp STOL. We're going to see James Barkheimer, who took me flying last night. Had a great time.
That's a
with
great
James.
story. Have you told that one on the mic yet?
I think we have. Yeah,
Okay, good.
Adam was giving me trouble about it a little bit on the mic. That was fun. James took me up in his Carbon Cup last night. It was awesome. Jared Garrettson in the 1-of-1 Badlands Traveler with the special wing, and Colin Kaniva coming back for redemption for 2 more rounds.
Super excited to see how this all shapes up. We've got some good pilots, we've got some great airplanes, and a lot of opportunity to see standings change right here at Swamp STOL.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things I just mentioned, by the way. Jared Garrettson, okay, he's in a Badlands Traveler. We've seen a Badlands Traveler before on the circuit. Doug Jackson, actually, one of the founding members of National STOL, had a couple different Badlands Travelers, and they used to be called the Cessna Cub, right? Because you would have it was a weird mashup. You had a Cessna wing on top of basically a Super Cub fuselage. This particular Badlands Traveler that Jared Garrettson is flying has a Badlands Traveler designed wing. And so it's the only one flying right now, and it's just interesting to see how the Badlands Traveler folks are pushing further and further and further away from that initial idea of like, well, hey, if we put a Cessna wing on a Cub, what would that do? Well, now we've exercised, we've milked all the performance we can out of that. Now let's start making our own wing.
Yes, indeed. Very, very exciting to see. And our lineup here is going to be pretty exceptional. We've got some guys who know what they're doing, and I'm excited to see who is where in the lineup. Just waiting for race control to move them forward.
Just want to do the lineup for everything.
All right, and the lineup, ladies and gents, we talked about it a little bit, but here are the people left to compete today in the adventure class, our last full class before the Unlimited, the one we've all been waiting for. First up, David Warren. We've already seen this one. We got to go to the next page. Adam Gordon.
Going all the way down to here. Adam
James
Gordon.
Barkheimer, Jared Garrettson, and of course, Colin Kaniva once again. These guys are going to bring it, and I know that Colin is looking for redemption. But first and foremost, Adam Gordon, the host of Swamp STOL, is a local here. This is your hometown hero living just 20 miles or so north of here. He is competing in his EX2, and I'm so excited to see what he can bring because we had a long conversation about what he was doing yesterday in practice, and I know he's ready to bring the heat.
And his friend James Barkheimer in race 432 in a 2009 Cub Crafters EX2. Right behind him, that's powered by a 180 horse Titan 340. He's got 35-inch bush wheels. I don't know if they're big enough. All the way from Texas. He's got a pilot certificate for nearly 3 years. Already got about 1,000 flight hours flying tailwheel aircraft and a Meridian. Someone who thrives on continuous learning and self-improvement, it says here. I just want to say thanks to James for giving me a lift yesterday. It was really fun. Everyone, big round of applause for James Barkheimer.
Next up, in the 1-of-1 only flying Badlands Traveler out there, it's Jared Garrettson, 25 years old, grew up on a farm, transitioned into aviation, and he helps people find their dream plane. So he has been buying, selling, and flipping airplanes for years and loves every second that he gets behind a stick or a yoke. Everyone, Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson tried to sell me a Ranza 7 2 nights ago.
Somehow I'm not surprised. He's sold quite a few of those S7s to folks. Next up, we don't have to introduce him again, but he'll be out there. Colin Kaniva is coming back to the field. Super thrilled to have him.
I think I see Collins Beast just off beyond the race course there. So hopefully he'll get it started up, and we'll be able to throw him into this heat.
Yes, indeed. As Lexi, our line judge, makes her way back to the line, she'll be taxiing the aircraft forward just like you've seen all day. It's a formula, guys. I know. It's very formulaic. There's no surprises here, but there are some big numbers to unseat. That number is 135 feet. We have two pilots who are currently in first place, tied at 135. That's Keith Lang and Brian Shirley. And I know that each of the other pilots we're looking at right now are doing their best to unseat that first place.
And honestly, I think that it's not unreasonable to expect that someone in this last heat could unseat everything.
100%, absolutely agreed. Obviously, we've got really that Traveler is the one to watch for, because we just don't know what kind of numbers we're going to see. We saw some very good numbers in practice, and the conditions were certainly very challenging with the crosswind, etc. So today, with the wind going almost straight down the runway, we're going to see a lot happier pilots. Adam Gordon on the roll, diving it toward the ground, belly pod in place, trying to pull it off the ground just a second too soon, pulling it back. Oh, I know he'll be frustrated with that.
Next up, James Barkheimer with the gun rack and the belly pod. Flying with him yesterday, he didn't have the belly pod on because he wanted to get his tools all muddy. He said, don't worry, I'll put it back on. It does provide a performance boost to these Cubs.
Wild to see as he dives to the ground. Sub 100 feet. Whew. And now Jared Garrettson with that Badlands Traveler we keep talking about. There's a reason that so many members of the STOL community are building these right now. Jeff Daly and Micah both building Badlands Travelers. Pour in the power, rotate very early and float away from the ground. That looks like about a 60-foot takeoff, maybe 63. No Keneva, it looks like, for this one.
If he rejoins, he'd be rejoining at the next lap through because he already has his first scratch from the first heat.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense.
Here we go now. Adam Gordon turning base to final. Coming in over the trees there, now descending down to your left. I think, by the way, when he taxis by after this first lap around the pattern, we got to get a big cheer for Adam in thanks for picking up the torch here at Swamp STOL and all the exciting things he's got planned for it.
Absolutely. Swamp STOL is too good to die. Nice and stabilized. Chopping the power across the line, gave up 25 feet, hard on the brakes.
Just sliding.
Getting her stopped.
Not sliding as far as yesterday, by the way. I think that was a question in the beginning of the day, is how wet is that turf? It's significantly drier.
It certainly is. The lake of Jennings that's in front of our production trailer has almost dissipated. There's probably an inch of water left there. So
yeah, it's just Swamp Jennings instead of Lake Jennings. James Barkheimer now low and to the left, flaps engaged.
And behind him, Jared Garrettson very high. James across the line.
Oh, that's a short one.
Short as can be, just past 75 feet, about 79. Making way now for the Badlands Traveler.
Adam Gordon's first run, a combined score of 222 feet. James Barkheimer, combined score of 171, which is going to boost him up into the leaderboard graphic. Here comes Jared Garrettson now in that Badlands Traveler.
Working his way down, nice and stable. He is slow as can be. Just across the line. Oh, it's too close to call.
But look how short. If it's good, it's going to be one for the books.
If it's good, that may very well push him into first place. Watching the replay now on the live stream. Even if you're here in person with us, make sure that you're watching this on the live stream so you can keep up with all the action. It looks good to me. That's a tough one to call.
They're calling that good. I don't know if we've had a closer landing to the line than that today.
Was absolutely incredible. That does give us the best score of the day in the adventure category with a combined total of 117 feet. Jared Garrettson is your race leader. And really quick, just wanted to notice something. There's a weird-looking golf cart on the track. You may have seen it going back and forth, getting video of these guys as they taxi by. That is our friend from Wiley TV. He's here as a volunteer as well, just to capture more footage, and I love his rig. So big shout-out and thank you to Wiley TV for all that he has done for us this weekend. We hope that he's had the most fun he's ever had, because normally he's at air shows, and this is a little bit different.
As someone who works in the film industry, he and I were nerding out about all the speed rail he used to build that. Here we go.
Great takeoff there for Adam Gordon. Timing things just right. Waiting now for James Barkheimer. Basically the same airplane that Adam Gordon's flying.
They're both running that new Kato prop, which pulls really hard, and it's all ground adjustable. He's showing it to me last night.
Bit of an early pull, but he did get off the ground well under 100 feet.
Jared Garrettson on the line. Noticing a lot of Badlands Travelers that shade of blue.
That does seem to be the stock color. I can't wait to see Jeff and Micah's as they're completing them. The paint colors they've chosen are just beautiful. Stick full aft, stick full forward. Stick back and pulls a bit late. I'm sorry, a bit early, having him come off the ground a bit late. And now, finally, Colin Kaniva on the line in the MOAC.
Noticing some chat messages about the rifle cases. We don't know the actual technical advantage, but everyone with a rifle case on their plane technically does better. Here's Colin Kaniva now.
And he's away!
Oh!
Beast once again showcasing why it's a beast.
That was something else. So yeah, I think it's just an unofficial thing that if your airplane has a rifle case on the wing, it's going to perform at least 10% better. I think is what we figured out.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, they're running calculations about mass and things in the chat, and I appreciate that. But if you just round up about 10%, that's usually what happens there.
At least that's what they'll tell you.
It's like painting your car red.
Right. Adam Gordon on approach, 83-foot takeoff last time, a significant betterment of his previous 107.
We just saw a shot of Justin Tisdale in his airplane getting ready for his runoff there. A little bit of power for Adam. More power.
Right where he wants it. Get the weight into the gear legs, get on those brakes, keep it off its nose, and get that measurement done as quickly as you can. Very nice control there from Adam Gordon.
Although, if we think about this rifle case thing a little bit more, James only has one, whereas Luke Spohr has two, and I wonder if there's an asymmetrical drag thing happening. Do you need to have a little bit of rudder trim put in to offset the rifle case?
It's certainly possible. I did hear that these rifle cases are padded and hold wine bottles very well from Miss Hart, the owner of Legend Aircraft. Great control, really hard on the brakes. Fantastic performance there from James Barkheimer.
Adam Gordon improving his performance pretty substantially down to 193 feet. The grouping, this is a large class, right? And it's all coming together really tightly. Waiting to see what James's score is. He's now down to 168. So that's going to put him into 6th place. Here's Jared now. Short final, hovering it in. Look at that. That is incredible.
That is so slow. I can barely believe it. And that's the end of it. That's as much as he had. It was a scratch. It was exceptional, but you watch that right wing drop out as he fell out of the sky. That was the edge of the stall, as close as you can get to the edge of a stall. Very well handled by Jared.
And if he was going to scratch on that one instead of the first one where he had a shorter takeoff.
Beast now. Getting set up, getting stabilized. Chopping the power, putting all the energy in. Ooh.
A little bit of a nosedive for Colin Kaniva there. He's hungry for it.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
In beast mode, that was a 64-foot takeoff. We're going to pair it with a 96-foot landing for a total score of 160. He's pushed James back out of the top 6, and he now holds 6th place.
I do have to say that my heart rate matched his total score.
I think mine might have been a little higher. Maybe a little higher than 160.
Oh, my goodness gracious. 160 feet in the beast.
Someone's going to clip that and put that on Instagram, and it's just going to be you and me going, ooh. Can't wait to hear that 100 times over on TikTok. Okay, getting ready for the 3rd and final lap of the Swamp STOL 2024 Adventure class. And it is still kind of anyone's game. Adam Gordon
getting closer and closer to where he wants to be. James Barkheimer flying the same airplane basically right behind him.
Drew Davis on social is asking about the Chinook. Hold tight. That's the next class. Dan Reynolds in the Chinook.
Away he goes. James Barkheimer putting on a masterclass of how to fly an EX2 for sure. Right around 82 feet on that takeoff. Bested, was 82 feet, bested by Adams at 79.
I'm not even going to react to your estimations anymore. Also want to say Taylor Nash in chat. Rooting for my dad, Keith Lang with Lone Wolf. You got this.
Rock on, Taylor. Love seeing the families come together. Here goes Jarrett Garrettson. Very smooth and very short. Looks to be about 52 feet. Besting his previous best at 58. Sorry, at 66.
Yeah, if you're correct on this, it's going to be another way for him to... 53! Yeah, 53 feet for Jared Garrettson on takeoff there. And here comes Colin Kaniva in beast.
Away he goes, sub 50. Looks like about a 49, 48 foot. That thing just sounds amazing.
$52 feet for Colin Kaniva on that one, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is going to put him with the shortest takeoff of Adventure class.
By 1 foot.
By 1 foot.
It's a close race, guys. It doesn't get much closer than that. On approach now, our fearless leader, Adam Gordon. New king of Swamp STOL.
The king of the chateau.
Getting it nice and slow. Working with the wind. If he can cross the line, this will be a great landing. And he is safe. Across the line.
Really hanging on to those brakes exactly the right amount.
That was an exceptional run there for Adam Gordon. We saw an 82-foot takeoff. And an 85-foot landing.
Combined score of 164, which is just out of reach of Colin Keneva's 6th place.
Yeah, they missed.
Here comes James Barkheimer now, holding it high, nose high. Dropping it in.
Ooh.
Woo!
I know he'll be very happy with this score. 82-foot takeoff there for Barkheimer. 165 total. 1 foot shorter than his friend Adam Gordon. Edged out by a foot.
Jared Garrettson.
The one to watch.
Short final. Currently in first place with 117. No one's really nipping at his heels. Brian Shirley and Keith Lang with 135 for second place. But can he best the number anyway?
Ooh, it's close. It's good.
Called it good. Getting it stopped. That was a masterclass. And based on that takeoff, that short takeoff, we may see an even shorter score from Jared.
53-foot takeoff. Will only time will tell. Let's see here. Colin Keneva, though, on approach. Colin letting it all hang out, slowing it down. Touch of power, and drops it in, kicking those flaps up even before he touched down.
Just a lot of energy for him to dissipate compared to Jared. Jared's combined score.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jared Garrettson is the unofficial winner at 102 feet. 102.
We're just looking at these scores here. 152 for Colin Keneva, too.
Absolutely sensational work here. To see pilots flying this well is incredible. To see airplanes that with that much performance is insane. This is the reason why we're seeing more and more Badlands Travelers built. But now we have the runoff. We're going to have 2 different runoffs because we have 2 different positions that need it. First, of course, we have Brian Shirley and Keith Lang, both currently tied for second. And then we're going to bring in Justin Tisdale and Matt.
What happened with Jared's scores? He had the 2 DQs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting more information from the booth. The first run of Jared Garrettson's after review has been determined a scratch. That does sound terrible and bad and all these things, but it does not affect us or his standing because his third run was so exceptional. He was able to put that third run on the board, had 2 DQs, and then a third run of 102 that won him the adventure class, at least for now.
So now we're competing for second and third place in the adventure class, currently with a tied score of 135. It's time for a grudge match between Brian Shirley and Keith Lang. Up first is Keith Lang in 50. Give him a big round of applause. He can hear you in there. And here's Brian Shirley in the MOAC. It's the mother of all Cubs versus the grandfather of all Cubs, the actual Super Cub. So let's see what happens here. They're going to do one lap. One lap decides it. I'm a little pumped.
One
I'm
lap
a little excited.
and done.
Sorry, I realize I'm yelling. I'm shouting a lot because I'm excited. Let's go.
Keith Lang up first. Current score of 135. Which he did with a 65-foot takeoff and a 70-foot landing. Whereas Brian Shirley, in his best run, took it with a 57-foot takeoff and a 78-foot landing.
Keith's just keeping that tail up. He's ready to go. Taxiing the line. Is he going to hold the tail up the whole time?
I think he is, yeah.
He is first. Oh, no. I was going to say first style points, Keith.
pretty high style as it is. Diving toward the ground. Goes for the rotation, gets off fairly early, a little later than he wanted to. His former best was 65 feet. This one looked to be a little longer.
Brian Shirley at the line. Second place, all riding on this. Keith Lang's takeoff score.
72. Brian Shirley now poised and ready. Very aggressive as expected. He's off early.
Off short. I'm just waiting. I'm just bated breath here.
50 feet.
Okay.
Man.
Now, that doesn't mean it's over for Keith, though, because he could land a heck of a lot shorter and still be in the lead.
He certainly could. And watching this, you know, these are two pilots really at the top of their game, flying airplanes that are designed around their exact needs. This could be a game of inches. Even though there's a 22-foot lead right now, that could all change very quickly. I do believe Keith's airplane's significantly lighter. I could be wrong on that, but you know, it's not as fancy. So, you never know. This is wild to see for sure.
Keith now turning a wide base to final turn to your left. Relatively high.
He'll work it down. He knows he's got work to do here. 72-foot takeoff is 7 feet longer than his shortest. That earned him that second place position. Eyes to the left, working it down, watching the winds. Looks to be quite consistent. He's very stable. Let those slats do their job. Listen to the engine as he starts to add and reduce power as needed. Nose will start coming up, working his way across the line. It's good.
Getting it stopped, Keith.
Ooh, it's good. It's going to be right around the 75-foot mark. Brian just needs to not scratch. He needs to maintain that directional control, get it across the line.
He just has to do everything perfect.
Just do everything perfect.
It's 148 feet is the score to beat for Brian Shirley.
And for perspective, Brian went 135 and 140, so this is a game of 8 feet. He's very slow. Cross the line.
Getting it stopped.
It's good. Ladies and gentlemen, unofficial second place winner is Brian Shirley.
Watching that on the replay. Really, really well done keeping it close to the line. Maybe a foot off the end of the line there. Accurate for Brian Shirley there.
Tremendous
and you were
performance.
Correct, 118. So that'll put Brian Shirley in second place and Keith Lang in third. Let's look at the total scores now. Jared Garrettson in that Badlands Traveler, first place with a combined score of 102 feet. Brian Shirley, you just saw there, with a combined score of 135 feet for second place. Keith Lang in third place in the Super Cub. Brian Steck in the MOAC, 152 feet. Colin Kaniva, fifth place, 152 feet. And Luke Spohr, sixth place with 157 feet. Let's move to the next page. Adam Gordon, combined score of 164. James Barkheimer in 8th, 165. These are insane numbers, folks, just so we're clear. 9th is Jeff McMahon, 198 feet. David Warren, 295. And 11th place in the Super Cub, Levi No Guess, 332. That wraps up your Swamp STOL 2024 Adventure class brought to you by Legend Aircraft.
And next up, another runoff, Justin Tisdale and Matt Vastine. A Just Aircraft Highlander with 160 horsepower up against Justin Tisdale in the Zenith. With that said, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with runoff.
No, we're going right into it. We're
Just
going
kidding.
right into it. So everyone, big round of applause for Matt Vastine.
I love it when I get it wrong. And as promised, Justin Tisdale smoking a cigar with the doors open. He says he's got his victory stogie ready to go.
Everyone, big round of applause for Justin Tisdale. These two aircraft could not be more different within the class.
Certainly not. And what's really interesting is they're both alternative engines. You have, I believe, a Yamaha Apex,
Yep.
and then you have a Viking Honda. So you have
Right.
two alternative engines fighting for third place.
You've got tube and fabric versus aluminum. You've got tail wheel versus
Tricycle
gear.
They are definitely birds of a different breed. Matt came up to the booth and asked me, he said, just a question, if I'm tied with somebody, does the prettier airplane win? I think he was hopeful. But as it stands, it will be man v man. Who can take it? Great takeoff there from Matt. Matt Vastine. 81 feet is the number to beat for Justin Tisdale.
And that is in line with what Vastine was doing earlier today. His best takeoff was 80 feet, but he had an 81 on the board previously.
Gotta love that consistency.
Where Justin goes here.
Away he goes.
He's got to nurse that nose back down. There we go.
Build some speed, and away he goes. It's a bit longer, but he does have the advantage that he can really get on those brakes. It's 107 feet is the ruling on that takeoff.
So middle of performance from Justin Tisdale today on this runoff takeoff. Where Justin can really make the distance back is on his landings compared to Matt Vastine. Matt Vastine's landings have been longer today. Justin had that very aggressive 78-foot landing on his second run. He's going to have to duplicate that to make up for the fact that his takeoff was longer than Vastine's.
That said, though, it is anyone's race. I'm looking at Vastine's numbers, 99-foot landing, 107, 116. Justin got himself into this third-place position because of his landing ability, and that's exactly what he's hopefully going to win it for him. Beautiful Cessna 170 departing. Matt Vastine on approach.
Taking his time, getting it locked and dialed in. And after this grudge match, we'll be heading right into the unlimited class.
This is where things get even crazier. Looking like he's just floating there. Matt Vastine has been making it look easy all weekend. Happy with his performance, but really wanting to take home this third place spot, take the podium.
Hear that Yamaha putting in work as he modulates the throttle. Down hard and short for Matt Vastine, but Lexi says she's not sure about whether or not it was a scratch.
That was right at the edge of what that aircraft can perform. Really incredible control there from Matt, allowing it to stall just as it came almost across the line. It looks like it may be a scratch. It is
a scratch, so heartbreak for Matt Vastine, which means that all Justin needs to do is not scratch.
Do not scratch. Do not scratch. Keep it nice and controlled. And it is important to know that Justin doesn't know that Matt scratched. So he's still trying as hard as he can here, pushing the nose down just a bit, allowing those wings to get a little more air under them as necessary, adding some power, getting across the line, I think.
Another one too close to call. We got to go to the replay.
Holy
Can
cow.
we go into double OT if they both
That'll be a
scratch?
question for race control.
They're doing the replay right now.
Let's take a look. If you're following along on your phone, ooh, it's so close. I think it's good.
Like within a blade of grass. That left main.
I think it's clear.
Oh, there's going to be some heated discussion happening in the judges booth right now. And they're calling it a scratch too. So I think we got to go back around. What happens now? This is the first time ever
This
in
has
National
never
Stool
happened
history.
in the history of National Stool. This will be a call for the race control. As it stands, Unlimited is up next, and we see our pilots making their way right now back around. We'll make our introductions.
And we are going to be right back after this short video about the Unlimited class.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, "Ooh, this is going to be close."
I have beat him, but not often. I got to be really on my game, and he's got to be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that. And a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional stole, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National Stoll and Stoll Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rands off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the Unlimited. You can't beat it.
And we are back here in Swamp STOL 2024. And before I read this list of Unlimited class competitors, it would tell you that the decision has not been made yet in that latest runoff. That will be decided in a little bit. Let's see who we've got in the Unlimited class. Justin Metters in a 2016 Just Super Stole. Hal Stockman in a Rans S7. And Dan Reynolds in the 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. Get ready to tear up the sky.
It is going to be an adventure. Justin Metters has this incredible airplane you see in front of you right now, and he said he bought it flyable, never flew it, took it all apart and touched every part of the airplane to make it what you see today, powered by that Yamaha Apex motor. He is an enthusiastic man about aviation. He's accomplished 3-time international Formula One racing national champion. Just incredible competitor all the way around. We're thrilled to have him here joining us in the series for the first time ever. Justin Metters, ladies and gentlemen.
Next up, Hal Stockman, race 3 in a 2018 Rans S7S. Powered by a Rotax 912 with a little bit of extra stuff, a little bit of extra things here and there to make it go. From Elko, Nevada, he's part of the Oshkosh Stoll demo team. He's known as the most famous man on the internet who's actually not on the internet. Everyone, give it up for Hal Stockman!
And next, certainly not least, Dan Reynolds is beyond a legend. The man has been competing forever. He has won almost everything, and he has accumulated over 6,000 flight hours in the airplane you see before you now. This is called a Chinook. This one specifically is the Valdez Special that he's used to win competitions all over the country. It's incredible what he does with this airplane. His focus is getting slow, using the power of the Rotax 670, the only two-stroke engine on our field today. Dan Reynolds is after another world record. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dan Reynolds!
Unlimited class. It's one of those classes where everything goes as long as it's legal. Got a lot of experimental airplanes here, doing some experimental things, high performance things, different approaches to performance. You got Justin, high horsepower. You got Hal Stockman and Dan, lightness. The other thing that's happening right now is there's some additional cash at play.
There is indeed. So each pilot forks over $500, and the winner takes all. Look at these guys as they're setting up right now, thinking through the nerves, knowing exactly what they need to do. But Justin's in the new airplane, an airplane that he has not competed in as yet. So this is something completely different from his normal style of Formula One flying, where you go as fast as you can. This one, yes, he needs to go fast. He needs to get there fast, but he needs to slow it all down and get it stopped. So thrilled to have Justin here and ready to see how he takes on the champions, Hal and Dan. These guys are far beyond accustomed. They know how to fly unlimited style STOL competition. Super exciting. And mind your ears, ladies and gents, as the turbo spools and you watch this aircraft leap off the ground. The air boss is releasing them momentarily. Here we go. Away he goes. Woo! Holy cow.
Hal Stockman on the line now. Look at all the mods he's done to this Rans S7. Most notably, he's done some Hal Stockman magic to the engine. I think he's running nitrous, right, as well?
He absolutely is running nitrous, is my belief, and he has 915 cylinders and a 912 engine, multiple other modifications, and yet he still flies this airplane across the country. There goes the power, and away he goes!
Like a butterfly.
And speaking of butterflies, the gentleman you see in front of you now will be absolutely amazed to witness as he uses every inch of that runway. If there's even the hint of a crosswind, he's going across the runway.
I talked to Dan last night after practice, and I said, oh, you know, some of the S7s were kind of nipping at your heels. And he said, oh, I didn't even, hit the go button yet.
Here goes the go button. And away he goes. Outstanding. I love watching these guys fly.
Justin now turning base to final. And while he does, if you enjoyed today, we just want to give you a heartfelt invitation to the next two National STOL events here in the country. We got Heritage STOL coming up and Arklahoma STOL. And both of them, registration is open for pilots. If you're in the crowd right now thinking, I could maybe do that. I'm proficient enough. I've practiced enough. I know my way around my airplane enough. We'd love to have you come join the rookie class. Consider making the leap into National STOL. We'd love to have you.
On approach now from the left, flaps fully extended, already riding that line, trying to get this airplane slowed down in the right configuration. You've got power, but you also have to think about that turbo lag and the spool time it might take. So this airplane has a lot of challenges for sure. He's cleaning across the line, getting hard on those brakes. Look at the elevator position there.
I was going to say, that's a lot of elevator.
A lot of elevator indeed, but he's not the only one. Hal Stockman right behind him.
Hal Stockman's coming in, obviously, with a different approach. He has defeated high horsepower airplanes like this before.
Gently working his way down. utilizing all of his ability and skill, all of his knowledge. He is clean across the line and stopped. Looks to be around 80 feet.
So
85
graceful.
feet. Our first round of numbers are in. Justin Meters with a 47-foot takeoff, Hal Stockman with a 45-foot takeoff, and Dan Reynolds with a 34-foot takeoff.
34 is not a big number.
It's not a big number, and where he really shines is the landing. As you will see here, he will progressively get the airplane slower and slower and slower. And I think it might be a ploy to have Justin burn off all his fuel. That's a potential.
We have seen Dan land this aircraft shorter than it is long.
It is not uncommon to see a 10-foot, a 12-foot landing from Dan, and he's got some good wind right now. He's working it down. Over 6,000 hours of flight experience in this aircraft type. He is going to make his way across the line. It's good. And he stopped. His tail's on the line, ladies and gentlemen. That's about as short as it gets. Dan Reynolds.
Watch the replay on that. Here's Dan Reynolds now just over the line.
28-foot landing from Dan Reynolds, giving us a combined score of 62 feet, putting him squarely in first place, followed by Hal Stockman with 130 feet and Justin Metters with a 148-foot combined score. Absolutely phenomenal pilotage by all three of these guys, just as you'd expect.
I want to go back to, remember when I was saying that the length of an F-14 Tomcat nose to tail is 50 feet. We have 3 takeoffs that could take off on the back of an F-14 Tomcat. So I'm just going to keep nerding out. Thank you, Top Gun, for inspiring me to get into aviation. It's going to, not a sponsor or anything, but here we go, Justin Metters.
That's a much better takeoff.
Okay, dropping the gauntlet. First takeoff, 47 feet.
Second takeoff, 27 feet, if I had to guess. Hal Stockman, lined up, raring to go. 28 feet is what they're calling that takeoff. Fantastic performance here by Justin Metters. Hal Stockman giving it the go button, and away he goes. There's some discussion back and forth there. 30-something, that's for sure. Calling it 44-foot takeoff on that one.
So a slight increase for Hal Stockman, a big increase for Justin. Here's Dan Reynolds now.
Pouring the power to it, diving it forward, and away he goes.
Oh, man. If you want to see something amazing, find Dan Reynolds on Instagram, Facebook, and watch his backcountry adventures. He's not just competing in these aircraft. He's literally going to places where maybe no human has stepped ever, that remote, in the Chinook.
It's incredible. I was speaking to him this morning about taking my family to his property because I just want to go and explore that portion of Canada with him because it's just amazing what he's able to do using airplanes to truly adventure. And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone on the field is a welder, please make yourself known. One of our competitors is looking to have a part welded. If you'd like to find Justin Tisdale, it's him. He's flying that Zenith 750, and he needs some help with his seat that has been broken. But for now, Justin Metters, low and slow. Winds are all over the place. I think there's a thermal right now, right there, over the line.
Hold it off. Getting it stopped down short.
Impressive growth here for Justin. 28-foot takeoff compared to 47-foot before. 101-foot landing before. 71-foot this time. 99 feet total is his current score. Hal Stockman looking to best him.
Comment in social right now. John Kerry saying these took off like an RC. Yeah, kinda.
I completely agree. Winds look like they're favoring Hal now. Get across the line. Get on those brakes, and he's down and stopped at about 74 feet. Dan Reynolds going into kite mode.
What did we say yesterday? He's going to pause the simulation and just hover there?
That's what it feels like.
You were spot on. 73 feet for that landing for Hal Stockman. Total of 117, putting him in third place currently behind 99 feet of Justin Metters. And we'll see what Dan does. His actually last takeoff was 2 feet longer than his first one.
I don't even know how they judge that. And I'm often the judge over there, and I don't know how it works. It's so small. These numbers are incredible. Absolutely hovering in, ground speed of less than 15 miles an hour. Ooh. She's not sure.
Was it a scratch? Let's find out. We're in replay mode here in the booth. Watching that line.
Ooh, I think it's good.
I think it's good too. Definitely, it's not as close as Justin's was in his grudge match, for sure.
We'll find out from race control. They're calling it.
They're calling it good, and the tail was not yet over the line.
That's just incredible.
Again, shorter than the plane is long for Dan Reynolds.
The judges are calling that landing a whopping 10 feet, which brings our new leader's score to 46 feet combined takeoff and landing. Dan Reynolds is currently your unlimited champion with 1 run left to go. This is just a blast to watch because even though he's got that short of a score, that small of a score, we've seen Steve Henry in a very similar airplane pull off scores lower than that. I think his best last season was 41 feet or 35 feet, something astronomically low.
Steve Henry has taken off at 6 feet.
Away he goes. Another incredible takeoff right in the 28-foot range. Justin clearly leading now with when it comes to takeoffs. He had a 47 and then 2 28-foot takeoffs back to back. That's an incredible consistency. Hal Stockman. Away he goes. Well under 50 feet. Looks to be almost exactly his former scores of 45 and 44. This one 39 feet. Your current leader, Dan Reynolds, in his final takeoff from Swamp STOL 2024. Listen for the nitrous. There's the nitrous. Away he almost went. He got a little bit of a mistiming there, whether it was the wind or the timing of itself. You'll notice that he stuck to the ground a good bit further than we've seen so far. Previous takeoffs of 34 feet and 36 feet.
I'm still thinking about a 10-foot landing. I'm still thinking about that. It's a small number.
It's a very small number. We have a 40-foot takeoff there for Dan Reynolds. Just a bit longer.
Justin Metters just rounded the bend on the final approach. Love watching the gear drooping down like that. Big flap. Look at how much flap span that.
Oh, this airplane is designed for this. It's made to make this look easy, and he has built it just right. We were talking about his vortex generators, and he says there's vortex generators everywhere on this airplane.
Did he put them on the wheels?
I mean, that might be a little tricky. Getting low and slow, much lower than we've seen so far. Maintaining that power, getting across the line.
Hold it off.
It's off. And getting stopped very short this time. Previous landing at 71 feet. This one looked shorter than that, but it's from my untrained eye. Again, hyper consistent 28-foot takeoff. 71-foot landing, exactly the same, 2 back-to-back, giving him a 99 score twice over.
Talk about most consistent.
Holy cow.
Hal Stockman now on short final. Laps down.
Power out. Touch across the line. Getting it stopped. Motor stops running. And away he goes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your final landing of Swamp STOL 2024, Dan Reynolds in the 1983 Chinook Valdez Special from Dawson City, Canada, puts the world on pause. He can feel the Earth's rotation. He's going so slow.
It's a slow plane. It's so slow. He's gonna helicopter it in. And one thing we've noticed with Dan is he's also not afraid to lawn dart it a little bit.
It's true, but that was an addition to the rules. If you put it on its nose,
does that count here?
It does. It's part of the rules. If you put it on the nose, it does not comply, does not count. But right now, he is barely moving. Watch his rudder as he maintains directional control. Too slow to use ailerons.
It's good.
Across the line, and again, I don't think that his airplane is fully past the line there.
We'll have to go to the replay to see. I don't know if that was shorter than 10 feet, though. It was certainly slower on approach.
.46 feet to beat, and his final score is 58 with an 18-foot landing. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader and current winner of the Unlimited class here at Swamp STOL 2024 is Dan Reynolds. And in a moment, we'll be going live to Reese Dockhand on the field to get a word from our pilots as they experience some incredible feats of aviating.
So let's regroup on the scores one last time. Dan Reynolds with a jaw-dropping 46 feet. Justin Metters equally jaw-dropping, if I'm honest, 99 feet. Hal Stockman in third place in Unlimited class, 117 feet combined.
Absolutely incredible performances from each of these pilots. And as soon as they get parked, I'll pass things over to Reese Dockhand on the field. For those of you who don't know, Reese has been making a television show about our series, and we hope that we'll be able to share it somewhere on a streaming service near you. Reese playing line boy for all these guys. I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who's made their way out here to the city of Jennings, to everyone who's taken the time. It's been a delight to be with you. And Reese, whenever you're ready, the show is yours, my friend.
That's right. Down here with Dan Reynolds. You got me up there in the booth. Can you hear me good, Tom?
Loud and clear, my friend.
That's great. Dan, congratulations, man. Number one again.
I did it again.
Another one.
Jennings has been my jinx. I've never won here. I've never flown good, so this is awesome. Love to have the competition. Beautiful weather, huge crowd, best turnout ever. This is incredible.
Congratulations, congratulations. Talk to me about the Chinook and what was it that took you to victory lane?
Luck.
This thing's super light.
It is light, but you got to watch it in the wind. If everyone was watching me there, I was working it. It didn't give it to me, so yeah, I guess I scratched on the second one. That was a sweet landing. I thought I had it. I did, but you know, it's just cutting hairs. So
Congratulations, another one. Jennings taking it home. Congratulations. Coming to you, Justin. I know second place doesn't feel as good as one.
I got second. Oh, okay, cool.
Right behind the famous Dan Reynolds.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was giggling every time he was coming in. He was landing so short. I was just like, you got to be kidding me with that thing.
Talk us a little bit about this beautiful airplane that you're sitting in right now.
Hey, that's a Just Aircraft Super STOL with the Yamaha Sidewinder engine that we tune with Hyper Sports tunes it for us, and just an amazing engine.
And what can you tell us about this Jennings crowd? They can hear us right behind us.
Oh yeah, it's been an awesome crowd the whole time we've been here, and just everybody involved, amazing.
All right, will we see more of you in 2024?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm hooked. It's awesome.
And a little bit about your competitors out here. What can you tell me about Hal and Dan?
Oh, these guys are professionals. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's an honor just to fly with them.
All right. Well, thanks and congratulations. Excited to see more of you in the 2024 season. This thing is absolute beast in the air. You can hear the performance behind that power. Another guy, no shy gentleman that just is always tinkering on this thing to get the most amount of performance out of that motor. You came down, you killed the engine to stop the thrust?
Yes, yeah. I have it set so low that it doesn't thrust, and sometimes it'll die.
And, let's talk about a little bit about the power. This is Hal Stockman, the most famous man that's not on the internet.
Yeah. The power is kind of a Franken engine with nitrous.
Well, congratulations, you got third. Anybody back at home that you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, I don't know. Nobody's on the internet that I know.
The most famous man on the internet that's not on the internet, flying the Rans S7, right?
Right. Yep.
Any changes to the airframe or anything different?
Not this year. Nope, not this year. Still the same. First time I pushed the button this year.
Right on. Will we see a lot more of you in 2024?
Probably, yeah. I'll be around.
As long as the plane makes it there, we're going to see a lot more of Hal Stockman. Give it up to your unlimited class, and we'll give it back to you, Ryan and Eric.
Thank you so much, Reese. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, we are going back to Dan. Why don't you come over here, Hal?
Now it's back to Reese.
Hey, Dan. We forgot we have a little gift. Why don't we meet over here by this beautiful Highlander? Dan, we got a little present for you. Come on over here. We're going to stand right next to this number 34. Jeremiah, come on over. We got a little bit of a start of a celebration over here.
He's got his hands behind his back.
We can give it to him, Jeremiah.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations, everybody. This is the kickoff to the 2024 National STOL Series here at the Swamp STOL. Congratulations, Dan Reynolds and the Chinook.
Awesome to fly with you again. That was awesome. And
there he is.
Yeah, I know. I got to go back over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're getting it figured out. You bet.
What a place.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Well, you heard it there from Dan. He said, what a day, what a place. And I can't agree more. What a day and what a place. We've had some close calls. We've had some exciting action. We had a 10-foot landing. I don't know what else you could ask for here in Jennings.
Guys, this has been an honor and a joy. As always, Swamp STOL is one of our mainstays, and we're so grateful to Adam Gordon, to the city of Jennings, to this entire parish for the opportunity to come here and share what we love so much, aviation, with the locals and with our friends and family. As always, thank you so much for coming out. Thanks for watching the live stream. Many thanks to all of our sponsors and to you, Ryan, for the hard work you've done. Staying on the mic all day is a job, man. I appreciate it.
Happy to be here. I want to shout out one other is Matt Peterson. We wouldn't be here without Matt Peterson starting this thing 4 years ago. Thank you to him, and good luck to him as he moves on to just tearing up the skies, I think.
He's doing it.
So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you much for watching at home and here in Jennings. It's been an absolute honor. Again, I'm Ryan Dabrowski. Look me up. Super Arrow. Eric Farewell. Aviator PPG is a thing he does. That's a whole separate thing we could talk about. If you are here in Jennings, make your way across to the stage for all the next fun festivities stuff. It's been awesome. We'll see you guys next time.
Have a great one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're
just tearing up the